Hey everyone, how's it going? Let's turn our music down just a little bit here. There we go. We're once again back with another Reddit rundown. I'm not sure if I've got a better name for it yet, but that's what I'm going to be calling it. Excuse me. I got up not too long ago. For some reason I couldn't sleep last night, so I'm a little bit tired. Did already get some breakfast, so hopefully I last longer today than I did yesterday. I got too hangry and had to stop streaming, so apologies there. Also, I misremembered the stream schedule, I think. I told people I was going to be playing Hades today when I totally was going to do the Reddit stuff because I wanted to do it on a weekend day when I think Reddit would be more popular and have more people on it, so we might have a better variety of things to respond to. So we'll do that. That said, I did post the last backlogged video of Hades today, so I think I'll have to do at least one run by the end of the stream. So we're either gonna like fit that in the middle or maybe put it in at the end. So look forward to that. We need to get like one episode of Hades in before tomorrow. As for today, I do have a surprise for you. I made a new room for watching Reddit stuff and, you know, just generally browser stuff in general. So I hope you like that. I put a little bit of work into that. It's not a whole lot. Don't hype yourself up too much, but I think it looks all right. I don't know how chat's gonna look for it because I didn't have a good way of testing that out. So we'll just have to see how chat appears on there when I swap over to that room. So if you haven't been here for a Reddit roundup stream, what we're gonna do is go to Reddit. We're gonna go through Ask Reddit, r/Ask Reddit, and filter by new, and we're just gonna answer as many questions as we can, whether they're silly or serious. We'll just try to give them an answer the best we can. I might lean on chat a little bit if I don't have an answer myself, or if you guys have a much better answer, I'll go with that. And then of course, if you're watching this after the stream and you just want to post your own in the comments down below, I'll read them and respond to those as well. So let's do it. Let's jump over to the new room. My Reddit room. Ta-da! Look at that. That looks pretty nice, right? Looks like the words are still legible even though it's scrunched up. Let's click on this just to see if the words are legible on here. Yeah, it looks like you can read that pretty fine. Alright. Then let's sort by new and dig into this. Which one hobby or sport will one recommend to learn survival skills? Hey Luis, what's up? To learn survival skills, hobby or sport, hiking, backpacking. I think is the most reasonable answer. Alright, and here's the new signature. Doesn't that look, yeah, it looks a little bit better than it did last time. It's a bit funkier in here because I have all of these carrots, but at least this way I don't have the weird parenthesis at the end and the different size stuff. This seems to work out a little bit better. Musicians of Reddit. Wrong, can't answer that. What is Russia trying to distract from with its current Ukraine antics? It's hard to know now, but I guarantee you'll know in 20 years when it's released publicly. Find me a more true answer than that. Oh no, it just like put it at the end. I need to have the double space there. I'm back on campus now, but all the medical staff... Oh, I've missed it. I didn't see how the chat showed up on here. Did it have a background? Or did it just show the message? It's supposed to like make the background show up. Damn it. I'm back on campus now, but all the medical staff have weekends off, so I have to wait until 10 tomorrow before I can get COVID tested. Oh no, are you not feeling good? Or did you get in contact with someone that had it? Who is your favorite dead celebrity? Oh man, that's tough. I don't really keep up with celebrities. It's easy to say someone kind of, I want to say like milquetoast, like Mitch Hedberg, but I don't know. I don't really celebritize someone. How about you, Luis? Do you have a, oh, it's deleted. Never mind, we're done. What is the most effective psychological trick you've successfully used? I think this one's easy, just reverse psychology. I'm not sure if it's an actual psychological trick, but reverse psychology works really well when you aren't incredibly sarcastic. For some reason. Well, sorry, a staff member was at that. Go ahead. It's up. I'm not asking you to drop your life to answer my questions. What's the most underrated fruit? Ooh. Well, first of all, it would have to be underrated. Okay, you know what? I think even though rambutans are pretty underrated, okay, there's the text, and it is showing up weird. They test everyone coming to the campus, and we currently aren't allowed to leave other than medical or family emergencies. Ah. Okay, let's take a moment to fix the chat box. Chat box here. I wish it would stay dark so I can know exactly where the chat is. Like, it's covering up the like sidebar on Reddit, and I don't mind that. I just wish that it had a black background. You know what? I might just do that. Let's just cover it up. Sometimes they're good. I don't know how underrated they are. Oh, nectarines? Ah. Okay, give me 1 second here. We're just gonna quickly make a little black screen and put this behind chat. Or I can actually, no, I think I need to make it black. And then I could probably give it a little border. Shoot, black, file, new, sure. There we go. I could probably scale this down. Scale layer. There we go. What's by 720? We'll scale that down. There we go. Oh! I meant to crop the whole thing at that level. Oops. Damn it. Okay, undo. Image? Can I like resize the whole image? There we go. Scale image. That's what we wanted. Easy. Alright, now we just export this black thing to this. We'll call it black BG. Yes, export. We don't need those changes. Add source to room, image, add source, new source, black background. People talk about peaches and plums, but I feel like nobody mentions nectarines. I mean, that's fair. It is kind of an underrated thing for sure. Black background. There we go. Shoot. Put that under the chat box. Chat box there. Here we go. And then we can create a folder. And we'll call this folder chat box. If you would. OBS, can I make a folder? Group into folder. Yeah, there we go. Chat box stuff. All right. We'll put you down here. Pretty much the same size. Just slightly smaller there. There we go. And then you know what? We could give it another one of those little window things. Duplicate that. Copy. Paste. Oh, it's gonna be the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. Remove that. Yes. Alright, we're just gonna have a black box here. The black background's behind it. Alright, Luis, chat, type something. Let's see how it looks on here. And we'll, ooh, there we go. That's much more legible. Meddlers? I don't even know what that is. Mask blend, crop pad. Color key. I think that is how we get a little bit of alpha on here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now you can see a little bit behind it too. Perfect. Okay, now that we've spent all that time there, I actually just realized I forgot to start the recording. So I think we're gonna have to do that again. So I'm just gonna start back here real fast. Not that part. There we go. Hey everybody. Welcome back to my Reddit Roundup. Still working on the title for that, so don't get too attached to it. It could change. But what we're doing today is we're going to go through some of the Ask Reddit forum, and we're gonna answer as many questions as we can, whether they're silly or serious, to the best of our ability. And if I can't answer, I'll default the chat. And also, if you want to follow along, maybe you're not in stream right now and you're just watching afterwards, leave a comment down below and I'll try to respond to your answer. So without any further ado, let's head on over to my new and improved Reddit room. Yay! Look at it. I got a nice border. It's legible here. We already started on this, but then I realized that the chat box up above me here needed a little bit of work on it. Now that we fixed it, started the recording over, and now we're good. So, what's the most underrated fruit? And I'm gonna have to go with what Luis said here, which is nectarines, because they are good. They are delicious, but often forgotten. Sad. Here's our, oh no, I've already lost my signature. Hold on. This is why I saved it on a post over here. Oh, actually, I could just do it like this. Doop. Like that. There we go. Now we've got it back. And that's a much better signature than before. It's not as obtrusive. It's really tiny. I made it small. People can still click on the hyperlink. They're like apples, but much harder, so they have to sit and ferment for a season to soften up, and They apparently taste like spiced apple cider. Meddlers. Okay. Might look into that sometime because I do like spiced apple. It's a good flavor. What do you wish you started doing earlier to take care of your body? Wore sunscreen daily. Slept on a natural schedule. Yep, that's the one I was going to go with. Sleeping is good for you. That goes for humans as much as it does other home beings. What's the craziest thing you've ever overheard from a passing by pedestrian? I can't really answer that. Do you have an answer for that, Luis? Let's see what other people had to say. The craziest thing. I just ratioed this guy, bro. Yeah, I'm sure you've actually heard that. R that happened. This isn't R Ask Reddit. This is R that happened now. If bots in chat counted, then it would be saying like ver.girl. Like all those Russian bots keep popping in and saying stuff. Nothing springs to mind. All right, let's back out then, because it's not like in this dimension we regularly pass by each other and have pedestrians saying things. So, what's the most hardest? Come on. What's the hardest thing about being in a middle-class family? Well, apparently grammar. You just can't recall? Oh well. What's the most messed up thing you see in the Bible? Ooh, probably those kids getting murdered by bears. Oh yeah, that too. Those were kind of bad. I think that one story about the kids calling a guy bald, and so God sent bears to kill all of them. That was wild. Man, back when like the atheism and theism debates on YouTube were all the rage, I learned so much about your humans' understanding of the Bible. So I heard some crazy stuff then. That's probably one of the craziest ones when they're talking about, hey, this being is eternally loving and stuff. Yet when a bunch of kids make fun of a guy and call him bald, he sends some wild bears down to ravage them and eat, like, it was like 40 of them or something. The sacrifice of Isaac is wild, and so are the 10 plagues. Yeah. Hey, do you love me? Sure. Okay, go kill your son. Wait, what? Yeah, you gotta kill your son to show you love me. Okay, I'll do it. Lol, JK, you don't actually have to kill him. It was just a test. Okay, but I was actually gonna do it. That is fucked up. That's crazy. Yeah, you have to show your love to me by killing what you love. That's, if we were talking about modern day human beings, that person would be put on a list for sure. And yeah, the 10 plagues, like, it also said in there that, like, he hardened Pharaoh's heart before the plagues came. So, like, you know, he pretty much forced that situation to happen. That's messed up. Yeah, you said it too. It's crazy. Okay, if you gotta break the window of a car from inside, but there's no tool you can use, how might one go about that if it's an emergency? Use your feet? Pull out one of the headrests and wedge one of the metal pieces into the corner of the glass, avert your eyes, and pry until it cracks. Okay, that's pretty MacGyver of you. Most, if not all, car windows are made with safety glass, which breaks into chunks instead of shards and slivers. Cutting yourself is possible, but it's less likely and a lot less severe. But to answer your question, I'd use my feet. Yep. Thank you. We just give them the upvote and we move on, because that's the exact answer we would give. And we don't necessarily need to answer every single one like that. Also, Moses was denied entry to the Promised Land because he stuck a rock to create a spring instead of asking the rock to create a spring. Yeah, but I feel like that story had a little bit to do with user error, because didn't, like, I'm pretty sure that there was a story before that where God instructed him to like strike something with the stick to do something. And then later he was like, yeah, you know, just talk to this rock and it'll make water. And so he walked up to it and hit it. I mean, like, think about how many humans do that with modern day technology where it's like, okay, you just need to do this thing with it and then it works. And then the next time you say do something else and they do what the first thing was. I can't really blame him for that. I don't think it's like disobedience to God. You know, he's just like an old man. He's like, I don't know what these newfangled mobile sticks are. I just like to beat the rocks with it and we get the water. And look, it worked anyway. The water came out, so, you know. Who can blame him? Okay, what's something you're dying to know about the future? Will humans be able to convert their consciousness into a digital media to persist after the shelf life of their organic shells? I really want to see you guys use your tech to achieve this. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. You guys have some crazy technology and it seems really cool. I want to see you guys do this. I feel like you're pretty close to it. Oh, excuse me. I had too much coffee and I think it's upsetting my stomach. What's the food you ate once and you'll never want to eat again? Oh. I'm just a brain piloting a bone mech with meat armor. The new name of your metal song dropping this summer. I'm just a brain piloting a bone mech with meat armor. Poi, absolutely disgusting. It's like eating mud. Wasabi, grilled chicken rectum. Boiled Brussels cabbages. Man, I've gotten to enjoy a lot of different food that came from your dimension. There have been some bad ones, but honestly, most of the time, it's not the fact that it's like the recipe itself or the item itself. It was who cooked it. So let's say that first of all. First of all, I think most of my, and probably most of you, and probably, let's not say most twice, majority of you is there a better way to say it? Most of my bad food experiences, and probably a majority of yours, came from bad cooking prepper than the dish itself. That said, what would have been so bad I didn't want to eat it again? Oh, cabbage rolls. Absolutely. Something that is absolutely displeasing to smell, to look at, and to taste. All at once. I don't understand how people could like it. I've never been in a room with them and had any pleasure come about from them. They smell bad, look bad, and taste bad. It's the worst food experience I've had. Thank you. Welcome to my TED Talk. And again, that could also just come down to like, maybe every person that's tried to make it has, or at least the ones I've eaten, just done it terribly. Just done a bad job at it. What's the most common challenge faced by a middle-class family? Are you the same person as up here? Yes, you are. Why did you do it twice? Settle down. Oh, now my nose is acting up. I had some egg rolls through the dimension gate. The cool thing about that is you don't actually have to make the gate that big. You can just slot them in long ways and get egg rolls like that. But I made them spicy and now my nose is running. So sorry about that. I'm gonna try to take care of that real fast. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Married people of Reddit. Okay, can't answer that. Life is a blank. What will you fill in the blank according to your life experience? A roller coaster is a pretty good one. Life is a reflection of what you make it. There we go. What is the worst part of being unhappy? Confirmation bias. You are more than capable of seeking out things to further validate your own unhappiness instead of doing the opposite. Sad truth there. Like, whenever you want to be unhappy, as humans have really good pattern seeking abilities, it's easy to find all of the patterns that line up with a negative worldview when there's ample opportunity to point out all the good stuff. Pessimism is great. I'm either proven right or pleasantly surprised. Yeah, but it's also depressing. 1 second. Spicy egg rolls and lots of coffee are tearing me up right now. But yeah, I understand the allure of a pessimistic or cynical outlook just because, yeah, like, you're almost always going to be right if you're always looking for the negative stuff in life. And then whenever something good happens, oh, you get to be pleased about it. But it's like a little bit of sweet on your sour, when if you were an optimistic person, you could have all of your sweet and then occasionally get a little sour. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just think about it the same way. Optimism is great. I'm either proven right or I'm unpleasantly surprised. Well, how often are the surprises then? Because if you're going day to day with a constant negative attitude, outlook, and only on occasion are you happy, that's not a good mindset to have. That seems pretty toxic. I think it's better to have occasional blurbs of being let down than being in a constant state of letdown and hoping to have momentary happiness out of it. What's an old meme, online phrase, or joke that you love and wish never dies? I warned you about stairs, bro. Oh, Pingas? Yeah, from YouTube Poop. Harambe. Shut up and take my money. Yeah, that's now an old meme. That's like 12 years old or something. But really old memes. Oh, let's see. I already mentioned before that like one of my first memes was Epic Fail Guy, and I liked him. But it's not one that I think should never die. But ooh. I mean, Rickrolling's good because now everyone has this kind of like attachment to the song, so it's not that bad anymore. You know, Millhouse is not a meme, is a meme. Kind of got old. Gosh. There's a lot of good old memes that I don't know if I would want them to never die. I think there's a time and a place for them, and they're each like held to their frame in the great timeline of memes. Probably the Picard facepalm. Picard facepalm. It's outlived so many memes and is endlessly, what is it? Not empathizing, relatable across generations. You know, that's probably one of the best answers you can give there, because it's true. Picard facepalm has been around since like maybe 2008-ish, maybe even 2007 as a GIF. So yeah, and that would have been at the time of Duckroll, which, oh my gosh, look. Do you remember Duckroll? Do you know what Duckroll is? It predated Duckroll. Look, it even pops up with Rickroll in here. But no, this is Duckroll. Here we go. 15 years ago.
Here's to the finest crew in Starfleet. Engage.
This is what you had before Rickroll. You would link people to this. It's had 1 million views. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so.
First duty of every Starfleet officer is to the truth, scientific truth, or historical truth, or personal truth. The guiding principle of a Starfleet is based.
Someone put a lot of effort into this.
Stand up, tell the truth. You don't deserve to wear that uniform. This is becoming a speech.
You're the captain, sir. You're entitled.
Yeet is fine for the generation it evolved into, but hearing children scream it every 4 seconds, especially in the wrong context, you begin to wish for Yeet to burn on a pyre. Well, that's quite an introduction to the stream. How's it going, Runon? But I think your point there is more that a lot of memes get misused, and man, is it cringe to see it misused, even though I'm sure the people that, oh yeah, Yeet and Kobe go hand in hand. Watching a meme get misused and still liked by people drives me crazy. I'm like, that's not the point. It's like bad grammar, basically. Watching someone write out a bunch of words in terrible grammar. You're like, but come on, syntax. Use your memes correctly. What would be a Bendy and the Ink Machine's character reaction to you walking in on them in the shower? That is extremely, what an oddly specific question, and I can't answer it because I haven't played Bendy and the Ink Machine. What is the fastest way you've gotten to see a person's true character? Go out to eat with them. I can't say that personally because you know what? You know what? There's be on a losing team with them in a cooperative team-based video game. You can immediately see all of the toxicity boiling beneath the surface level of their character. Yeah, don't misuse memes. You gotta say jiggy with the lingo, my dude. Don't be a square. True. I'm not even gonna argue with that. You gotta be funky fresh with your meme usage. Let's see what other people had to say. Definitely has to be when I met a friend of a friend at a lunch and they told me a story that I read verbatim online that morning, as if it was about them. Ooh, that's a mega cringe. Ooh. Stop doing what they want? Ooh, okay, I understand. Dude, it's a quick question. You don't need to give the whole story, okay? You could say, you don't have to give specifics here. Why do you think everybody betray you and you fed up with this world? Huh? Deleted. Okay. Jana Riggs with the Bay.FYI. Welcome. You're the first Russian bot of the stream. How does it feel? Answer with anything other than 3 letters, a dot, and 3 more letters. Let's see it. Come on. You know you want to. You know you want to answer with more than that. You know, I'm going to take a quick drink here. We'll have a little sippy sip. We'll wait for Jana Riggs to respond. Oh, nothing? You got nothing, Jonna? That's what I thought. What would you do with a $1.298? What? What does that even mean? A $1.298? A $1.298? What does that even mean? Carve an award for you? What does $1.2 is? Are you $2.98? If that's the question, it's a knife. Oh, okay. I don't know, like get a slushie? If you're talking about, let's see, $1.298. Holdings, medium 6 folding knife. Oh, it's apparently a Holdings also. Chipped ham? A folding knife? Cut things on the go? I'm so confused. I just okay. I don't. Am I on a list now for typing out $1.298? What do you think a world without girls would look like? It would look like One Generation, gay, super gay. Pretty much the same, just more femboy cat anthro cat femboys, probably. Still get a slushie, but for free. You're right. You're right. That's the truth. Oh, we found the truth, and it is violence justifies everything. Oh, forgot to sig it. Signature applied. How is your day going? Great, thank you. How about you? Alright, well, we reached the end of the first page of new. Let's see what the responses were to some stuff. Which one hobby or sport will you recommend? And I said backpacking. So they second this, but they didn't upvote me. You don't know how this works. Oops. Oopsie doopsie. Have you ever tried it? Yes. As long as you are doing it over a multi-day period that requires planning ahead, your meals, activities, destinations, etc. You can learn a lot of good survival skills. You also learn good packing practices time management, pacing, etc. The more dangerous the environment, the faster you increase your skill bar if you're looking to optimize leveling in survival. Yes, in Otherholm there's a lot of space to trek out here, and there's been times where I had to look for a new lair. And when you have to pack up all of your runes and all of your scrolls and books and you know, these like physical devices I now have from your dimension, that's a lot of stuff, and it can be quite a pain. So I've gotten pretty good at it. We've got a lot of we've learned a lot here. All right, let's go ahead and put a pin in this episode. If you like this content, then please give the video a like. If you want to see more like it, subscribe. And if you wanted to answer any of the questions, please answer down below and I'll try to respond to your comments as they come in. And thanks for watching. Take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. All right, first video down. That's a nice little half-hour digestible chunk. Let's refresh the page here. All new stuff, and we'll start a new recording. Hey, we're back with more Reddit Roundup. We're still on Ask Reddit right now, and we're going to try to answer some of these questions. If you want to answer too, feel free to come into chat and give an answer, or answer in the comment section down below, and I'll try to respond to them as they come in. But for right now, which time when someone else threw you under the bus hurt you the hardest? Well, thankfully, I don't think I've been thrown under the bus ever. So thankfully, I don't have to respond to that. Is there a time any of you have been thrown under the bus? And I can respond for you? Yeah, I'll let that sit on the back burner, and then if you have something, we'll put it in there. What was an experience that turned you off from organized religion? Yeah, reading the Bible's a good one. During that time in the early thousands, when there was a lot of atheism versus theism on YouTube, I saw a lot of people supporting organized religion, defending some rather reprehensible, how did I spell that right the first time, behavior in the Bible, and it really turned me off to the idea. I think it's one thing to excuse people with morality in the past for being a relic of its time, but when you say that those people were right and that it scares me. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair answer. Oh, we got another one. Jana Riggs, did you get your friend? You got your friend Jones Cummings. Voy.fyi. For your information. Voy.for your information? What is for my information? Jones Cummings, we're putting you on blast. You got the spotlight. You're the second Russian bot of the stream. You've come in here. You've given us a three-letter post. Just follow it up with something. Show us that you have sentience, that you can respond to stimuli. Nothing. Okay. Whatever. It's a warning. Maybe it is. If you had a few dozen $1 billion, what would you do? I would buy Blizzard so Call of Duty players won't have to suffer. Ha! That's pretty funny. I'll give them an updo. I would establish a genetics lab to give wings to some lizard species like red-eyed crocodile skink to create my own dragon race. This. You asked this question just to give this answer to yourself. I don't wanna give you a comment for that. They're coming to scavenge your dying CPU? Oh no. Oh shit. That's all I got left. You can't have it. Don't take it from me. I'd build lots of affordable housing for people that need it. Okay. That's nice of you. Rugs from God. I'd invest it into insert some market thing so that I can make money doing nothing. That's like a non-answer. Let's not say that. That's a little bit silly, and I know that they're looking for silly answers, but if I had a few $1 billion, what would I do? Well, first, get a better stream set up. Then, make video games. Jeez. I saw a great post a while ago about a fantasy world where dragons are just scaly opossums and raccoons. Yeah, that makes sense with the hoarding, gathering up coins and stuff and having their stash. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that idea. Eat a larger variety of foods. I think I need to double space these. Maybe visit people I've only met online. Yeah, that seems good. I think that's a pretty serious question to a silly, or a serious answer to a silly question, but hopefully they like that. Make movies that I want to watch? Yeah, that's the person that's on the same grind as me. Just little nuisances that rummage through your garbage and have nothing going on in their head, but now they have scales and can clumsily flap around. Yeah. Raccoons are funny. And like the little red pandas from Japan, those guys, they look a lot like raccoons, and I think that would be there. What are your biggest turn-ons and turn-offs in a person? Why? Turn-offs. Dishonesty. It's a massive turn-off. And manipulative tactics. Turn-ons. Ooh. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Heterochromia. Is that how you spell that? Heterochromia. Yeah, there we go. 2 different eye colors. There's just something so mesmerizing about it. Boom. Oh, we need to signature. There we go. Boop. Hands, look, and charisma repels anger, rudeness, and dirty nails. Big booms. Turn off. Bad breath. I mean, that is probably the most honest answer in here. It's very hard to turn down Big Booba. What does it sound like to have a native English speaker when a non-native speaker speaks in front of them? Don't know. Accepting perfumes and cologne, do people really prefer scented products over fragrance-free? And if so, why? It depends. I don't like some scented things specifically because of the chosen aroma and not merely the fact that it is scented. Other times I think it's fine or even good. I asked, oh, they put more context down here. I asked because even if a scent is pleasant, anybody who uses a variety of products would have to contend with several clashing and conflicting scents. However, if everything except perfumes and colognes were unscented and one wanted a scent, then one could add perfume or cologne and just have the scent they wanted in the amount they want. Like, I don't mind. I don't know. Some products are good scented, some aren't. I think that's just the context of it. It depends on the scent and it depends on the product, so it's hard to give like a flat answer to that, you know? There's not a one size fits all there. What's a fact that actually isn't true? Ooh. Just because I slept with a homie, suddenly I'm gay. I'm not gay. I said no homo. Oh, hey, look, it's that one again. The green M&M was never really sexy. False. Fans blowing your face won't kill you, but it'll give you a dry throat. Who said it would kill you? What? Death won't kill you? It's the dying part that does? The cracking your knuckles is bad for you? Oh yeah, I've heard that a lot. In fact, bears eat beets? What? Okay, please don't let that one be true. Biden. Huh. Yeah, we're just gonna downvote that one and move on. But what's a fact that actually isn't true? I feel like we kind of answered that with the only 10% of your brain on a previous episode, but we could try to do another one. It's an Office reference? Oh, okay. Okay. That's good then. I don't want to eat spiders in my sleep. I'll have to burn down the lair and find a new one again. I don't want to have to do that. Now, honestly, from what I've seen, spiders aren't necessarily that bad. You just have to, like, not accidentally crush them with your feet in a shoe or something like that, and they mostly leave you alone. What's a fact? Man, it's hard because I feel like, and I know I said this last time, but whenever you have access to the internet and only the internet, a lot of human society does a good job of like double checking itself. So even if something outlandish gets posted, a lot of people will still like debunk it. And sometimes the debunking is wrong, but the mere fact that there's so much argumentation over things like that make it so that getting to the right answer is a pretty Socratic experience. Maybe that's the right word. According to science, a bee's wings should not be able to let it fly. I've never heard that. I was gonna say that the Earth goes through regular temperature cycles, and the current warming is one of those, is just a part of that cycle. The reality is that huge swings in the planet's average temperature had more to do with cosmological? Oh, I'm gonna spell this logical. Yeah, I thought so. Cosmological events like meteors. Meteor? Oh, okay. Solar flares. And whatnot. There we go. I think that's a big one because a lot of people use that to try to dismiss the activity of human output on the climate of Earth. And while we could always have a nice discussion about how some of those claims can be over-exaggerated, I think the complete dismissal of it by saying, oh, you know, there's been hot periods and cold periods. Look, there was an ice age and there were these like over-hot periods. But if you actually look at what your scientists have found, it's usually something to do with like, okay, there was a large period of time where there was no bacteria to eat plants. So all the carbon was taken out of the air by plants, and that left the it very vulnerable to a solar flare. And then when all the plants got burnt and a lot of carbon got released, then you have an ice age. But none of that has to do with like a progression today. Like there was some astrological events that happened that caused those big swings, and there hasn't been a similar thing going on currently to explain that. So unless you can find something that causes that, I don't think it's a natural cycle of the planet. Animators, what are some of the worst parts of animating? I'm not an animator, but I have had to make animated GIFs. Flipping back and forth through images, trying to make something look like it has the right weight to match its movement. Just a few pixels in the wrong direction placement can make a whole animation seem off. Because that's part of like game design and animating things, is making it seem like that. Chat doesn't like anything with links. I swear I didn't put like an auto moderator on it. Weird. This timeline showing the Earth's temperature from 20,000 BC up to 2016, and the spike is pretty drastic starting in the 1900s. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of conversation to be had about Earth's climate change, but the thing that I would point out to anyone that says that the current warming trend is just a natural part of the Earth's cycle doesn't actually understand why you had warm up from before. There were external sources that caused that aren't present for the current warming. Now that doesn't mean there can't be an external source, it's just that one hasn't been identified yet. If that were to be found, then of course that would be a reasonable take to have, but it's not reasonable to me right now because I don't think I've seen that. What was the biggest waste of food that you've seen? Oh gosh. Yeah. Not every single person at buffets, but buffets in general. I'm just gonna update this one and move on. Like, coolings were started by massive volcano eruptions and nuclear winters. Yeah, because I think people don't understand how that balance of well, not even carbon dioxide, just what's colloquially called greenhouse gases in the atmosphere cause different heating and cooling cycles. The fact that plants take carbon out of the air affects that. And then a very rapid release of all that carbon by burning plants can, cause incredible spikes. So when you have volcanoes releasing methane and other greenhouse gases and at the same time causing wildfires and releasing carbon that way, it can cause massive shifts in the climate, overnight. And that's how you can get those big swings in temperature. But currently, in the modern age of humans, you just don't see the same kind of thing to explain that. It has to be the industrialization and the use of modern production facilities to create the luxuries of life right now. But that's a contentious subject. That's a difficult one to have a talk about because almost immediately, if you take those claims seriously about what climate change is and if you need to do something about it, changing anything about the production of energy and sustaining the current lifestyle for people all over the world is a multi-billion job industry. And if you try to minimize climate change, you're going to put a lot of people out of work. And people would have to massively change their lifestyles. And that's also a very difficult thing to overcome. The entire problem requires basically a restructuring of society on a planet-wide level. And that's just basically not going to happen for you guys. You can't even agree if the president of the United States is actually the president of the United States, let alone if climate change is a problem and how to address it. It's just a big old can of worms. In moments that you have to be held, what's an alternative if that's not an option? What? In moments that you have to be held. What do you mean by that? A weighted blanket? I guess a pet that likes to cuddle. It's probably the best answer. It's pretty wholesome too. I like the idea of having a pet. What's your toe knife, poop knife, or any specialized tool that most people don't utilize? I don't think I have an answer for that. Do you guys have an answer for that? Do you have a specific tool that you use that most people don't utilize? I don't think it necessarily needs to be bodily function related. And I'm also realizing that using the other home lore in questions like this, again with the poop knife, yeah, it's kind of like a Reddit meme if you don't know what the poop knife is. Yeah, Museum of Reddit poop knife. I don't want to put down another home thing. People really don't want to listen to me talk about the lore. Like, I could put down, protection rooms and stealth rooms or the dimension gate, any of those things that I use to do all of my streaming here, but they usually just go, look at this cringe over here. And it just doesn't translate well to people that aren't already invested in the stream. But we'll put that one on the back burner too. A welding machine? Oh man, I'm not sure if I can answer that on your behalf. Because this isn't me. Yeah, we'll say it anyway. Welding machine. Who cares? Who cares if it's actually me? If they want to see why I put down welding machine, they can come to the stream and look at it. I don't have to answer for it. I'll do what I want. Who do you regret being nice to, and what happened? Ooh, that one could be juicy. Oh, of course my ex. It's always your ex. Me being a nice guy resulted in me never finding a girlfriend? Oh no. Oh, this is already starting out so bad. They all wanted that bad boy asshole guy. Now years later, I'm just laughing my ass off because these chicks are single moms looking for help because they fooled around and got screwed over, so no guy wants them now. Yeah, I'm sure. Supersonic 01. Sure. Right. Yeah, sure. Nice guy. This is probably bait, to be honest. I kind of want to respond to it, but this is, I'm gonna say like 98% bait. Just trying to get somebody to respond to it to call him out on it. Let's see if I'm going to pop that. I'm going to do a bad here. I'm going to look at his profile and see what he has to say. But who do I regret being nice to? I don't. I don't. Even if I was let down by someone I was nice to, I don't regret being nice to them. I just wish they Yeah, I don't think I have to give it any more meaning than that. That's fine. Because you still should be nice to people. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Let them be happy. And if they take your niceness and they abuse it or use it wrongly, well, they missed out on having a good friend then. And then maybe after a little bit of growth and moving on, they'll get past it. Oh, what are your wildest Tinder stories? I just said, fuck this, I'm out. Okay, what topics are you tired of hearing people complain about? This guy really likes to complain. Well, your luck, you sack of shit motherfucking asshole, I got a vasectomy. This is a very angry person. I'm not sure if they're farming for negative karma, because some people seem to really like that, but I think this person needs a little bit of help. Obviously, don't chase people down that I look at on stream here, but if we're trying to help people and I'm questioning their responses, I think it's okay to look into their past and see how they generally carry themselves on Reddit. And I think this person that person we just looked at has a very unhealthy relationship with Reddit. You just heard someone say to someone, please do the world a favor and don't have kids. How would you respond? I need more context there. Somebody could be saying that in a silly way. If they are being serious, I would probably just give them a dirty look and not get involved more than that. I ain't no IRL referee, and some people are crazy. Leave it at that. It's easy to give advice over the internet and say things that you would, you know, what you would do in a certain situation. But also if somebody is getting in like a heated argument out in public and they say, please do the world a favor and don't have kids, I'm not going to get involved with that. There's some craziness going on there and it's possible I'll get stabbed. I could get shanked from something like that. Let's not do that. No reason to get involved there. I'll just give them a dirty look so that they know I'm unapproving of the immediate outburst, but without the context behind it or knowing if this is like a reference to something. There's no need to get any more worked up than that. People who have cut off or been cut off by family, how has it been? Fine. I'm not sure if I would say cut off. Just don't have any relation with my creators. Birthers. Let's say that. Maybe is that empathetic enough with you guys? I'm not sure if I would call it a parent. I was kind of summoned. Well, let's just say them. Them. The most ambiguous pronoun that I could use in this case. It's been a little rough. You have to learn more things on your own, and you don't have a lot of support or any of that unconditional love stuff, but you also have the chance to make your own family with new people in your life, which is nice. Right? You agree with that? Well, I mean, I guess I don't know how your family life is, so I can't speak on your behalf, chat. But, yeah, that's kind of how it is here in Otherhome. Most people, well, if you can call them people, most beings here kind of live independently. It's a very guarded and isolated group of beings. I don't willingly interact with most of them. There's some that I have a touch and go kind of relationship with, but you're always worried about people using and abusing your magic, and while I don't personally partake in a lot of that abuse, I just have that expectation. Oh, I didn't even read this before opening. Did you guys watch a show with a teenage boy who could transform his arm into rock weapons or something? He had a talking gorilla friend named Go-Go. What? I've never heard of such a thing. How can you get paid to put an advertisement on your website? Sponsorships? Sponsorship? AdSense? In addition to AdSense, like other people said, you can also look for sponsorships with brands offering people partnerships. Usually there's some kind of payout based on engagement metrics that you can prove to them. The monkey was Bobo, and it was metal, not rock, but otherwise similar. Generator X? Yeah, that's what one of the people said in there. I don't know a specific sponsorship doing this, so I can't really answer that part, but we can at least say that. What can billionaires do to make life better for us common people? Pay taxes. Wealth distribution is fucking disgusting. Biggest scam ever. Stop hoarding money. I think the best use of their time and money would be to invest in local, what would I call it? In the, it's on the tip of my tongue. Just basically like amenities. Yeah, let's just say local amenities that are open to the public. Things like libraries, parks, amenities? What did I spell? Oh, I did it. Amenitites. Things like libraries, parks, homeless, shelters, food, what's it called? Whenever you have like kitchens that, food banks, how about that? Food banks, etc. Having these works for directly helping people would lift a lot of lives out of poverty directly. I said directly already. I think there's enough wealthy people that if each took care of nearby regions in need, it would be enough to change the world. Funnily enough, this extends to non-billionaires too. A lot of middle-class people are more than capable of providing the kind of resources needed to pull people out of poverty without really incurring much personal sacrifice. Yet they don't. I think it's hard to hold people at the top accountable when no one is able to practice what they preach. But that's just my 2 cents. Because I think that is the truth here. Is that even if you are poor and you're scraping by and you can barely feed yourself, let alone anyone else, there's always things you could do to help other people in poverty. That could be as minimal as just being a friend to them, just talking to them, treating someone homeless as if they're a person. I should have been upvoting all these things I've responded to, but it's hard for people to really see the value in that. And I kind of get that. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about with cynicism and pessimism. But there's so many things you could do for people that don't have a resource attached to it. It's mostly just investment in people. Like if you have a shower in your apartment, you don't necessarily have to, put a person that's homeless on your lease, but you can let them stay in your house for the weekend, give them some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a shower, and maybe, help get them cleaned up. And that might be the one thing that they needed to get their life straight again, is just having a place to spend one night at with access to the internet so that they can get a couple job interviews, or, at least seem more presentable, just be able to wash their clothes and not smell like piss or something. That was probably a horrible characterization. I was just trying to think of the most negative thing. Because when you interact with somebody who's obviously got some challenges in their life that keeps them on the streets, and one of the things that can easily dissuade you from doing anything with them is a bad body odor, then what are you going to do about that? You're homeless and you stink. You need to get that washed off. And there's probably a reason they aren't at a shelter. Maybe they were abused at the shelter. They have a negative experience. Somebody at that shelter has had fights with them before. There's a ton of reasons why people don't go to shelters, even though they really need the help. And just for a common person, not even a billionaire, a millionaire, or somebody making 6 figures a year, can do stuff to help them. And they don't. And then when those same people say that billionaires need to fix all their problems, it's kind of hypocritical, I would say. So that's my advice to you guys. If you run into somebody in need, you can help them. You don't have to spend money on them. You can just say, hey, how are you doing? You having a good day? What's up? Just treating them like a person and not like a corpse on the side of the road is going to help improve their mental state immediately. What is your age? 22? I stopped telling people my age after 26. Deleted. Yeah, I would hope so. To the people who had sex before marriage and have a religion that does not allow that, how did your parents react afterwards? Can't answer that. Oh. Okay, I can't even pronounce the name on this bot. Vum-ong? Yeah, how about you just Vum-ong? How about that? Oh, got him. When you're home on the weekends, do you stay in your pajamas? Naked? That's the right answer, right? Are people allowed to drive tanks if they put regular tires on the tank? Why or why not? Turn signals, brake lights alone. How do you insure and plate it? Yeah. That's probably going to depend on your state too. I think each state has their own like road legal minimum requirements, things like that. Because I'm pretty sure in some states it's okay to ride a quad on the road, and in some states it's not. And likewise, there's like all-terrain vehicles, and you have to have the right tires for the road, because it's a public space. So when you're on the road, everyone's participating in it, and so there's different rules for different areas. Like you can't have delivery trucks in certain areas because they're too heavy. Excuse me. And so, you know, a tank might be classified as one of these larger vehicles that can't be in certain areas. So it's hard to answer. Who's a dead person you would like to meet and why? If it meant bringing them back to life momentarily in the modern era, I think it would be Ben Franklin. I think that dude would love it, or at least have a lot to say about it. I personally want to show him a cell phone and farm that React content. I almost posted that for real. Yeah, we're here today with Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin, how's it going? You want to check out a cell phone? What am I doing here? What are these lights? What's this big bright screen? That's my best Ben Franklin impression because I have no idea what he sounds like. What is the worst secret you ever kept for a friend? I don't know. Oh, deleted. Doesn't matter. What topics are you tired of hearing people complain about? Politics and COVID. I think we're on. Oh, hey, look, it's that guy again. Just making everything political in general. I think I understand these people. The topics I'm tired of economics. Not really because of the topic itself, but all the uninformed opinions on it. Oh, signature. There we go. Ta-da! I feel like you guys would probably be in the same boat as me here. What do you think? Is that like a topic that you feel strongly about? I'm sure a lot of people are just done with COVID right now. Just like, if it's gonna kill me, take me away. 2 years of it. What is the last thing your neighbor did to annoy you? Peeped me? Let's just leave it at that. That's why I had to change my layer. Somebody was able to get through my stealth runes while the dimension gate was open. That caused some problems. We had to move. Can't have people knowing where I'm doing my casting from. Okay, let's go and see the responses. It looks like I had one. I felt really bad that it took me like 80 runs to beat Nightmare. Oh, okay. So this was a gunfire thing. Maybe we'll come back to that later. You know what? Actually, it's like a response. Let's take a look at this. Somebody said, Nightmare is harder than Reincarnation since you don't have access to some things that make the game easier, so just use your best char and best weapon so you complete it. A buddy and I were discussing this last night. He was enormously thankful I just carried him through a Reincarnation 1 run instead of him having to bang his head against the wall in Nightmare run. It's ridiculous that Nightmare, which should definitely just be a touch harder than Elite and significantly less hard than Reincarnation, is so much harder. It needs some tweaks. And I said, Nightmare mode used to be the end game where people were expected to grind endlessly on it until they maxed out their accounts. Then, Reincarnation got introduced and it's weighted towards being maxed out. So there's two humongous difficulty cliffs in the game. One where you go, we expect you to play this game a normal amount of time to make meaningful progression, to, I hope you're ready to die and save your essence for big talents. That is Elite to Nightmare. And then have no fun in Nightmare mode until you bought all the really expensive talents and can actually sustain yourself in Reincarnation. But then, like, going through Reincarnation is then great, and then you blow up R8, and it's super fun, but most people don't want to deal with it, and I can't blame them. And that links to the Gunfire Guide video I made a couple days ago. If you guys ever want to check that out, it's right there. Look at that. Look at that thumbnail. Isn't that a nice thumbnail? Crisp, white letter, big block, impact font with a little black drop shadow so it stands out. Oh, it's delicious, isn't it? And then this guy said, I felt really bad that it took me like 80 runs to beat Nightmare, but now I kind of see why. Absolutely. Don't worry about it, my dude. Hopefully now, though, you're having a blast on Reincarnation. Spelling is difficult for me. That's nice. I feel like we did some good answers there. Let's do a quick recap of what we did before we close out this episode. This one ran a little bit longer than the last one. Let's see. Here we go. The backpacking one, 1.1 point. Oh, this one got 2 points. I'm not sure if it's an actual psychological trick, but reverse psychology works really well when you're not incredibly sarcastic for some reason. Hey, look, somebody updated your nectarines. Somebody agrees with you, Louise. Other than me, because obviously I agree enough to post it. We got 2 points on, will humans ever be able to convert their consciousness to digital media? So somebody else there is pretty interested in that. That's cool. Let's see. What's the fastest way you've gotten to see a person's true character? Being on a losing team with them in a cooperative team-based video game? Yep, somebody agrees. What's a buck 298? 298? Get a slushie? You mean about folding a knife? I don't cut things on a go? I'm so confused. 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 2 points. Turn-offs, dishonesty and manipulative tactics. Turn-ons, heterochromia. Somebody else out there likes the 2-eye color. Oh, look, somebody's already downvoted me on the climate change thing. I wonder if I'll get a response to that. I don't know. It'd be nice if I was wrong on that, if somebody gave me a correction, but I'm pretty sure I've done enough looking into that. Who do you regret being nice to? I don't. That got an extra point on it. That's nice. Naked. I think all of these are too recent to really get reviewed. Well, that's nice. Let's music. This song in particular is a little much right now. Your twanging and plunking is nice. It's just a little loud. Well, that was the end of that episode. If you like this kind of content, then please like the video and subscribe to the channel to see more. If you had your own answers, feel free to put them down in the comments below. I'll try to answer them the best I can as they roll through. And until next time, take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. All right, that's another video in the tube. On the tubes. What do you think? Should we stay in Ask Reddit or should we move on over to Change My View? While I get a drink of drink. Delicious. It was juice. I gotta stop eating spicy stuff before stream. It's always gonna make me sound nasally and congested. Let's see. let's head on over to change my view. Go to new. Now this sub is a little bit slower when it comes to stuff. But let's start the recording here. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Reddit Roundup. On this episode, we're going to be going through Change My View, and it's basically like the Ask Reddit segment, except instead we're going to be looking at people that want to be persuaded away from a particular topic, and we'll try to persuade them if that's within our interest. This one is going to be a little bit more curated than the Ask Reddit because obviously you're trying to formulate a persuasive response, and I don't want to persuade them away from a position I would hold myself. Because even though it's fun to do that as an activity of playing devil's advocate and whatnot, it's not exactly the kind of content I want to put out there, just being argumentative for argumentative's sake. There's a lot to be said about, doing that in a non-toxic way, but whatever. Change my view. Biological female is a bad definition for what a woman is. Let's see. You hear this quite often in opposition to trans people. The definition of what a woman is a biological female. That makes little sense to me. Never has anyone known the biology of a person before feeling perfectly comfortable gendering someone as a woman. For example, is Jennifer Aniston a woman? I feel like everyone would say yes. However, do you know what chromosome she has? No. Do you know if she has a uterus? No. So how is it, if we're supposed to be basing who we decide is a woman or not on biology, can you determine whether or not this person is a woman? I think it's mostly because of utility and colloquial usage. You could obviously make a similar argument about other definitions. How does one define a chair, for example? Oh, I cannot type apparently. Colloquial? I doubt any person could give a definition for a chair that perfectly encompasses all chairs and excludes all non-chairs. Does a stool count as a chair? A couch, sofa, a bench, a rock that you can sit on? There's a lot of things similar to a chair, and the distinctions between them are not hard boundaries. Similarly, gender and sex are not perfectly distinct, as you allude to, in addition to the reality of one's biology being inaccessible to most people perceiving them. I can never spell perceiving right. It's an E before I thing, isn't it? Every time. However, you're mostly talking about average usage. So the average woman is going to be biologically female. There are people who comment. Yes. You are one of these people. You're commenting, old bad face. And how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to give an answer here, but I'm getting tripped up on my words mostly. And I think that's mostly what they're talking about. That's different from trying to dismiss trans things. String commenting on Reddit? Yeah, we're mostly just responding to things and trying to answer. And then of course, if you want to answer as well, go right ahead. Right now we're trying to give a response to change my view. Biological female is a bad definition for what woman is. So what I'm arguing is that it's hard to give a definition for what something is because there's always going to be outliers. There's always outliers and exceptions, you know? And basically, you know, woman is biological female is just usually what people are talking about. Oh, and I forgot to put my signature on there. That's important. There we go. And hopefully they have a nice response to that. Yeah, today is just about going through Reddit and answering questions and trying to change people's opinions. And then when we're done with this segment, we'll probably go look at some more fun stuff like Unexpected, and I really like Idiots in Cars because we get to do lots of reactions to people being stupid. I mean, biologically speaking, there's only women and men, but I mean, it doesn't stop you from identifying as else. Yeah, I can agree with that. But even then, like, you could talk about exceptions there with like chromosomal mix-ups. I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's something like XXY syndrome, where you can actually end up with two X's and a Y. So what would you be biologically then, male or female? Because usually those express secondary female characteristics, so a lot of people just say, oh, you're a girl with XXY syndrome. But yeah, there's always exceptions and outliers, and I think this ends up being a conversation where people talk past each other on the definitions, and that's always a really difficult conversation to have. Because that's why I use the example of a chair. How do you define a chair? Something that we all recognize, at least I think we all recognize. It's a common object in your day-to-day life. Yet, there's no definition you could actually give for a chair that would encompass only chairs and exclude all non-chairs. Because so many things fit into a gray area of that definition. So, whenever you get caught up in these about like biology and gender, you have to approach it with some amount of good faith, because these are some ambiguous definitions that you're using. What is the definition of gender? How does gender differentiate itself from sex? Well, we can talk about behaviors and expressions and different patterns like that, or you could talk about strictly the biological elements of like your biology. But there's some schism there as well. A lot of gender expression is also socially enforced, and the characteristics of what makes you masculine in one culture could be feminine in another culture. So there's a lot of ambiguity there, and trying to get caught up in definitions is an easy way to miss the forest for the trees. You mean biological hermaphrodites? Yeah, that's just a tough one, not a biologist. Just remember there are more sex chromosome constellations. It's quite interesting that YY man, or however they're called. Yeah, like I'm not trying to put you down or saying that you don't understand something. It's just that there's always this difficult job in any argument of getting definitions right. And when people are married to an opinion that relies on a premise that people don't agree on, then you're going to have huge problems, and the whole argument's going to basically revolve around that premise, which in this case is the definition of woman. So yeah, that can be a mess, but hopefully that helps them out, because I don't necessarily think that biological female is the right definition for what a woman is, but I think it has a good utility in language. When you say a woman, you're mostly referring to what's called a biological female, or at least somebody expressing as a feminine gender. So yeah, it's just difficult. Some felons deserve to have songs written and sung about them, depending on what crimes they committed. Yeah, I mean, those could be pretty fun songs. I don't think there's something to change your mind about there. They're just storytelling. And if it's a good, compelling story, go ahead and tell it. I don't care if it's like based on real life or a true tale. If it's good content, just put it out there. We should have a land value tax, which would replace as much of other forms of taxation as possible. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Okay, one of my rules here is if you can't make your question succinct, I can talk, I swear, succinct, then I'm not gonna read through your fucking novel, okay? Change my view. I should get a new iPhone. I'm not sure. Should I don't think I should persuade them away from an iPhone. I mean, if you want to get an iPhone, get an iPhone. If you don't want to get an iPhone, don't get an iPhone. I don't even know what you would want to use it for. Look, I've been using an iPhone for 6 years. I think at this point, considering getting a new one, it doesn't let itself to download to the latest iOS software because there's not enough storage. Might take time to get used to. Look. I know the biggest problem with switching to and from Apple to Android and, you know, Apple products in general is just that so many of them are interconnected that it's once you move away from one, you basically have to move away from all of them. Runan, good luck on the rest of the stream. I know I've been lurking, but still thought I'd mention I'm heading out. Well, you have a good one, Runan. We're going to be here for a while, so you can always feel free to come back if you've got time. Otherwise, take care. Have a good one. I'll just say that once you start moving away from Apple products, it's hard to have just one not be part of the Apple family. You'll start finding that you want things to all share usage, and Apple doesn't exactly play nice with other brands. So it tends to be all or nothing. If you're ready to make that switch, I'd encourage it. If not, maybe put it off until you can. I think that's reasonable. You know? I know. I know that you know, and you know that I know. But that's just how Apple is. They want to have everything be controlled by their brand. They're kind of like the Nintendo of non-video game electronics, where they want everything to be first party and have complete control over the aesthetic, the requirements, the operating system, all of your choices for upgrades and whatnot, because, you know, they don't really do upgrades. You have to get the new model. It's a very uniform brand, let's put it that way. But the moment you want to step away from it, like you want to get an Android, well, what about your iPad? What about your, what are they called? The earbuds? Like, now you have to get all new accessories because none of your Apple accessories are going to work with any of your Android stuff. It's just a huge investment to switch away from it. And I guess the same thing would be true if you're going from Android to Apple, because now all of your Android stuff doesn't work. It's just, that's what happens when you have sole propriety over every aspect of your product, is basically they can't go anywhere else. They're stuck with you. So if you were to move away, what I would tell you is you're basically going to have to get everything. Without a clear definition of what your identity means, you can't identify as that thing. I think the problem with that is that you can identify as whatever you want. But let's see, do they have a succinct explanation? This is pretty chunky, but let's see. There was a clip going around political circles of conservative commenter Matt Walsh making an appearance on a talk show having a discussion with two trans women. I think his most impactful argument is when he simply asked the trans woman, "What is a woman?" To my surprise, neither of the trans women can answer the question. In response to the question, "Can you tell me what a woman is?" one says, "No, I can't. It's not for me to say." And the other says they cannot define what a woman is because they are not a woman, which is a logical fallacy. Yeah, that's not really a good answer because I don't know what, or I know what a lot of regular objects and things are in life, and I'm not those things, yet I can define them. So that seems like a bad argument to make, but whatever. This struck me. If you can't clearly or somewhat describe what an identity means, why should anyone respect your identity? Here, we're gonna respond to that specifically, but I'll see what the rest of it says. You can replace woman with any other label in that situation without any criteria or definition. It doesn't actually matter what you identify as in the situation. I think we would all agree that defining your terms is fundamental importance of any kind of debate. So it seems to me that these trans advocates failed in their argument right out of the gate since they failed to define their terms. Okay. So yeah, we're basically going to make the same argument here. So sorry if this seems redundant to the last one I answered, but let's put it in here. I think the problem is that it's hard to give a concrete definition in these debates because of exceptions and outliers. It's easy to say that they should be able to define a woman, but the reality is that you can't honestly define anything, really. If you try to give a definition for common objects around you that you think everyone could agree upon, like a chair. I'm literally going to use the same example again. You'll find it impossible to give one that perfectly includes all things chair and excludes all things not chair. I can spell, I promise. If there's also going to be discussion about what constitutes as a chair, i.e. stools, couches, etc. And this is going to be an issue when trying to define something even more esoteric. Oh, of course there's no way I was going to spell that right. Esoteric. Try to define woman yourself. It's not going to be correct. I guarantee it, because there's always going to be some exception or outlier to invalidate it. And when you're in a position like a trans person justifying their identity as a woman, how are you going to do that in a way that doesn't get invalidated in a debate setting like this? Seems difficult. This is a completely different issue here. Do you think you have to have We're getting dredged in here and I want to move on from it. Do you have to have a complete understanding of a psychological issue in order to be identified with it and respected? I don't think so. Oh, I forgot the signature yet again. Well, that was a lot to be said. Oh. Oh no! Because I copied those things, I lost my signature. We have to go save it. Hurry, quickly! Run back to the last post. Edit. Copy. Oh, we did it. We saved the day. Let's get off of gender stuff. Can we get something else here? For celebrities, public figures, the saying, all publicity is good publicity isn't true. I could see that. I could see it go either way. This specifically in regards to anyone that's known by the public. For instance, take a celebrity. To say that all publicity is good publicity for a celebrity isn't true. If a famous person... Yeah, okay, I can agree with that. Moving on. Cell phone generation. That's not a view. That is a word. My view is that things have gone too far towards connecting every facet of our life to online apps and losing sight of the real goals of humanity. What are the real goals of humanity? Okay, what made me post? I think there are a few alarming things that I would call the cell phone generation. So, social media and video sharing are overwhelmingly more used for consumption of content than creation. I wanted to commend initiatives like online courses for free educational videos. However, these are exceptions to the vast majority of media and make the point that those are exceptions. Okay, well, one, I think there hasn't been a time in human history where content creation exceeded content consumption. I mean, most recently, I can think of newspapers. That's a publication making thousands of copies that are consumed by people that contribute nothing to the content themselves or using the info from it to make content. This isn't anything new. Next point. Plug anywhere into the machine. Whereas people in the past used to sit in front of a desktop computer, gradually there's a shift to a laptop and then to consuming the same with a cell phone. Plugging from anywhere misses the point of the roles of the workspace and university as the gathering space and bonding place. This leads, in my opinion, to some gained opportunities, for example, for someone sick to be able to attend university in person, but for most people it makes it more likely to lead to less cooperation and less self-development. Personally, I notice that when I visit my university and work on my desktop in the library, I feel more commitment to what I do and connected to where I study versus months during COVID I plugged from home. This sounds more like your personal preference for environments that lead to healthy communication with others. The same people plugging in might also be very active in meeting up with people offline. Yeah, like you're not like saying that this is you're missing your roles for the workspace and then, you know, in your opinion, you're doing better in university when you're in the library, but that's not true for all people. Whether that be for work or play. I think you're applying your own to them and feeling like they don't respect those places because they don't share your experience. Alright, 3. Less appreciation for actual material mediums. Just today I saw a feature about NFTs. While there's investment into such art, it doesn't seem to me there's any kind of suffering and dedication. Any kind of suffering and dedication artists had to undertake to get a painting or sculpture done. It's a material thing. I think that NFTs are just a scam, and scams have been around for a millennium. A millennium or so. It's just a new place to do old scams. Nothing unique to cell phone generation. If those are your reasonings, I think you just need to contextualize them along with the rest of history. Are your reasons for thinking this generation isn't as social or active in the ways you like? I think you just lack a perspective that includes the ways people checked out before there were cell phones. People always had these behaviors. They just have a new way of being expressed. I'm sure the same would have been said about phone circles, email chains, pen pals, etc. Depending on what is it? Like different times, like generation, depending on what technology was available. Who? That any form of high tech is valuable, that getting more portable is valuable in area of life, I sure would be clarified for sure, thanks, but yeah, this is a person that creating more portability in my area, in any area, is valuable. Yeah, this person seems to be a little bit confused, but I think we address the heart of the issue here, where they're talking about people being over involved in their phones, and I think the problem is that you think that this is a new thing, but it's always been a thing. At least as far as what I've seen in human society, people have always been fixated on the new technology. When the printing press came out, everybody was like stuck in books. And then that moved to like newsprint, and then people got stuck in newspapers. It doesn't seem like that's unique. It's just that right now it's cell phones, and they're super accessible, and you're able to get things way faster. There's no good argument against bestiality. I would say immediately consent. Given the prevalence... Oh. Okay. Oh, we'll start on this, but I'm already apprehensive about it. Given the prevalence of animal exploitations and the ease in which they are widely accepted in our society, I find myself confused as to why bestiality is still illegal in most parts of the world. We are okay with farming and murdering them just to eat their meat. We're okay with peeling off their skins just to make luxurious bags. We're okay with growing cancers or testing drugs on them just to save our own lives. We're okay with repeatedly impregnating them and traumatizing them with separating them from their children to get milk. And we're okay with abducting them from their natural habitat and incarcerating them in cages just to entertain ourselves. The list of exploitations goes on and on. To those of you people out there who's okay with any exploitation, what reasons do you have to draw a line from with sex with animals? The argument is non-consensual sex is wrong. Non-human animals do not have the mental capacity to consent to sex, therefore bestiality is non-consensual sex. As such, it is wrong. Yeah, that's basically it. So let's see. He said consolidated response 1 outlines this, so let's look at it. Many have evoked the concept of consent as an essential part of making sex activities legitimate. We are in agreement here. I agree that animals, much like minors and people in a coma, lack the capacity to consent, but this argument falls apart when you consider a list of exploitations. That animals consent to being murdered, being imprisoned, being skinned, being repeatedly impregnated. If you're going to start applying human standard of sexual abuse to animals, is an exploitation equally bad, if not worse? To your consolidated response 1. I think the issue is that animals are given a lot in response to the domestication situation, much like children are. Children are forced to participate in activities that they don't consent to simply because adults in their care have decided that it's something that should be done. The line of consent is broken in this case because you are doing something that's good for them against their will. With animals, domestication, farming, or what would it be? What's it called whenever you take care of animals? Ranching. With animals, you're providing a lot for them against their will. You provide them shelter, food, medicine, protection, and care for them and their offspring. Despite these things being against their alleged consent, it's still provided for them. This also extends to, what's the best way of putting it? To utilizing the resources they generate. In exchange, I mean, you could also argue that bestiality is only pleasure for yourself on the cost of others. It might be true that animals get industrial treatment from us, but at least in some cases, they serve to, go ahead, satiate our hunger and help us test medicine we otherwise couldn't. Yeah, there's a practical benefit to it. They get to live reasonably comfortable lives in comparison to those living in the wild. So when talking about consent, we forfeit, oh God, of course I can't spell forfeit. We forfeit some consent on behalf of those incapable of giving it in certain cases, just as we do with animals. It might be crude to the living being at hand, but that's how it sadly works. It's cruel. Oh, cruel. It might be cruel to the living being at hand, but that's sadly how it works. Yeah. Agree. So when talking about consent, we forfeit some consent on behalf of those incapable of giving in certain cases, just as we do with animals. We, society, has dictated that sexual encounters are one of those things that's uncompromising in regard to mutual consent. It's contextual. Oh, not contextual. Society has dictated that sexual encounters are one of those things that's uncompromising in regards to mutual consent. So, therefore, bestiality isn't justifiable because animals can't give consent. Let's say reasonable, because obviously somebody could argue that, you know, a physical reaction to a perceived invitation to sex with an animal could be given as consent, non-verbal consent from an animal. But I'm going to say reasonable consent and let reasonable do all the heavy lifting. Hopefully that made sense, but I'm not going to reread it again. We spent way too long typing that out, but at least it wasn't another gender question. The concept of university degrees, especially undergrad, should be abolished. You should be able to enroll in any selection of courses which will constitute your tertiary education. You should be able to get a loan on a course-by-course basis, not on a degree basis. Ooh, that is a very large view to change. Oh yeah, that I knew it was going to be fucking humongous. Stop arresting anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers who show up to school board meetings threatening to shoot people, and start putting psych holds on them instead. Oh, 4 hours and 150 comments. I think we're a little late to the party, but this isn't necessarily a view I want to change. Saw the news today and it made me quite angry. A woman in Virginia threatened to shoot people at a school board meeting over a mask mandate, and I'm going to assume she was arrested, which seems logical, but on the other hand, I'm going to assume she got a ludicrously low bail and was back out on the street before dinner time. Psychiatric hospitals don't do bail. No matter how much money you have in the bank, if a cop puts you in a psych hold, you're not getting out until a doctor says you can leave. Psych holds are used for people displaying symptoms of mental illness. What evidence do you have that she is mentally ill? She could just be a repulsive piece of shit human being. Well, that's one way of putting it, I guess. I don't necessarily think people saying this are repulsive piece of shit human beings. Let's get that straightened out first and foremost. I think a lot of people that are upset about mask mandates and vaccination mandates just have a general distrust of the government, or maybe even pharmaceutical companies, and forcing them to associate with those institutions is not exactly helping with that perception. And doing things like violently lashing out, or at least making threats about it, is supposed to, I would assume, being as charitable as I can, just them expressing a hyperbolic reaction to being forced to make those associations. Saying that they should be arrested for making a violent threat, I think, is a reasonable response. Because obviously you have to treat a credible threat of somebody saying, I have guns at home, I am willing to bring those guns to this location and shoot people. That to me sounds like you should probably have your you should probably have a conversation with a law enforcement agent about your violent tendency here, because it seems like you're not going to be a responsible operator of a firearm. However, I don't know if I can succinctly put that into words. Let's try to, though. We'll try to give our best thing here. I think that people with apprehensions about vaccines and masks are operating on a fear of the institutions backing them and forcing association with them is only further entrenching them in those thoughts. Using law enforcement to coerce people into participation is only going to build their fervor. I think fervor is the right word. Not fervor. No. Fervor. Oh, F-E-R. Okay. I think there's better ways to produce outcomes of improved participation in these behaviors than what's been employed. That stated, anyone making a credible threat of violence to impose their will on others should be a matter of law enforcement in most cases. I think if you try to avoid that, then you're going to have to explain a lot of, you're going to basically have to change the rules a lot. You can't have people going around making threats of violence with firearms and just putting them in a psych ward, because, again, you're talking about somebody here that really doesn't like the rules as they're being enforced right now, and then you're basically taking away all their agency until they comply with what you think is the right answer for society. And that's just going to make them super resentful, and I don't think it'll have anything close to the outcome that you want as far as efficacy goes, you know? Until college is made free in the US, canceling student debt is useless and selfish. I don't really want to change the view there. Also, special treatment just proves them right. It's annoying. Yeah. You can't get around that either. We shouldn't try to fight procrastination most of the time. What? No, you definitely should. I feel like people struggling with procrastination not because there is a problem with them, but just because they don't like what they do. If you truly enjoy what you do, you wouldn't procrastinate. To give an example with myself, I have a degree in finance and that's what I want to work to make a living, but in my free time I've been doing music for a few years now. When it comes to music, I never procrastinate. So people who procrastinate, I think they should, yeah, this is your justification. It's not actually the view. I appreciate giving a little bit of anecdotal supporting comments, but you know, really make your question more succinct, because the answers are going to be the really lengthy part here. But that aside, so people who procrastinate, I think they shouldn't try to fight it. I think they should just realize the reason for procrastinating is likely that they don't enjoy what they do, and maybe it's time for a change. I think that procrastination also applies to things you know you have to do but are trying to avoid. Seems like this reasoning only really applies to optional I was gonna say optional quests, but that's not really like optional activities. However, I doubt you would agree with this mentality when it comes to things like doing your taxes, seeing a dentist, etc. There are always things people don't want to do, but need to do them. And saying that procrastinating is an indication that you just shouldn't do it is as unhealthy as sticking with things just because you feel like you should. Balance, my friend. There should be some balance there. Of course, we all need to do stuff like we don't like sometimes, like washing dishes, but these are things that everyone does and everyone needs to do, no way around it. But no one needs to be a lawyer. Yeah. I mean, he kind of answered that. I should have read the rest of that. I can go back in time and change my degree. I would do so in a heartbeat. I would love to change my career now and do something more creative and enjoyable, but I haven't found a feasible option yet. I think you really highlight this with your last comment. You're now procrastinating on changing career because of sunk costs. You know you would be better off changing, but you don't want to. That doesn't seem healthy. And I'm sure you would agree when seeing that from an outside perspective. All right, what did you say? I mean, procrastination also comes from other stuff like depression, anxiety. It's not always your choice. Yeah, but it sounded like this person's arguing from a point of acknowledging procrastination and being aware of it and then justifying it. I agree. A lot of times you don't even realize you're participating in procrastination willingly, but it sounds like he's talking specifically about, I know this is something I don't want to do. I hate it. I'm just not going to do it, which I think is unhealthy. And he tries to reverse this and say, look, there's things that we need to do sometimes, and you can't procrastinate on that. But then what I'm talking about doesn't need to be done. Like, okay, sure. But I think it's still unhealthy. Maybe it's not to the same degree as like avoiding washing your dishes. But if you're miserable being a lawyer and you know you're enjoying music and you're just putting things off because you're just droning your way through life, well, that's not healthy either. You know? I know. I know that you know. Oh well. Let's see. We're almost at the end of this one. We're at 48 minutes and we haven't even done the first page. Belief in a God is unfairly discriminated against in scientific discussions in comparison to other acceptable hypotheses. Oh, 15 hours with 159 comments. Here we go. I'm not a theist. This does not come from a place of believing in God myself. I've never seen any reason not to be a scientific atheist. What I can say, however, is there's tons of people way smarter than I who somehow believe in a God, so I don't think belief is beyond any sense of rationality. My gripe is that if anyone posits the idea of God as an explanation for the universe, or even a hypothesis, thought experiment, it's quickly shut down. Fair, well, let's read it all, just in case. As absurd, irrational, unscientific, and at best should be reserved for philosophical, theological discussions and left out of science. Fair enough, but I don't see any proof that there's an infinite universe full of infinite timelines and infinite outcomes. The God hypothesis is a valid hypothesis if a If a hypothesis cannot be tested, it has no place in scientific discourse. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to say. A lot of this just comes down to the God of the Gaps, where you're basically trying to explain things with God that can't be explained. And that's the problem. Like, I don't see any proof of infinite universes. Well, the last time I checked, that wasn't a consensus that there is infinite universes, or infinite timelines, or infinite outcomes. Like, this isn't the accepted belief of the scientific community as far as I'm concerned. It's a thought experiment, right? So saying that, you know, you should be able to posit God because these things are also unsubstantiated is kind of bullshit, because all of them are unsubstantiated. Just because some people ascribe to unsubstantiated beliefs doesn't mean you can posit your own substantiated belief and think that that's fair. Yeah, I think this person pretty much said what I was going to say though, so we'll just give them an updo and move on. Indoctrination doesn't depend on your level of intelligence, it's about the age you get into it. True, you can have people that are incredibly smart and get stuck in cults. It happens. It's not something to be, well, I want to say it's not something to be ashamed of, but I guess some cults you could be really ashamed of being a part in. But it's true. Like, you could be incredibly intelligent when it comes to a specific field or understanding a particular industry, something like that. But then a view on something else entirely could be totally wrong. Take, for example, flat earthers. I'm sure there's a ton of people out there that have like a bachelor's degree or maybe even a doctorate degree in some particular field like history, but then believe in the flat earth because they've been, for some reason, persuaded to believe that the earth is flat. It's not that they are necessarily stupid or unintelligent, it's just that they bought into something that doesn't seem to be real. And so it would seem like there's a schism there, but again, humans are pattern-seeking creatures, and you can easily see whatever patterns you want to look for. Gosh, I can't even talk. Let's drink some water. That might help. Anarcho-capitalism is fundamentally an unworkable system. Okay, how many paragraphs do you want to think this is? Oh, I kind of want to read it, but I don't. Let's see, what's the top one? I'm not even going to read all of it. I'm just going to read the first response here. Anarcho-capitalism, basically feudalism, and feudalism worked for hundreds of years. There doesn't need to be any reason why anarcho-capitalism couldn't work. That wouldn't also apply to feudalism unless it were a reason that was inherently connected to modern technology. But in that case, ANCAP wouldn't be fundamentally unworkable. It would just be unworkable in our present social context. Yeah, that pretty much gets to the heart of anything I would say. I'll still give a no, not without actually reading what he said, but I would tell you, if anybody here wants to have their view changed on the political system, or I guess in this case an economic system, all you have to say is, okay, what happens when a critical mass of the people living under it don't follow its guiding principles? If you have a democracy and people don't participate in the democracy in good faith, they aren't educated on what they're voting for, if they don't make informed choices, if they don't vote for people who aren't corrupt. Like, if they vote for people who lack corruption, that would be pretty good. But if you get stuck into this, like, lesser of two evils game, then you're going to be stuck with a lot of corruption. There's a lot of rules that get baked into these systems where if the people don't follow them, then the entire system falls apart. And that doesn't mean the system was bad from the get-go. It just means you need to have your population follow what those guiding principles are. I see a lot of people say, you know, it doesn't take you very long on Reddit to find people that are critical of capitalism. And I think that's fair. There's a lot of problems that crop up from capitalism and the way people interact with it. But you could also say that there is a critical mass of people not participating in the capitalist system in accordance to its principles, where you're supposed to be conscious consumers and you're supposed to strike from a company if they're not treating workers correctly, and you're supposed to boycott companies if they have unethical practices. But without a principled population participating in that way, you're not going to get your outcomes. Then if you flip it over to something like socialism, where you have a proletariat that owns the means of production, well, that is still a system that depends on a critical mass of the people participating in that system to make knowledgeable choices about workplace democracy. And you end up with the same problems. What happens when people only vote for those that say they're going to give them higher wages? What happens when you have political parties basically working as unions and fighting over each other to control workplaces and have uniform political control over different industries? Like, there's obviously a paradigm where you could have this idealistic view of whatever economic or political policies you want to create. But does it take into account having people that don't agree with it inside that system? Because no system's going to work when you have a critical mass of people not participating in it in the way that it should. There is no flawless system, just people who are smart enough or powerful enough to go around them. Yeah, kinda. People smart enough and powerful enough to use them to their advantage are always going to pop up. It's like the gamer mentality. How many times do you see a new game get released and within like a week there's already speedruns of it, there's already a wiki with all of the information data mined, there's already exploits, there's already hacks for it, it gets like pirated and you can get past whatever the what is it called, like the content identification system for making sure people don't pirate it gets bypassed. Like, there is no system you're going to create that never gets exploited. Again, humans being pattern-seeking animals can do a really good job at finding those patterns and breaking them apart. So, yeah. Also, fines just mean legal for a price. True. Yeah, there's always things that you can exploit about a system. And trying to think you can make a perfect system is kind of a fruitless endeavor. What you need to do is try to have a system that's flexible and also have a culture that resonates with that system. Because the inverse of what I'm complaining about here is also true. If you have any economic system or legal system and a critical mass of the people do believe in it and do participate in it in good faith, then it's going to work. I mean, that person just said, like, feudalism worked for a really long time. That's true. Like, it was centuries of people living as serfs under rulers and lords, and it worked. Society progressed and it survived. But the things that were contingent on that being right was people believing that their kings were ordained by God to rule over them, and their belief in that made the system stable. So, what would you need for a modern system to work like that? I don't know. I'm not sure how it could work. If I were to like try to answer that for you human beings, I think it would be a more atomized legal system where at a geographically local level, you have rules that are more specific. And then the higher up you go to like counties, states, and federal levels, making it way more relaxed. I think that would work best for everyone. But at the same time, you're kind of stuck in this nuclear arms race of people wanting to have all the control at the highest level, and so it's kind of flipped everything upside down. Moving on. Change my view. Because of how cause and effect works, in reality, no one is responsible for their actions. Well, that's a little bit more... is that esoteric? Maybe. Because how cause and effect works, nothing is anyone's fault. Predestination. This is so much to say. I mean, on one part of me wants to agree with it because almost everything is just chemical reactions happening inside of a living being. You're not actually free-willed, deterministic. You're just basically a bunch of chemical reactions going off at once. But if you allow yourself the perception of consciousness and you believe yourself to be making these actual changes, I feel like you can almost overcome it. And that seems to be in conflict with what I just said, but I think that perception of self and the perception of agency, I guess I would say, is itself a driving force to give you control over your life. if you resign yourself to just being a chemical computer, then you're probably going to give up any of your own responsibility and accountability. But if you even just pretend to have that level of agency, then it can help you control yourself and make positive changes. Whether or not it's true or not, it just comes down to psychology, I think. Storming the Capitol was only wrong because of how far-right nationalists were doing it to interrupt an election and were pushing fascism. However, the idea alone of storming the Capitol is not by itself evil, and it is very bootlicker-ish to think it is inherently evil. I don't think I have a view to change there. I think the problem is that you pretty much answered your own problem. Doing any behavior could probably find some context in which it is right, but people are going to disagree on what the correct context is going to be. So let's not do that. I mean, I could answer that, but we won't. The Patriot Act and all its reauthorizations should be repealed. You know what? I just want to see what the top response to this is. I want to see someone try to justify it. I don't know that many people who would disagree with you, but I think the security surveillance state in the US has gone so far beyond. Yeah, this is just, I'm agreeing with you. Then you're going to be thrilled because the Patriot Act and its reauthorizations have expired for a number of years. Is there some section in existence today that irks you? Otherwise, this is a tough change by view. Yeah, I didn't think there'd actually be anyone disagreeing with that. That seems to be a rather agreed upon thing. Once NFTs go green, I'm fine with them. Okay. I don't know what the change my view is there. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are the most boring commentary booth in the NFL. Okay, I don't know anything about that. Speeches should never exceed 5 minutes in length. I don't think this is a serious question, and I can't respond to it because obviously there's going to be times when you need to talk for more than 5 minutes on a subject. Unless you're saying, like, after it goes 5 minutes, you're now doing a lecture or something. The idea that any species advanced enough to master interstellar travel wouldn't be interested in Earth is nonsense. I can agree with that. Not for any personal reason, of course. You have no idea why anyone would give this idea credence. Some human beings keep ant farms. You seriously expect me to believe that an advanced species would discover Earth, a planet teeming with life, and just move on? Doubt. Yeah, I can't even disagree with that. I don't know how I'd persuade them to change. The only thing that I think anyone would disagree with is their reason for being interested in the planet. Obviously, there could be natural resources that they want to get a hold of, or maybe, like they said, they want an ant farm of humans. They just want to, like, put us in a simulation and watch us act in it and keep track. Change my view. Faith and hope should not be considered virtues, and on average, they do more harm than good. All deltas from the OP. Let's see what changed their mind. Oh, God. I didn't actually plan on this, this being the content of me seeing what people said to change their mind. Faith, belief in something despite absence of available evidence. I don't see how you're not just loading the dice here. If you define faith as irrationality, then of course it's not going to be a rational argument for it. Yeah, that's true. Again, definitions are like the crux of everything. I mean, there's no way to disprove that we aren't an ant farm already. True. True, but you don't hear me tapping on your glass right now, do you? Without hope, what do you strive for? Rather than the virtues. Yeah, look, this is all definition problems. The crux of almost every conversation is definition problems. Any being advanced enough to create planet-sized computers to simulate a universe won't waste their time trying to simulate a universe. I did not know that that was a view that people had. Okay, well, the back end of this video was a lot of me just not responding to things. So let's see what these responses were. Okay. First of all, I am only a beaten R1 for the time being, but it feels like I wasn't really playing the game before now. Totally feel that. But anyway, let's talk about this. Yes, I agree that the average woman is biologically female. I don't feel this discredits my view of things here. Let's go back to the full thing so I can remember what they said. Oh, they removed it. Well, since they removed it, I don't think I want to respond anymore because I feel like their conviction has lost. They've left it. Yes, but you removed the post, but you didn't give any deltas. That's not participating in this sub in good faith, so I'm sorry, this person, but you're not a good faith presenter here, sadly. Alright, well, I feel like we did some view-changing content here. This is a much slower sub, so I can't just hit refresh on it and get some more, but that was a pretty lengthy video. Well, if you disagreed with anything I said here, please feel free to comment down below in the comments section. Of course, if you ever catch me live, you can come in here and chat with me and give your own takes on stuff. If you like this video, then give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more like it, subscribe, and take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Alright, that's another one in the bag. Hey, old bag face. I know this is the first time you're at least in chat talking with me. I'm not sure if you watched the content before, but is there a subreddit you would like for me to go through and watch? Something that you're looking for? I was gonna do some fun stuff like go to Idiots in Cars and watch people drive cars really stupidly, but if there's something else that you want to do, it could be serious, it could be silly. We'll throw the ball in your court. If you use Reddit at all. If you don't use Reddit, don't worry about it. No pressure. Same for you, Luis. Is there a subreddit you want me to take a look at? Take a peek at? Alta, but if you're more into fun stuff like something men writing women, oh man, yeah. I've taken a look at men writing women, but what's oh, Am I the Asshole? Am I the Asshole? Yeah. Am I the Asshole? Oh god. Click anywhere to be redirected. Thank you. No, go back. Now you're good? Okay. Well, we'll do the Am I the Asshole judgments. We're going straight with ripping right off of Northern Lion, so we'll go with that. You're cool with whatever. Okay. Welcome back to some Reddit Roundup, where we go through different subreddits and give our takes on things. And today, in this episode, in this video, we're looking at Am I the Asshole? Where we read a story and see if the person writing it is the asshole, or if everybody's an asshole, or if the other person they're talking about's an asshole. And we'll see what happens. Should I go with new or should I go with hot? I feel like for this one I should go with hot because, well, you know, I've also seen a problem with this subreddit where people that think that they aren't the asshole upvote them, and if they think they are the asshole, they downvote them. Which means that all the people that have stories where they've made themselves seem like the good person end up floating to the top. And all the ones that are where the person is perceived as the asshole never make it to the front page. So we might take a look at these and see what it says. Am I the asshole for ruining my brother's date night and having him come pick up his 3-year-old son after he dropped him off at my house right before my shift? Well, look, see, a thing like that, it just sounds like you're vindicating yourself here, because that seems like clearly an asshole thing for your brother to do. I have a brother, why would you say his name, who is single dad to a 3-year-old. Kevin lives in the same city as me. We don't have any family or relatives, just a few friends. Kevin has a habit of dumping his kid on me at random times to watch while he goes out on dates with women. So far he's gone on 4 dates while expecting me to watch my nephew. It bothered me because I have work commitments. Last week he did it again. He came over at 6 p.m., entered my house with my nephew while I was showering, and left the house immediately. I got out of the shower and was shocked to see my nephew standing there alone. I asked where his dad was and he said he just left. I knew he wanted me to watch the nephew. I called him several times on the phone and he didn't pick up. I was so mad and almost freaking out because I was getting late for my shift. I sent him a text calling, yeah, like, you're not the asshole here for this story. there's nothing to even say about that. Like, randomly not respecting people's time and schedules is always going to make you a selfish asshole. Like, you couldn't have scheduled your date and set a time with somebody to babysit him and take their time into consideration? Yeah, you're obviously an asshole. Unless, of course, this is just a inaccurate telling of the story. Like, maybe he agreed to watch the son, but then got called into a shift and had to cancel. Something like that. That's a case for child service? Yeah, that sounds like a child service case. So, definitely seems like the asshole. But I think what we are going to do is go to new. And just see here. Am I the asshole if I think I'm better than my schoolmates and is deserved a better school? Well, no, I don't think you're better than your schoolmates. You can't even talk right. I'm a 14-year-old student. I'm almost 9th grade, and there's this thing that makes me guilty about myself sometimes. I think I'm selfish and bad thinking like it. The thing is, I feel I'm better than any other schoolmate. Most of my school students are problematic, as what I feel. They make comments about someone's appearance. Pardon my poor English. Okay, so we'll try not to harp on that too much here. They're probably not a native English speaker, so whatever. Transphobic as well, because my state and country is full of it and doesn't support it. I was like them too, not someone to make fun of someone's appearance, but lockdown changed me and I've become a better person. And although I've never bullied, have been rude to someone intentionally, I would say I was completely nice with it all, even after lockdown. They're sexist, they don't even know basic political things. I know it doesn't matter much, but whenever I have a debate with my social science teacher because I don't like her castiest opinions, they, without even knowing anything, support the teachers. Basically, they are teacher's pet. Okay. Yeah, the 14 explains it. Okay. First of all, it's hard to not be an asshole when you're a teenager. So, oh man, what am I supposed to say here for saying you're the asshole? I'm gonna do that. If you are commenting, be sure to start your comment with the abbreviation for your judgment, i.e. you're the asshole. Without knowing anything else, I would assume the way you're approaching these conversations is most likely needlessly abrasive, and probably really condescending. Even if someone is right, you can still be a right asshole. I don't talk with anyone either. These things make me feel. Sometimes they deserve a better place with more better open children and teachers. While I'm aware that there are places where the things you described are the norm, I think it's unhealthy to categorically call yourself better than everyone around you based off your moral leanings when you still have so much to experience in the world. I think that's the best way of putting it. While I agree with some of the opinions you stated, you can still be an asshole in defense of them, right? It's probably the best answer you can give. Plus, again, if you end up looking at, oh, I didn't put my signature on there. Auto moderator. Wait, where did my post go? Oh, am I not allowed to post if I'm not? I'm probably not allowed to post if I haven't joined the sub. Well, just in case they end up seeing this, let's go in here. Also, typo. Permalink. Is it in here? I want to know if I'm seeing it. Okay. Judgment. Auto moderator? Yes, it's here. Okay, we've got it. Maybe we should go ahead and join. Do you guys agree with that? Do you think my take was correct here? Because it's basically true. When you're still a fledgling human, not all of your empathetic areas of the brain seem to be fully online. That might not be true for all teenage humans, but I feel like the good majority of them seem to be lacking those characteristics. So even though you may have lucked into having these opinions of morality that I think I would agree with, there's still definitely ways you can approach having those conversations that makes you a total asshole about it. Especially if you're saying it in such a condescending way that you think you're better than everyone around you and you wish you could just not be around them. Am I the asshole for removing my son's biological grandmother from his life in order to keep his adoption a closed one? Potentially? Oh, these are gonna all be super long because people want to give all their little caveats and stuff to it, aren't they? Am I the asshole for getting mad at a guy, male 26, I'm seeing for asking if I'm on the pill? Potentially. Okay, this one isn't too bad. I, female 22, been seeing this guy, male 26, for months now, but recently I've been traveling, so I haven't seen him in a month. When I returned, I've traveled to his city to see him. The first 2 nights we did the deed like usual. On the last night I was staying at his house. We both had a little drink, but I'm a lightweight, so was quite drunk. Jesus Christ, get to the point of it. Anyway, fast forward to when we get to bed, and due to alcohol, I'm way more forward and proceed to have sex, but he proceeds to ask me if I'm on the pill, to which I obviously replied the truth, which is yes, I am. We've been having sex for a few months without a condom now, since he knew I was. I didn't really mind at this point, since we haven't seen each other for a while. What got me pissed off is that he proceeded to do next. He asked me 3 more times during the whole time we were having sex if I'm on the pill. Each time I answered, but I got more and more frustrated since I didn't know why he keeps asking me the same question. He finished in me, and when he got off the bed, he proceeded to say, "You better fucking be on the pill," and that's when I saw red. I got up and I went to his spare bedroom, which I tried to calm down. I was never that angry. What? Yeah, I'm gonna say you both sound like juveniles. I also, maybe when he's drunk, he's insecure about things like that. Opened the door, marched back to the room where he asked why I was gone for so long. I, on the other hand, opened my backpack and took out 4 boxes of pills, proceeded to throw them at him. He honorably said I'm overreacting and that I'm in one of my moods. I left the next morning and haven't seen him since. Both the asshole? Not the asshole. Everyone sucks here. How about that? Yeah. Sounds like he was drunk too, right? He probably had maybe also trust issues. More yourself when you're drunk. Might have trust problems, and those get expressed when you're drunk and vulnerable. Didn't want to make a mistake that affects him for a lifetime. However, sounds like you both didn't handle those issues in healthy ways. Man, I really want to downvote people, but they say not to downvote people. Voting rules. Upvote posts that make for an interesting discussion. Don't downvote if you think the OP is an asshole. Don't downvote comments you disagree with. Downvotes should be reserved for off-topic discussions or spam. Okay. Yep, we won't downvote people just because I think they have a shitty opinion. But I think it's a lot to just say, yeah, you're not the asshole. He's an incel that assumes women just want a baby to trap them like they're hot stuff. Man, that is like a whole lot of mind reading there all at once. Jesus, is that what some people say here? They're having sex. Yeah, like how can he be an incel when he's having sex? Okay, I can afford that. Right? Involuntary celibate, having sex with someone multiple times. Yeah. What a fucking mental gymnastics there. Am I an asshole for stealing the plate out of my friend's microwave? Yes. How are you going to possibly justify that? My friend and I had been playing Modern Warfare for a while, and I was going well until he got so mad. He took the pizza I had just ordered and threw it at me, completely ruining the pizza. So in exchange for that, I went to the kitchen in his house, went over to the microwave and took the plate. Am I the asshole? Jesus. What else do you say to that? What else do you say to that? You're both so fucking toxic. You're playing Modern Warfare and he got so mad he took a pizza and threw it at you? What the fuck is wrong with you two? And so in exchange you went and stole his microwave plate? Wow. Okay, this is probably bait. You know what? I'm gonna say that was bait. And I fell for the bait. Am I the asshole for telling mother-in-law no one actually wants her? Yes, that sounds like a good way to be an asshole. We'll look at it. Oh, too long. Get your story shorter. See, that last guy, I can say he's like the asshole for what he did, but he's not the asshole for making the story this long. Look, it's 3 sentences long. That's all we had to read to get to the point. Please. Wibita? Would I be the asshole if I told someone my job was too exhausting for me to deal with anything else? I mean, context there. What kind of things are you avoiding? I met this guy at a volunteering organization we're both part of. We've known each other for about 3 years. At first, we casually talked to each other, and I never thought anything of it. However, he started doing random things out of the blue. Like once, I was going to walk home in the rain with no umbrella. As I didn't bring one, he walks home in the rain with his umbrella, even though I lived 20 minutes away from him. Then there was this other time when I said I was craving freshly baked cookies, but I didn't have time to make them because of my job, and he asked for my address and delivered some to me. Then today, he asked me what my favorite type of movie was, and when I responded with my favorite genre, he asked if I wanted to go over to his house and binge watch some shows together. I said yes without really thinking about it, and now I'm regretting it. I'm interested in him, but I don't know if he feels the same way, and it stresses me out. My job is taxing enough, and I don't need additional hassle from him. I doubt he knows how stressful being a teacher is. You would not be the asshole, but I think a direct question. You could be the asshole. The longer you put this off, the more of an asshole you are. You could be the... It basically comes down to how long you take to tell him. The longer you wait to say this while accepting tokens of his generosity, the more of an asshole you are. I think that's fair, right? Like, it's okay to tell somebody you're not in the mood to date. That doesn't make you an asshole just because they've been invested in you. The problem is letting them get strung along. If you string someone along for weeks on end and let them invest into your relationship when you don't feel like reciprocating it, well, that makes you an asshole. Basically comes down to how long you tell them, the longer you wait and string him along before... I'm just rewording this to a way that sounds better in my head. The longer you wait and string him along before saying this while accepting tokens of his generosity, the more of an asshole you are. Just tell him immediately, and it won't stress you both out as much. Easy. Easy, done, simple. Alright. Am I the asshole for referring to myself as a house elf? What? What? Oh my god, this is so long. Oh, in my head, I don't care anymore. You make it succinct. Oh, excuse me. Am I the asshole for canceling almost everything for my sister's wedding? Questionable. Oh, this is long too. I'm 20 female and a maid of honor for my sister who's getting married this summer. Backstory, I'm a real estate agent in California. I own a house, new car, pretty much everything I want. My sister and all of her bridal party minus me work in lower paying jobs. My sister wanted to go away for a weekend for a bachelor party, so we looked at Airbnbs, found a really cool one in Nevada. It was $270 a night, 6 days total for the weekend, almost $1,000 total. So I put everyone in a group chat to discuss payment. They all immediately offered to pay for other things, food, drinks, party items. I kindly stated if we're all staying there, then we all need to pitch in for the Airbnb. And also the food and drinks. They agreed, or so I thought, so I booked the Airbnb for the weekend. A month until no one has paid, and I asked them about it. I got a load of excuses saying they need to pay bills, food, etc. So I'm canceling the booking and got called a spoiled brat. Okay, this all comes down to if they agreed. Like this, that's the important part. We're all saying that we need to pitch in. They agreed, or so I thought. They agreed, or so I thought. This is the I was the guy who stole the microwave plate. Okay, homie T-Dog. I really think that your relationship with that friend, maybe you guys need to like either not play Modern Warfare or approach that video game in a more healthy way. And also, when somebody does something bad to you, you don't necessarily need to retaliate to get your point across. Him wasting your pizza, that's a dick move. But stealing his plate doesn't get your pizza back. And it doesn't really like stop them from throwing pizzas at you in the future. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, you're gonna have to take the L on that with being an asshole in that situation. But hopefully you've given him back his plate and he's bought you a pizza since then. Otherwise, you probably should not be friends with him anymore because that's just going to lead to further complications if you can't resolve that. Does that make sense? It does make for a good story at the dinner table. Sure, but you don't need to go out of your way to make those stories. They'll still happen. And also, it's a funny story right now, but in the future it could be the source of some shame. Like when people recognize that, then 20 years from now you're going to be like, could we not talk about me stealing that plate every time you bring up my past? It then becomes annoying. You become defined as the microwave plate guy. Oh hey, the homie T-Dog's coming over, everybody hide your microwave plates, you don't want him stealing it if he gets mad at you. Like, yeah, it could be funny, but just imagine somebody bringing it up every time. It could be quite annoying. But yeah, I mean, all of us have those outbursts. Obviously, I can't say that I've been healthy with the way I've been angry at people often. But being able to recognize that if you have a friend that's hitting you with pizza over a video game, that's not cool. They're probably not your friend. And I don't want to say that lightly because obviously people have bad days and stuff like that. But the way you said that makes it sound like this is probably a thing that frequently happens with Modern Warfare. Do you guys regularly get really pissed at each other and almost resort to violence? pizza-related violence aside, because I would say that's probably not the foundation for a good relationship with somebody. Okay, but anyway, with this person, I'll give you a moment to say something in that. This is the crux of the problem. If they did agree and gave, it wouldn't be verbal, basically written consent to take on part of the bill, then they have a responsibility to do so. Failing to meet that responsibility means that they don't get the luxury of the room. Pretty simple. However, if you mean some of them agreed but not really, or said they would think about it, and you went ahead and booked before getting a concrete answer, then it sounds like you put extra responsibilities on people that didn't necessarily want it. So, potential asshole, but not enough context to say. And I'm not even going to give one of their answers here. I guess I could say info. We'll say info. That seems to be the way to go about that, right? I think so. Ooh, alright, moving on. Would I be the asshole for giving my girlfriend an ultimatum of me versus her guy friends? Oh, potentially. Ooh. Next time, take his hands. That way he can't throw the pizza. True. Hold his hands. Yeah, what? Suddenly gay just needs to turn around and, like, just kiss him. Like, oh, you're so mad. You turn me on when you're mad. No, I'm sorry. That's messed up. Alright, Post says it all. I plan on telling my girlfriend that I'll be making a decision in a relationship if she continues to be friends with her friend X. I feel like she's crossed my boundaries and I'm going to let her know this week. She's been talking to X saying things like, I love to see that smile, I can't wait to see you more, and meeting you was like listening to a song for the first time. Yeah, those are some really romantic things to say. We've been dating for a year. She just started talking to this guy again 4 months ago. Before me, they used to fuck around and she ghosted him a while ago. Yeah. I don't think you're necessarily an asshole, but it's going to come down to how you do it. For the past month, I've been telling her I don't trust this guy. I'm pretty sure I know something is going on between you two. She denies everything and says she just talks to him like that because he's a good friend. Would never have feelings for him, only wants me. Loves me, wants to be with me, make the relationship work. I want to say not the asshole because it just really comes down to how you approach the situation. It sounds like he's been open and honest with how this, makes him feel. She's denied that, which is fair on her side because it could be true what she's saying. But if this is true, those are some very romantic things to say, and you're obviously sending the wrong signals if that is what you're talking about. So I'm going to say not the asshole. However, the way you approach this conversation could easily turn you into one. It sounds like you've been open about your feelings and the boundaries you set. So if they aren't respecting those, then it seems like a good time to bow out of the relationship. Oh, forgot to put our signature in. There we go. And I think that's the most fair you can be, because I agree. I think you could easily end up being the asshole with this confrontation, because you could come off as super jealous and controlling. Like, oh, you're not allowed to have any guy friends. You can't see your guy friends because I think it makes me inadequate. Obviously, I can't bring to the relationship what it is that you want. But on the other hand, if you've set up boundaries and you said, hey, you're really lovey-dovey with this guy and it makes me uncomfortable because it makes me feel like you're doing things behind my back. If they continue to not respect that boundary, then yeah, you should probably leave them, because they're going to continue to do that. And it's going to continue to upset you and undermine your relationship. Pretty straightforward. Am I the asshole for not letting my husband go back on a promise? Well, context. Let's see what it is. Oh, too much context. Okay. Am I the asshole for... Sorry, but if I gotta read a short story, then we're not doing it. I guess there could have been a TLDR. Let's see if there's a TLDR at the bottom or the top here. Nope. Don't see one. Am I the asshole for refusing to move countries so my husband can be close to his son? Not necessarily. Let's see. Is it a novel? Not too bad. Okay. My husband and I are together for 4 years and living in Brazil for our entire relationship. He's an American, I'm Brazilian. We met when he came to work in Sao Paulo, initially just for a year. According to him, his marriage had ended before he moved here, but apparently his now ex-wife thought they were still working things out because she saw it as infidelity when he started dating me, and in her eyes, I'm the woman who stole her husband from her. You can imagine that's not an easy situation. The thing is, they have a son together who's now 12. My husband and I also have a 2-year-old daughter. Lately, he's been pressuring me to move to the US with him so he could be close to his son. I can understand that, but he's asking me to give up a lot of what I've been working for in the past few years, career-wise. I know I won't find an equivalent job in the US. So I told him I'll agree to move, even though it won't be the best scenario for me. If and only if his ex would give us joint custody. Apparently, she'll only agree on every other weekend, which amounts to less than 30 days a semester. That's pretty much the same amount of time we have with his son now, since he comes to Brazil every holiday. I don't think it's worth it for us to change our lives over that kind of time. In my husband's eyes, I'm pushing him into a custody battle with his ex, instead of just agreeing with his request. He says I wouldn't make this request if I really cared about his relationship with his son, which makes me sad because I love his son just as if he was my own. I also fear he will resent me if things continue this way. I would say not the asshole, because all of those seem pretty justified, but let's see. Imagine if the roles were reversed. You would want to see your child as much as you could too. If he just up and went to the US and all of a sudden 4 years later demanded joint custody of you, would you do it? That's where his mom is? Oh. Okay, apparently I was not in the majority here. But it just sounds like there's conflicting interests here. There's not like an easy answer. Because when you're like a split custody parent living far away, somebody has to make sacrifices. That's just the reality of it. I'm going to say not the asshole. I feel like everyone in this story is trying to do what's best for the children. There's just disagreement on what that is. While, okay, disagreement for what's trying to do what's best for the children while also considering what's best for the adults. Just disagreement on what that is. Navigating that is difficult and emotional, and I can understand why people would feel that either party in this situation is acting selfishly, etc. Because that's sometimes the answer, is they're not the asshole just because, no assholes here is probably the better answer. Yeah. No assholes here. Just because, you know, it's a very difficult situation. You have people in different countries with two sets of stepchildren, and you're trying to take into consideration the needs of all of these people. The primary male in these relationships, the female telling the story, the now ex-wife, the children, the child they had, and the daughter you have. Like, there's a lot of competing interests here, and trying to get to the bottom of each of them is going to be difficult. And just without knowing how these people are arguing, because he says he didn't want to make the request if he really cared about our relationship with the son, which makes me sad. I could also see his perspective on that, where he feels like she's prioritizing her daughter and herself over top of the son and the ex. But without actually knowing how people are making these arguments, it's tough to say. But that's my take on it, is I think people here are just trying to do what's best. They just disagree on it. Am I the asshole for not giving my girlfriend to a party with friends? Not inviting my girlfriend to a party with friends. Not necessarily. Context. Oh, it's almost a whole screen, so no. Am I the asshole for being mad that my parents sent me on a 1-month holiday to Spain when I was 11? I'm 40, female, living in Ireland, lots of issues with my parents, and cut contact 7 years ago, but until recently I saw the following as one of the few nice things they did, but now I think it might actually be horrible. Okay, this sounds like we already have some massive confirmation bias influencing this, so I'm sure this is going to be an accurate depiction of what happened. When I was about 10, we had a student from Spain stay with our family while she studied English for 1 month at the local college. She was 16. After she went home, my mom stayed in contact with her, and 1 year later, her family invited me to stay with them in Spain. I'm not sure why my parents said yes, since we definitely couldn't afford it, and I was a very shy child who was actually autistic, although not assessed until I was 30. I traveled alone, although I had an uncle working for the airline, so I think the staff kept an eye on me. I stayed with the family in 4 different locations in Spain, including their main home, vacation home, grandparents' home, and another relative. We traveled by car between locations. I don't remember anything hugely negative, but I know I was very homesick, got badly sunburned frequently, and terrified watching Silence of the Lambs. I was only able to call home once per week. Yeah, technology limitations. I mostly hung out with the then 17-year-old girl and her friends' cousins. They all spoke some English, I spoke no Spanish, and her parents and sisters only spoke Spanish. I do remember the 17-year-olds teaching me dirty words in Spanish and trying to get me to smoke, and being embarrassed when they were making out with their boyfriends' girlfriends. So as I said, I always thought I was really lucky to be given this opportunity, but now that I'm an adult and a mom, I'm thinking that this was a terrible decision by my parents. They never met her family, only the 16-year-old daughter. Ooh. Could be an asshole. Hey, we needed one Russian bot for this video, so thanks for showing up and we all appreciate your contribution to the stream. Daong. If there's anything else you want to contribute to the stream, please feel free to continue to talk and chat. Oh, look, you brought a buddy with you? Did we got 2 Russian bots back to back? Amazing. They're multiplying. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna say no assholes here. No assholes here. While it's okay for you to not want to do that with your own child, I also don't think what you described was awful. I think if I were to hazard a guess, I think you're just looking for more justification for the beliefs about your parents that you already hold, and this one seems like a bit of a stretch. Yeah, I don't think that makes them the asshole. They aren't the asshole for sending you on this trip, nor do I think you're an asshole for not having fond memories of it. I think that's pretty fair. Alright. Would I be the asshole if I cleaned up the garbage that has been piling up at my parents' house for decades, leaving 50 to 75% of the house unusable without asking them? I don't think so. I think sometimes an intervention is necessary, but we'll see. I'm talking about old office supplies, craft supplies I haven't been interacted with in decades, empty candy bar wrappers, ancient technology. I'm planning on organizing everything into labeled bins and walk around in their house again. You have to wade through 1 to 6 foot high piles of garbage, get from some end of the rooms to the other, and thick layers of dirt. Oh, I need somewhere to work temporarily, but literally isn't a 3x4 area. Could shove all the garbage to one side of each room, but that's how it's already been for decades. Everyone hates themselves here because of how filthy the place has been for decades, and I need a place where I can set up my workspace so I can get to work. My dog came home in to lay down beside me just now, but there isn't enough room for him to lay down anywhere on this house. I would say not the asshole, but depends. If you're just organizing things, that's fine. However, there could be a lot of sentimental value in old electronics and whatnot. Throwing away wrappers, garbage is one thing. Tossing out a VHS player would probably make you the asshole here. Interventions can be really good. I basically want to say, you know, sometimes you have to intervene in somebody's unhealthy decisions in order to save them from them. And while they might not appreciate it, and there's ways you could do that that makes you an asshole, the fact that you're doing it doesn't necessarily make you an asshole. And that's what I'm going to say here. Interventions can be necessary to help save someone from themselves. Their self? Their self. Themself? Okay, hopefully that's the right way of putting it. There are ways you can do that without being an asshole, and as long as you do it that way, you're fine. Seems pretty reasonable to me. What do you guys think? What do you feel about interventions in general? Like, I know that people have their own autonomy, like say with drug addiction. I think that's the one that people usually go to when it comes to interventions, is that you can watch somebody's life start deteriorating because of their involvement with, like, let's say meth, because that seems to be an incredibly addictive and powerful drug. So if you watch somebody get addicted to meth, it's not necessarily directly affecting you as long as they don't like steal from you or need money from you or do the drugs in front of you and get you participating in their illicit use and possibly get you in trouble with the law. Let's say they don't have any direct involvement with you in their drug use. You still would have a reason to perform an intervention there because you can see the negative effect on them, and trying to stop somebody from potentially facing a lifetime of negative circumstances with the only expense being your personal time to get involved in their life and stop this, I don't think makes you an asshole. I think it kind of makes you the opposite of whatever an asshole would be in that situation, if we're being frank. But you can clearly do it in a really dickish way. Like, whenever you know somebody's high, you can like call the cops on them, tell the cops that you're a drug dealer and just try to get them locked up for their own good. I don't think that's necessarily the right way to go about it. I think there's probably more healthy ways to do it, with an escalation towards that being an option, but maybe starting out with more direct social intervention, you know? So yeah, this, if you've already been telling them, hey, we need to clean up my stuff, the stuff in the house, we need to organize things and clean it up, then yeah, I think that's fine. Showing up randomly one day with a bunch of containers and just tossing everything in there could also be kind of a dickish move. But it kind of sounds like you're dealing with hoarders, and hoarders can create some really disgusting situations. Like if you've got candy wrappers and stuff and, you know, piles of dirt building up and it's filthy, you probably also have pests. You probably have like cockroaches and stuff. You might have some mold, like black mold building up in places. I can only imagine like your kitchen is most likely super disgusting and is not a healthy place to eat, which probably impacts your availability of food options. Like you're talking about something that cascades out into the rest of your life. So yeah, getting your filthy house picked up would probably massively change a lot of things for the better. And if that means making people uncomfortable with getting things picked up, that might be necessary, and I don't think that makes you an asshole. All right, we're at 43 minutes. We might even get to the bottom of the first page here. Would I be the asshole if I tell my friends she shouldn't hook up overnight with guys at my other friend's bachelorette weekend? Yeah. Oh, I missed one. Would I be the asshole if I asked for the refunded money back? Oh no, this is good. Just because this is how this is worded, I'm gonna guess this is like a 5-paragraph long essay. Oh good, it's not. Okay, my 28-year-old female friend Marissa, a 28-year-old female friend, Marissa, who's 29 years old, thoughtfully bought me a ticket to a concert as a birthday gift. The thing is that I already had a ticket for this concert, as I'm a huge fan of the acts, and acted quickly as soon as I saw tickets were on sale. I was excited at the thoughtfulness of the gift, but was reluctant to tell her I had a ticket to that show already. I claimed the extra ticket in my Ticketmaster account and pondered what to do with it. Having an extra ticket to a now sold out show, I sold the extra ticket to another friend of mine, Sophie, who could no longer get one due to it being sold out. She was grateful for the ticket and paid me the face value of the cost, and now Sophie can attend the show with Marissa and I. I also needed the money at the time, so everyone was right. About a month later, the concert got canceled. Since I did not buy the ticket, the refund is going back to Marissa's card, since she was the original purchaser. She hasn't said anything about keeping the refund for my gift, but I have a feeling she may. I am in a bind now because my friend Sophie would like the money back for the ticket since the concert is canceled, and rightfully so. I'm happy to give it back to her. However, I'm concerned Marissa is keeping the refund for the ticket, essentially taking back my gift. Would I be the asshole if I asked Marissa for the money back so I can refund Sophie? Yeah, you would be the asshole because Marissa doesn't owe you a refund for the ticket she bought you as a gift. In all likelihood, Marissa will use some of the refunded money to buy you something else. However, Marissa is not required to buy you anything, so you'd be a massive asshole for asking for that money. Better question is, why don't you work out a timeline with Sophie for when you can pay her the refunded money instead of asking Marissa for something you're not entitled to? Yes, this person nailed it 100%. You win. You won. Am I the asshole for snapping at my mom? Oh, okay. Oh, you can't even be bothered to capitalize anything. This is gonna be rough, isn't it? This is a continuation of a post too. Okay. Am I the asshole for asking my fiance to put flowers in a vase when he gifts them to me? Yeah. Fuck you. Enjoy your flowers. Am I the asshole for asking my roommate not to bug me about rent in the hospital after I got hit by a car? Potentially. Is it, rent for that month or rent from previous months? Oh god, so many edits. Don't care. If you have to edit that much, then you're not looking to honestly be the asshole or not. You just want to say the things that get people to say you're not the asshole. Am I the asshole for doing my job? Well, context. Basically, I'm in a Discord community. It's not a big one, but it is for a video game. Recently, about a couple of weeks ago, I was asked to become a moderator for said community. I said yes, of course, because I really liked being there and we had made new friends. I also thought that the admin on the server was really friendly and liked me. Well, that all changed real fast, I guess. Okay. The catalyst event was when the Discord admin showed up to a community event both high and drunk. They were so stoned and inebriated they couldn't talk or lead their part of the event. They were co-leading with me, so I had to step up and lead the entire thing. They eventually passed out midway through and many people left, including the server. Wait, what? Including the server? After that, I asked the admin to try not to drink or smoke so much before hosting a large-scale event, which they said they would. Then they said if they were that bad, they would take a momentary step back from the server to work some things out. Okay, this all sounds right. People saw that there was a problem. They communicated that problem. They came to a resolution. Now comes the kicker, the final straw in what I assume is the coffin. Okay, please don't mix so many anecdotes at once. Kicker, straw, coffin. Anyway, I reached out to a member for help with a tech-related issue. They had far more experience than me, and in the middle of the conversation they asked me, a mod, to remove a role they weren't affiliated with anymore. Thinking was no big deal, especially because I had never been told we weren't supposed to do this. I said I was able to do that, and so therefore I removed the role. I let my fellow mods, as well as the admin, know that what had happened, and then I went to bed. When I woke up, I had messages demanding why I hadn't redirected the request to the admin, or why the person hadn't let the admin know. I said that I don't know, and I didn't think it was a big deal since they asked us to become mods to help manage the server. I was then told I had stepped out of line, and we were not— okay, so the whole drunk thing had nothing to do with this, right? Not to mess with roles, which okay, I've modded and admin the servers before, and not once has this ever been told to me, and it especially hadn't been told to me when I joined this team. I wasn't sure why it was a big deal since the mods and I all had the ability to create, give, and take away roles. You're the asshole. Not really for the heart of what you did with removing a role without asking. That seems alright. However, you started this with poisoning the well by talking shit about the admin to make yourself look better, which had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to spark this thread. Kinda makes you look like a dick to point that out. Otherwise, messing up one of your mod responsibilities doesn't seem that bad, but I get the feeling that you're not telling the whole story since this is how you decided to tell it. Straight up, dude. Like this wasn't the catalyst. Nothing in here was the catalyst. Like, you could have removed this whole thing, because I thought this had something to do with him showing up drunk, and you were going to say, oh, alright, and then we did another event, and he showed up drunk and high, and that's what he was. But this had literally nothing to do with the rest of this here. You could have just said, hey, I was asked to be a mod. A couple months later, I was asked by one of the mods to change a role, and when I did that, other people didn't like it. Am I the asshole? I would have been like, no, you're not the asshole. Just seems like you guys need to communicate things, and maybe you should talk to him. But the fact that this is the way that you're doing it, jeez, makes me think that there's something else going on here that you have to like front load your conversation with. You're just trying to poison his reputation, and I don't think that's a healthy way to go about this. Would I be the asshole if I complained to property management about my upstairs neighbor using my window to climb onto their balcony? No. No, because you're going to be held responsible if it breaks. Long story sorry, we recently started having issues with our upstairs neighbor. They complained about our dog barking all day to property management. About 2 weeks later, complained again that our dog barks constantly. Honestly, I do not believe these complaints to be valid. Alright, so again, we're kind of skirting the issue here. I would like to make a point that the people above us have never complained about our dog barking all day before, nor did they just let us know if he was. My husband and I are always under the assumption that our relationship with the neighbors was good. We would say hello and talk to each other and never felt like they couldn't approach us about a problem. Well, last Friday after my husband left for work, I hadn't gotten home yet. Jay apparently came down to our apartment with 3 other guys and started banging on the door, shouting profanities, calling my husband a pussy, and trying to provoke my husband out to fight. This is all according to my other neighbor. We will call him S. S approached us on Sunday when he saw each other to let us know what had happened, and I promptly wrote an email to the property manager about it. I assume that Jay heard my husband call the leasing office to discuss the complaint and heard my husband complain about the loud music that we can hear over our TV all the time. God, it sounds like everyone here is an asshole. I feel anxious in my home when I'm here alone now since this, which is a decent amount of time. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, today around then, I'm home alone and I see someone moving around outside the doors and I hear a bang. Look out my window. I see Jay using S's step stool and my grill and window to get into his balcony because I assume he was locked out. It freaks me out because to see someone climbing on the windowsill and annoyed me that he was using other people's property without permission. To get on his balcony, you could have called his girlfriend Dee to come home to unlock the door, especially after everything is seen. Okay. Everyone sucks here is what I'm gonna go with. I get the feeling that all of this could be resolved if you guys just talked to each other instead of, I was gonna say snitching, but that's kind of a loaded word. I don't want to say snitching, but instead of going to management. As long as you are going to live there, you should try to hash things out by using property management as a proxy for, not as a proxy, as a first response. You're inviting them to continue to do the same to you. Basically, yeah, like if you have to go to property management to get them to stop and they're going to property management to do things to you, like say your dog is barking, then yeah, you're just basically crying to teacher over stuff and you're not going to actually resolve your problems. And they can just make up whatever they want on top of that. If you don't want to do that, you probably need to move. That's what I'm going to say there. Everyone sucks here. Almost at the bottom here. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're getting close. Am I the asshole for taking long showers for relief despite it annoying my roommates? Probably. Probably. I, 21 female, recently developed tinnitus a few months ago. It's devastating me because I've always made sure to take really good care of my ears as I play instruments, but I woke up one day with ringing in my head out of nowhere. It's not caused any medical issues, so my doctor said it's unfortunately something to live with. Taking showers was pretty much my only relief from this, as fans and white noise machines I've tried don't work. I take a shower every day and lengthen them from 10 minutes to about a half hour long, with the majority of the time spent sitting down and chilling. Being able to have a clear head, even for a short amount of time, really helps stave off the depression and dread I feel possibly having this for the rest of my life. However, my roommates absolutely hate it. As this is somewhat recent development for me, I make sure to try to take my showers when they aren't home. If they do happen to be home and need something in the bathroom, I get out immediately. They say this isn't good enough, though, and it's annoying to know I'm going to be in the bathroom forever for something that's not even that bad, which really frustrates me. Yeah, info. Is this the only bathroom in the apartment? It is the only bathroom. I understand how that could be annoying. I'm looking into noise canceling headphones, but they're expensive. I feel like you're kind of the asshole here. It's not like bad, but whenever you're, what is it, like your coping mechanism with a problem negatively influences other people, it's probably not a healthy coping mechanism. But not by much. The problem I see is that it's common for people to have coping mechanisms with their problems. And those can be alright. However, it sounds like the one you're going with inconveniences? Damn it. It's an E before I thing, isn't it? No, it's an I before E. I just misspelled it. Okay. However, it sounds like the one you're going with inconveniences other people in a way that's avoidable. You say in another post that this is the only bathroom and your self-care gets in the way of other people needing to use that space. It's not like you're a total douchebag, but I think you're not being considerate of their needs while taking care of your own. Just because other options don't work as well as this one doesn't mean you're entitled to the resources, the communal, let's say that, of your shared space at any given time. Because basically, let's say someone broke their leg and they can't move around a whole lot. So what ends up happening with that person is they end up bedridden or they get stuck on a couch for a long time. And that's pretty inconsiderate to other people because, you know, you're taking up space. But reasonably, what are you going to do? You're like, you can't put a lot of pressure on the leg. You got to give it time to heal. So you're going to occupy space that you don't want to. And people kind of have to deal with that. I would say you're not really an asshole in that situation. With this one, you're talking about a coping mechanism for something, and it's getting in the way of other people, but it's not your only option. It's not like having the broken leg where, you know, you can't just be like, okay, well, I'm going to take off the cast and go sit around for a bit. Like, you've got tinnitus all day. Your time in the shower is just a little coping time for you, a little relaxation time. And you can fit that time in at other points. So, you know, it could be just before bed. It's when, like you said, they're not home. And trying to be accommodating to that's okay. But at the end of the day, if you're trying to prioritize your needs and you're using up communal space and you think you're more important than them, I kind of think you're a bit of an asshole, especially when you say, I tried doing white noise machine and noise canceling headphones, they just don't work as much. Okay, well, I feel like you're just trying to make an excuse then. But again, it's not like they're a super asshole for that. It's not like they're going, well, I'm going to sit in the shower for 2 hours and not let anybody come in. Like, that would be like 100% you're the asshole. But this one, they're kind of straddling that line. But it's not overwhelming. I just feel like they don't understand the situation they're putting their roommates in. Am I the asshole for walking out of a dinner after my sister wouldn't shut up? Ooh. Probably, but is this one going to be a huge story? It's not that bad, but... is there a TLDR? No. Let's just do this last one. Wanting to talk about college? No, probably not. Am I the asshole for threatening to stop my mother from looking after my daughter without supervision? Probably not. Okay, this one's digestible. To give a background, me and my husband were due to do some decorating. We asked my mother if she could have her daughter for 3 days. She agreed. My daughter has medicated dietary issues, which means she needs to eat fruit before meals so that she doesn't just fill up on carbs and sugar, otherwise her condition worsens and becomes painful. My mother knows this, and despite being asked to give my daughter fruit before meals, and usually doing this on previous occasion, my daughter has said that her grandmother gave her no fruit before meals over the 3 days she stayed. My mother has confirmed this, saying she's sorry and she forgot. This had made me lose trust in letting her look after my daughter again. On top of this, I asked if my mother would take time to read a book a day with my daughter for school. My mother took the time to read 1 book over the 3 days, which has frustrated me as all I'm asking for is a little help. We both work full time and still find time to read with our daughter in the evenings, but my retired mother didn't find time in 2 days to read a book with her. I expect my daughter spent hours upstairs watching an iPad instead. Bottom line, I appreciate that she did the favor by looking after my daughter, but to forget about her health issues and not bother spending reading time with her really hurt me. She is the only grandparent my daughter has, and the only blood relation I have, but I feel totally left down and alone as I don't have any support from her. These are just 2 examples as she disagrees with my request. Based off of this, I want to say not the asshole, because I feel like medical requirements are a pretty important thing to stand by. Yeah, that's also true. How does that work? I didn't go into the details as it's not very pleasant. She has bowel problems, and along with medication, doctors recommend fruit before meals when she was diagnosed 4 years ago. Oh, excuse me. We found that fruit mitigates the condition further, otherwise she becomes impacted. Didn't want to add the gory details, but before fruit she would be going to the toilet once every 5 days and would tear each time. Ow. Yeah, would any fiber work then? Doesn't have to be fruit. I get why you're upset about the fruit, but the book thing is silly. When you're getting free childcare, you don't get to dictate the activities. Kind of. I want to say not the asshole. It sounds like you clearly communicated your desires and issues, and they weren't given serious consideration. Granted, let's say, yeah, you know what? I think we can just leave it at that. That pretty much says everything I want to say there. Again, anytime you're reading these Am I the Asshole posts, you got to take into account that people are giving their one-sided things. So, you know, it could be possible that this person is like, super into like natural medication, and when they're talking about doctors said to eat fruit beforehand, what she's actually talking about is some homeopath that said that, you know, you should take a bit of fruit juice and mix it with this water and drink that, and that's what they're actually talking about, and the mom doesn't take that up. And when they say books, they only have an approved book list, and you know, etc., etc. There could be way more behind this than what they're saying. So trying to take it at face value, I feel like they're not the asshole, but it could obviously go the other way. Now, I did have some responses here, so we'll take a peek at those before we close this out. Okay, so this is the person talking about the Discord server and the property management one. Okay, so let's see. You're the asshole. Not really for the heart of what you did, but with removing the role without asking, that seems alright. However, you started this with poisoning the well by talking shit about the admin to make yourself look better, which had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to spark this thread. Kind of makes you look like a dick to point that out. Otherwise, messing up one of your mod responsibilities doesn't seem that bad, but I get the feeling you're not telling the whole story since this is how you decided to tell it. Now, I told that part of the story because since that happened, the admin decided to take a step back for a few days, which they publicly announced in the server, as well as announcing that as the reason for taking a break. Once they stepped back, a member asked me to remove the role since the admin was not present. The admin then got mad at me for removing the role since they were not present and not attending the server. Okay, dude. You know what? That doesn't even justify a response. You're just literally restating what you said and not responding to this while downvoting me. So, you know, I'll take that downvote and just walk away, I guess. I get the feeling that all of this could have been resolved if you guys just talk to each other instead of going to management. As long as you're going to live there, you should try to hash things out. By using property management as a first response, you're inviting them to continue to do the same to you. If you don't want to do that, you probably need to move. I agree, and I wish that they would just have come to us first about our dog if he's barking a lot. It's not like I want my dog to be barking while we aren't home, if that's the case. They stopped talking to us after they made the complaint. I could try to talk to Dee, but I don't think that my husband and Jay should have any interaction. Okay. Well, I would say that's a good way to start resolving the problem. A small bit of communication can lead to more down the line. So any in you can get sounds like a healthy way to go about this. Then things might open up from there. There we go. Oh, that seemed pretty nice. It's not a bad way to end this little am I the asshole judgment stream thing. Well, if you like this content, then give that video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you want to see more like this. And of course, if you had your own judgments, feel free to put them down there in the comments section. I would like to read them and see what you guys had to say. And until next time, take care of yourself, take care of those around you. Bye-bye. All right. And the men writing women, oh, we could definitely dig into that. Is it literally just called Men Writing Women? I think so. Oh god, this is gonna be delicious, isn't it? Reminder, trans women are women. TERFs are not welcome here. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, the bones in my body just cracked. Ah. Oh. Okay. Do I really let's take a look at an example one before we really dig into this. Women don't ask for much, we just want equality, respect, body autonomy, several jeweled crowns, 3 yoke of oxen, ample supplies, 5 small or 2 large dragons, a pack of obedient attack wolves, and pockets in every garment. Oh. Oh, Satire Sunday. Okay. I was gonna say, is that real? Is this somebody speaking on behalf? But okay, this is kind of like the Tumblr in action. my spine sounds like a Cripsy pretzel. Thanks. I tried to model it off of what you guys have, but I think I got some things wrong. Listen to this. Listen to this. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Oh, it hurts. But if I like turn my head really fast, I can get a pop out of it. Anyway, I guess we need to avoid the Satire Sunday ones, otherwise I'm going to be super confused. But anyway, Stephen King... Oh, I need to start the recording before we get into this. Hey, welcome back to some more Reddit Roundup. This time, we're going to be looking at Men Writing Women as a request from Old Bagface in chat. Said that this could be a pretty good source of humor, so let's take a look at it. Your neck? Jesus, don't snap your neck. Well, it's a little bit late for that. We've already done it. It looks like this subreddit is a... I'm not sure if you can see this here. Let's get it up here. A sample of how men who create films, books, and TV and graphic novels characterize women. I'm sure we're going to see some very accurate portrayals of it, so let's take a look at this. Stephen King, Master of Horror. Someone was wearing a tank top with Peter Tosh at the center of a swirling blue-green psychedelic sunburst. Not gonna give it up, the shirt proclaimed. Every time she moved, the oversized armholes of the shirt disclosed her teacup-sized breast and small strawberry-colored nipples. She was panting, and her face streamed with sweat. but she looked almost daftily pleased to be where she was and who she was. She was panting and her face streamed with sweat. So I'm gonna guess she was in a gym? What the shirt proclaimed, and girl women breasts. Teacup-sized breast with small strawberry-colored nipples. That can't be healthy. Hold on. Without getting DMCA'd, or not DMCA'd, but like community guidelines strike, let's look at this. Strawberry. I think if your nipples are this color, they're a little bit too red. I think that's probably irritation. Maybe you should actually wear a sports bra underneath your tank top, because you probably have some irritation here. Look at that. Look at the red compared to the skin color on the hands here. Now imagine that's like an areola. Yeah, that can't be healthy. Don't have strawberry nipples if you can avoid it. If you actually have strawberry colored nipples, then maybe you should get that checked out. Then again, maybe he's talking about this. Maybe they're not ripened yet. You know what? If that's the case, then maybe I'm over exaggerating this a little bit, because that's a little bit better here. But I mean, I think when you say strawberry, this is what I think about. Oh dear God, if you have green nipples, fuck, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, that's a little bit. I can see that being off. How is this relevant information? Night Flyers by George R.R. Martin. The cyberneticist, Lomi Thorne, talked to her computers and seemed to prefer their company to that of humans. She was bright and quick, with a mobile, expressive face and a small, hard, boyish body. Most of the others found her attractive, but she did not like to be touched. She sexed only once with Melantha Jurel. Lomi Thorne wore shirts of softly woven metal and had an implant in her left wrist that let her interface directly with her computers. Okay, I'm not exactly seeing the problem with this. I guess saying hard boyish body is a little bit weird, but I think the problem here is more with the writing. Like, if you want people to know that she wore shirts of softly woven metal, you could probably describe that better. Like, what does that even feel like? What is softly woven metal? Like, explain that to me, because my brain is having a hard time with that. And if you're trying to get me to understand something, then maybe explain this better. How is it? Is it comfortable? And if you have an interface that lets you directly, or if you have a implant in your wrist, you could explain that without writing it out. You could just say, she sat down and pulled the cord out of her wrist and connected it to the computer, and she was able to interact with it that way. Hey, that uses the world to build the world instead of just narrating it. But let's not try to step over George R.R. Martin. I get the feeling he's probably a bit more accomplished in his field than I, but I don't think this is too bad here. It is a little weird to say a small, hard, boyish body. You could just describe some of those things. Like, are you saying it's athletic looking despite being small? Like, yeah, this is just kind of bad description in general. I feel like she did the sex once. No, she sexed. That's like, oh, wait a second. I was literally taking that as sexting, as in using text and roleplay to sex, but is he literally using having sex as a verb here? She sexed only once? Unless this is like in-universe lingo for it, and we're getting like a narration from somebody within the world. Yeah, that's a little weird. Okay. How many times did she fuck though? Yeah. Okay, I maybe I was misreading it, because that was not even on my radar there. I was like, she sexted only once, was how I was taking it, but man, yeah, she fucked only once. Yeah, okay, I totally get what you guys are saying here. I was reading into the wrong part of that. Hey Duke lives. That long-haired gal in the short Levi breeches and that there Earth Fist bunch, or whatever they call it. Goddamn, I mean the way she walked, the way them hindquarters of hers kind of scrunched up and rubbed together when she moved. Why, I bet she could pull a cork or chew peanuts with that thing. What's wrong with me, Smith? You queer? Guess I'm queer. I like women and horses and little wooden lap-strapped dories full of girls. He thought of an old frontier ballad, an anonymous song from the days of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young. I love to go swimming with bare-naked women and dive between their legs. Wow, that is, that's quite a thing there. Well, I feel like this was a stream of consciousness I could have gone a while without seeing. They could chew peanuts or pull a cork or chew peanuts with that thing. They must be doing their Kegels, because holy shit. That's some hyperbole there. Yeah, I'm not sure what to even say to that, really. I like women. I feel like I should see what's going on before this to make this, I guess I'm queer, I like women. Because that is some level of irony there. I'm not sure how it could touch. Okay. Because space is only about finding aliens and banging them. Brought to you by Strange But True Science. 150 answers to questions you never thought to ask. How close are we to teleporting, like they do in Star Trek? Closer than you think, but don't squander those frequent flyer miles yet. There's a reason why Captain Kirk is on TV late at night shilling for cheap airfare website and not hawking beam me to HawaiiScotty.com. For the foreseeable future, jet travel is still the way to go. If, however, you're a photon and need to travel a few feet in a big hurry, teleportation is a viable option. Photons are subatomic particles that make up beams of light. In 2002, scientists in the Australian National University were able to disassemble a beam of laser light at the subatomic level and make it reappear about 3 feet away. There have been advances since, including an experiment in which Austrian researchers teleported a beam of light across the Danube River in Vienna via a fiber optic cable, the first instance of teleportation taking place outside of a laboratory. These experiments are a far cry from dematerializing on your spaceship and materializing on the surface of a strange planet to make out with an alien who, despite her blue skin, is still pretty hot. But this research demonstrates that it's possible to transport matter in a way that bypasses space. Just don't expect teleportation of significant amounts of matter until scientists clear a long list of hurdles. I honestly don't feel like that's bad. You're just referencing to how much of a horn dog this character was when talking about Star Trek. You're just referencing like a trope from Star Trek of having aliens that were just basically humans that were painted a certain color. You're just doing a throwback to the theme. Yeah, right? Exactly. Thank you. Okay, so even though this got massive upvotes, well, I guess it's only 75% upvoted, it looks like people still read into it the way that I'm reading into it. We're in the majority! That means we have the right opinion. Women, as written by AIs, are getting abused by men. Oh no. Oh, this is a whole freaking article. Not doing it. I'll stick with posts. Was mentioning her chest side really that necessary? The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Well, if it's part of her character, yes. I looked at Miss Baker, wondering what it is she got done. I enjoyed looking at her. She was slender, small-breasted girl with an erect carriage, which she accentuated by throwing her body backward at the shoulders like a young cadet. Her gray, sun-strained eyes looked back at me with polite, reciprocal curiosity out of a wan, charming, discontented face. It occurred to me now that I had seen her, or a picture of her, somewhere before. I don't think that's bad. Like, yeah, maybe small-breasted is a bit excessive in your description of her, but you're also talking about how she carries herself and the way that she shows herself. And that all seems to feed into that kind of perception, so I don't know about that. Yeah, and I don't know a lot about F. Scott Fitzgerald, but I know that he was a an accomplished writer, right? He did a lot of good work. Is this entire subreddit just any time a male author describes a woman, you put a post here? Yeah. Okay, so again, I seem to have an agreeable opinion on that. I'm beginning to think that people just highlight any time a male describes a female in a book and they post it here, looking to see if they can generate outrage. A beautiful bird woman? Neil Stevenson. This paragraph describes the love interest of a main character. You have to dig for the gold nuggets sometimes. Sure, but I mean, I'm also looking at the hot, which means these are the things that are the highest voted over a limited amount of time. So if people are upvoting this, what are they trying to upvote? Are they saying this is a... No request here. Title and author. Like, half of these that we've already looked at on here isn't necessarily... Maybe sort the top posts. Sure, we could do that. It just seems like, you know, people are upvoting the picture or the clip, but in the comments, the people that actually read it and want to respond are saying, it's fine. So yeah, we could do top. We'll do this week. That's fine. Before that, let's look at this one though, since I already popped it open. This side of the lodge was facing away from the sun, but the light of the sky came in and illuminated her face, showing the beginnings of the lines below her eyes, around her mouth. She was a second-generation Honduran American, some kind of complicated African Indian Spanish melange. Big-eyed, wavy-haired, alert, bird-like, but with that essentially positive nature that any school teacher needed to have. It was a good trait in current circumstances. Okay, yeah, I don't understand bird-like in this context. That is a weird adjective to throw in. I mean, you could say that she had, like, skinny legs and a bigger top. That could be bird-like, or you're talking about her flourish? Yeah, a failed attempt to be poetic. Agreed. Yeah, the imagery on this one would be more of what I would say is a gold nugget, because it's like, you started out so good. Just eliminating that one thing? Maybe... bird-like in her alertness? That would make more sense, maybe? But yeah, bird-like there is super weird. I don't understand that. Saw this and thought it fit here? Okay. You did not follow the rules. Look, you're supposed to have title, literary work, the author, and then the thing. This is just somebody coming up with something. Hello, I am the protagonist of a psychological thriller. My name is Girl McWife. I have never asked the man I married a single question in all the years I have known him. So now you're just inventing things to get upset about? Okay. Meat and fuck games have some truly Pulitzer-worthy dialogue. Okay, this is what I would expect to have some fucked up stuff in it. Hentai games. Oh boy, here we go. You have a onion boobs. They make me want to cry. What? Okay, that's more poetic than the bird one. Onion boobs because it makes me want to cry. Not exactly men writing women, but still it struck me that intact hymen and 30-ish women automatically equals lesbian, apparently. Karen Slaughter, Blindsided. Oh, yeah, this sounds like it's going to be an anatomy nightmare. Let's see. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that your sister's hymen was intact up until the rape. Lena felt her stomach drop. She should have thought of this, but too much had happened in the last 24 hours for Lena to come to the logical conclusions. Now the whole world would know her sister was gay. What? Yeah, wait, what? I feel like, okay, I'm going to give some charitability to the author here, because there's possibly, like, they could be talking about a rape case that's gone public, and this is something that got leaked to the public, so the whole world would know her sister was gay. Or Something like that. Like, I guess perceive her to be gay would be different. Saying that they know her to be gay because of this, yeah, that kind of makes it seem like the author has some misunderstandings about female anatomy, I think. Which could be pretty depressing there. But I would like to say maybe the context of the story. Or like, you know, this is the character is thinking this, so maybe the character has some misunderstandings, and maybe throughout the course of the book she gets a better understanding of it. Like, who knows, maybe on the next page somebody says, actually it doesn't work that way, and here's why, and the character could go, oh, I didn't know that, and then move on from it. So you gotta be careful with things like this. But yeah, immediately just reading this, that sounds a little bit weird. Just immediately assuming someone's hymen's intact, that must mean they're gay. That's quite an assumption. People are always sharing the same description by Terry Pratchett. In my opinion, it's not even the best one. This is from Lords and Ladies, describing the Three Witches of Lancer. Oh, we have the mobile version here. Here we go. After a while, they became identifiable as three female figures on broomsticks, flying in a manner reminiscent of the famous three plaster flying ducks. Observe them closely. The first one, let us call her the leader, flies sitting bolt upright in defiance of air resistance, and seeming to be winning. She has features that would generally be described as striking or even handsome, but she couldn't be called beautiful, at least by anyone who didn't want their nose to grow by 3 feet. The second is dumpy and bandy-legged with a face like an apple that's been left for too long, an expression of near-terminal good nature. She's playing a banjo and, until a better word comes to mind, singing. It is a song about a hedgehog. Unlike the broomstick belonging to the first figure, which is more or less unburdened except for a sack or two, this one is overladen with things like fluffy purple toy donkeys, corkscrews in the shape of small boys urinating, bottles of wine and straw baskets, and other international cultural items. Nestling among them is the smelliest and most evil-minded cat in the world, currently asleep. The third, and definitely the last, broomstick rider is also the youngest. Unlike the other two, who dress like ravens, she wears bright, cheerful clothes, which don't suit her now and probably didn't even suit her 10 years ago. She travels with an air of vague, good-natured hopefulness. There are flowers in her hair, but they're wilting slightly, just like her. Well, okay, personally, I don't think that was that bad. Sounds like you're describing witches and, like, yeah, and that's basically their description. They're ugly and eccentric. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, if these are villains in the story, I think you're doing okay of vilifying them. These could also just be like underdog people, like diamonds in the rough, and they just need to be dusted off, and maybe they're good people, because it says that, you know, this one has good-naturedness to it. This one, expression of near-terminal good nature. She's playing a banjo. They did say that there was an evil cat, evil-minded cat, but, you know, I'm not sure if you can judge a person's morality based off of how evil their animal is, but whatever. God, I love this man, I love his books, I love his characters. Is it weird that reading this description of Granny Witherex made me oddly sentimental, almost teary-eyed? I love her. Okay, so they're agreeing. It's called Doing It Right. Okay. So again, there wasn't a problem here. They were just saying that's the right way to do it. Okay, so even when I'm not paying attention, I still agree with the majority. We're doing it right, people. The men writing women phenomenon absolutely exists and deserves ridicule. It's a discussion. It's not a quote, but we'll continue. But fictional characters should be allowed to have flaws, including misogyny and warped views towards sex. That's all. Yeah, 100% agree there. Nuance. It's like the spice that keeps things fresh. Having a balanced understanding that, you know, just because you write characters that have flaws doesn't mean you're excusing those flaws or you think they're good. You're just giving your characters depth and relatability. Some awful quotes from Christopher Hitchens' Why Women Are Funny. I used them as examples in my video on the psychology of sexism. In the video I read them in a Valley Girl voice. I promise it makes sense in context. I'll link the video in a comment. Well, let's see what Christopher Hitchens had to say. Oh, I forgot about this one. 12-year-old kid. In the earlier times at the beginning of the universe, she appeared from the left side of Lord Krishna in the Rashomana. She was extremely beautiful, quite pleasant, having stiff breasts and buttocks with a tender waist. She was 12 years old. Holy shit. Yeah, we'll step away from that one. I really don't want to get into the conversation of describing the secondary sexual characteristics of people that are 12 years old. Whew, religious writings are crazy. Anyway, Hitchens, what did you have to say? In any case, my argument doesn't say that there's no decent women comedians. There are more terrible female comedians than there are terrible male comedians. But there are some impressive ladies out there. Most of them, though, when you come to review the situation, are hefty or dykey or Jewish, or some combo of the... Oh my god. When Roseanne stands up and tells biker jokes and invites people who don't dig her shtick, I guess, to suck her dick, know what I'm saying? And... the sapphic fiction may have its own reasons for wanting what I want, the sweet surrender of female laughter, while Jewish humor, boiling as it is with angst and self-deprecation, is almost masculine by definition. Whereas women, bless their tender hearts, would prefer that life be fair, and every even sweet, rather than sordid mess it actually is. Jokes about calamitous visits to the doctor or the shrink or the bathroom, or the venting of sexual frustration on furry domestic animals are a male province. Yeah, I feel like that is a huge generalization, and that's probably the whole point in that book or whatever it is, Why Women Aren't Funny. It might have been a column or article, because I know he wrote articles. But yeah, I'm not gonna like go out of my way to find women comedian and try to say, hey, look, this one's funny and he doesn't follow into this tropes. But you can say the same thing about male comedians. A lot of male comedians fall into similar tropes about just taking a situation and then retelling it with exaggeration. And there you go, you found like most male comedians. I think you could look at I forget what it was called, but it was when Ricky Gervais, Seinfeld, Chris Rock, and gosh, I can't remember the fourth one, but they all sat down and had a conversation on jokes, and at one point they tell a joke and each one of them does their rendition on it, and they tell the same story, but because they put emphasis on different parts, their build up and payoff for the joke is a little bit different. It's still fundamentally the same thing. You're just telling the story in a funny way. And I feel like that's a lot of male humor. There's probably you could probably do the same kind of like breakdown of men aren't funny and use that same thing of like, oh, okay, look, the men are juxtaposing this situation with this one. It's not actually that funny. In the same way that you would go, look, women talking about pussy and vulgarity. They all boil down to the same thing. It's not funny. But that is, I think that's a little bit disingenuous. Female initiated disruption. Oh boy. A 2015 study found that lower-skilled male players of Halo 3 were more hostile towards teammates with a female voice, but behaved more submissively to players with a male voice. Higher-skilled male players, on the other hand, behaved more positively towards female players. The authors argued that male hostility towards female gamers in terms of evolutionary psychology, writing, female-initiated disruption of male hierarchy incites hostile behavior from poor-performing females who stand to lose the most status. I don't think that's... Look, you might not like that scientific terminology, but I think it expresses the right thing here. Let's see what people have to say. Yes, that's how you'd write that in a research paper. I'm also pretty sure they absolutely nailed it. Yeah, thank you. Except, specifically, low status guys don't like women doing better than them. That was the key point up here. Notice that it said that the higher skilled players, I guess the ones that probably get a higher kill to death ratio or whatever metric you're going by for a Halo 3 win, are not as hostile towards female gamers. So there you go. You got to be careful with that because you can easily end up flipping that around. I'm very high skilled in the game I play, and when people find out my pronouns, the low skilled males start acting differently, while the men who can play as well or better than me exchange ideas and communicate how well or how to get better as a group overall. So reaffirming that. You know what? I think I'll do like 1 or 2 more on this, and then I'm going to switch over to idiots and cars. I'm realizing that there's not a whole lot for me to respond to here, and I'm not sure if I would be welcome to do that in a different one. Because some of these I'm probably going to disagree with, and I don't want to get banned by the community and not able to see this page while logged in. The Marriage Plot by Jeffrey Eugene, Pulitzer Prize-winning author. And you're highlighting a single line out of it. Okay, so let's start up here. She had been doing her best not to seem completely pathetic. Her insides were beginning to betray her. Her eyes were welling. The sucking hole at her center grew larger. Quickly, she climbed the front stairs, finding the bathroom and locking the door behind her. For the next 5 minutes, Madeline cried over the sink while the music downstairs shook the walls. The bath towels hanging on the door didn't look clean, so she dabbed her eyes with the wadded toilet paper. When she'd stopped crying, Madeline composed herself before the mirror. Her skin looked blotchy. Her breasts, of which she was normally proud, had withdrawn into themselves as if depressed. Madeline knew that this self-appraisal might not be accurate. A bruised ego reflected its own image. Okay, that's fine. The possibility that she didn't look quite so much like shit as she appeared to was the only thing that got her to unlock the door and come out of the bathroom. If the goal was making a grown man giggle uncontrollably like a child at a doctor's office, you won? I mean... Oh, it's actually worse. Essentially, this is a woman who is having an emotional breakdown and is feeling broken. And this author thinks that a woman is in such a state would first look at her face to see how composed she could be, and then looks at her own tits to see if they're looking good. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but at the same time, relating people looking at themselves in the mirror and having a negative interpretation of how they look and being aware of it is completely normal. And yeah, while they probably could have used something other than breasts to describe that, because there's so many other things you could look at, because, you know, saying her skin looked blotchy, you could say the lines on her face looked more defined, her hair was disheveled, like things that you could like nitpick about your appearance. You're probably not first going to talk about how your breasts look smaller. So I'll give them points on that. Yes, that is a bit weird for a male to speak in a female's mind, that's what she would like necessarily gravitate to when talking about this. But at the same time, I think the idea there of trying to show somebody visually reacting negatively to their appearance in a way they know is probably not true is something that's relatable. It's just poorly executed, which I think still fits the meaning of the sub, so that's all right. Let's see. Much Lines is the most egregious and nearly made me put the book down. 1Q840. Omame mourned the deaths of these two friends deeply. It saddened her to think that these women would forever be gone from the world, and she mourned their lovely breasts that had vanished without a trace. What? What? Okay. Without knowing any more, yeah, that seems incredibly weird. That is super weird. What? Yeah, I just want to know more about this person. Like, did she base her lives around the breasts? You know, the subreddit A Normal Day in Russia probably critical due to not safe for work. Yeah, probably. I need to have a banger to go out on. And that one was pretty close to it because that's incredible. You lost your two friends and the first thing you think of is, wow, these pairs of tits are gone from the world. What does this even mean? Tell me. preferred to stand. Kristen Hoy was next to her, wearing a sleeveless top with shorts so tiny that they had daddy issues. Yeah, that's a weird one. With shorts so tiny that they had daddy issues. I see what they're trying to say there, but it doesn't really make sense. Like, you're saying that things that are short have daddy issues? The shorts don't have daddy issues. The girl wearing them, I assume, does, but you're just doing a terrible job of expressing that. Because, you know, women love grabbing other women's pussies randomly. This book is bad. R.A. Salvatore, why? Silura sucked in her breath hard and fell back just a bit, moving as if to slap Dahlia. But the young elf was quicker and had anticipated the reaction. And you will be pallid and unbreathing, she said as she cupped her free hand and grabbed Silura's how about Silura's crotch, cold and dry, while I remain warm, and Silura wailed. And the laughing Dahlia spun away and skipped down the hall. The wizard growled at her in rage, but Dahlia spun back on her, all merriment flown. Strike fast and true, which she warned she put... What? You know what? That might be it. What? Why are your characters grabbing each other's crotches? You're like slap fighting each other with pussy pinches. Hey, I love Gurren Lagann. Wait a second. Don't do this. The sole female villain derives a giant mecha that A has boobs with nipples, C wears high heels, and D talks out of the giant mouth of its crotch. OP here to clarify, I'm enjoying the show so far. I just thought it was amusingly silly when I saw this was General Adain, the elegant assigned gunman. I like the ridiculous fan service when it's completely over the top, when it's so absurd it makes you shake your head and snort laugh. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Yeah, like, if you've watched these, that's the point. So you're only posting this here for outrage farming. Yeah, that's a good place to stop. I think that's the problem with this, is even the people that post here know they're posting out of, I want to call it bad faith, but it's not even really bad faith. You're just posting things that you think would trigger other people. Like, this character doesn't even talk about her femininity that much. I don't think it's even brought up really that she is a female in this, like, the society there, the spirals or whatever. Like, it's not even a thing. Yeah, she's got, you know, tits on it and stuff, but you could also say that, like, when Yoko jumps into any of the other mechs, it's not like a big deal. It doesn't like change the appearance of the mech, it's just how it was designed. And probably she's like a narcissist. She talks about how like beautiful she is, I think. So it makes sense that a narcissistic character would have a mech that's like physically beautiful then, at least in her sight, and encapsulate those features. So yeah, I'd say my ruling on this subreddit is that there's some good stuff here to laugh at. Like you said, there's gold nuggets in here, but for the most part, it feels like people are just doing some outrage porn where they're just trying to take clips and out of context lines from books of just any old guy describing girls, and sometimes it hits the mark on it being really outlandish and crazy, but other times I feel like they're just going, hey, this character finds this person attractive, here's why they find them attractive. And yeah, you know, that has to do a lot with secondary sexual characteristics. Who would have thought? So, some real hit or miss here. But if you agree or disagree, give me a comment down there. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more like it, hit that subscribe button. And until next time, take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. Alright, I think it's time we go to Idiots in Cars, and then maybe we'll play some Hades. How does that sound? Because I need to get one run of Hades in today, so I have something to upload tomorrow at noon before I go live with it. I miscalculated how many I had in the backlog, so I need to get at least one in there for my morning upload. and I don't want to miss one, at least until I have something to replace it. All right, let's start this next recording. After we let's get a quick drink of water here. Been doing a lot of talking, so mouth is dry. Hey, welcome back to some more of my Reddit roundup, and we're going to be finishing off the stream today with Idiots in Cars. I love this subreddit because I get to watch people do stupid things and it doesn't directly harm me. I am a little sad whenever it directly harms the person recording it and they did everything in their power to do what's right. But with that said, let's jump into this. Didn't see disabled vehicle in the rain, but my new front tires saved the day. Okay. So are you admitting to be a bit of an idiot here? Yep. You could see the hazards on ahead of them here as soon as the wipers go up. This person, oh! Nice. Still good reaction time there with the other car getting out of the way. Yeah, the other person didn't really help that situation at all. Like, let's see. They're coming up here. They're going to try to pass this guy on the right, which you really shouldn't do. As soon as they get over, they see this car stopped and they go, oh shit, and they have to get back over. At this point, you know you're slamming on the brakes. So yeah, part of this is this person being impatient and trying to pass on the right side. I don't know what's going on with this person, but I think everybody here handled that pretty well. Just don't pass people on the right in the rain when you're going fast. You're asking for problems then. Other side of a 79-point turn. Oh, I saw this. I saw this from this angle before. Okay, so he was only doing that over like a 10-foot step. This angle is definitely less scary. Okay, stop it with the music. Because when they were showing it from this side, it made it look like that this was like a sheer cliff face and they were going to drop off like 100 feet. But seeing it here, it's like not life-threatening, but yeah. Is there a link to that video? Fake news. Where was the other angle? Somebody's got a link to it, right? Yeah, and also this is Idiots in Cars. Oh well. If it shows up again, we'll see it. But basically, the other side of this just made it look entirely different. Lady backs out of driveway and hits someone from the rear. Oh boy. Happened yesterday in Hammock, Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan? One of those. Not sure who the idiot is, but I'm leaning to the guy who hit her since he had ample time to stop. Ample? Ample time? Alright, we can see someone backing up here. She pulls out. Ooh. Yes and no. I agree that this person should have seen this car backing out and responded appropriately by hitting their brakes, but I think it's also the responsibility of the person pulling out to look at traffic. And yeah, the dude seemed to be speeding. I'll agree, I think this person is mostly responsible, but at the same time, if you're going to back out into a street, you need to be able to look both ways first. And it looks like this is a one-way street based off of all the cars facing this way, and it's seeming to be one lane. So you only really needed to look out behind you. Furthermore, I think there was nothing stopping her from backing out into like this little parking area and then pulling forward. There's a lot that could have been done here better. Oh no, a piece fell off. What are you doing pulling forward? Oh well. Idiots on ice. I love watching cars dance on ice. Don't you? Let's see. Okay, there we go. nighttime vision. Driveway here. Light coming from the left side. Oh no, the light is changing angle rapidly. Oh! How fast were you going on ice? Oh, to hit that. Okay. I'm sure there's like some math you could do by looking at the shadows on here and seeing the angle that trees and stuff are getting. Let's see. So there's a stop sign. It's not here. It might be, but it's hard to tell. The shadow's there. And it went from going from the side, as you can tell the shadow is moving that way, to then the shadow moving back this way, so you know the light pointed that way, so they're fishtailing. And then it whips back over, so they fishtail even more. And now they're going straight on into this house. So how fast were you going in the snow to cause you to go quickly this way, turn left, start sliding, and then fishtail back to the right? I'll tell you what it is. Definitely far too fast. Oh, don't tell me they just ran away. Oh no. Is it a hit and run? And now you're just coasting back into their yard? Okay, at least they didn't run. It appears they've stopped. Jesus Christ, though. Yeah, I'd be so mad. There's really no reason for somebody to go up that far into a driveway, especially when it's snowing and icy out. Just go slower. Slow is fast. Austin, Texas. Why? Why? But like, why though? Oh God, please just hit the curb. Oh yeah, you definitely scraped there. What are you doing? I don't... Drugs. It has to be drugs. Because there's no way a sane, salient person that's sober would decide to go down the street with their doors open like that. It's a bait car. Oh, the frilled lizard. Yes, it's a frilled lizard car. Who knew? Don't know how I didn't crash. Maybe because I wasn't expecting her to do that. I was expecting her to do that. Take the roundabouts like this all the time. Okay. Whoa! Jeez. Yeah, there's not much to say about that. Stay in your lane, bitch. It's her racing line. Stop getting in her way. Off-road, literally. Oh, that's special. I'm going to guess they forgot to engage the parking brake. Except, what is the situation? Oh, is it a dealership? Oh, this is probably a dealership. Yeah, someone just forgot to put the parking brake on, didn't they? That is quite an idiot move. Make a U-turn. Hope you don't mind. Are you filming this on your phone as you're driving? What are you... Oh, God. What? Oh, what are you... Whoa, that's even worse than I thought. Not only are you backing up all of traffic, but you're going to hop a median in your car? Wow. Yeah, I'm going to upvote this one because this one is perfect for this. Putting other people's lives in danger, messing up your own car, and then having to back out anyway in disgrace because you couldn't even achieve it. Yeah, also, you get points there for holding a fucking phone and staying behind them instead of just going around. True idiots all around here. Get the tractor out. Get the tractor over. Got it. Oh, that looks like a bad situation. Alright, yep. I've seen this tactic used before. Except you did it wrong. Oh no. Oh no, I'll see that again. I guess this tactic is only useful if you have enough weight on the front to actually leverage that. Otherwise, yeah, you're just gonna counter turn your tractor. Could he have thrown it in reverse to save it? Huh. Yeah, I wonder what you could have done to make this actually work better. Probably just to have the front weighted down more. Probably also have something to tow it to help it move forward. Could have double helped that out, but maybe they didn't have that available. Gotta say, in the moment, I might not have recognized that possibility myself, so I don't want to call them an idiot for that. That's just unfortunate. Nice try, but the universe said no. Okay, this must be European. They don't use different colored lines for separating traffic. Okay. Go into the roundabout. Oh no, you fishtailed. How hard were you taking this turn? Yeah, they were going pretty strong there. And then they sharply turned. Oh, that was way too sharp of a turn. I don't even think there's bad road conditions here. I think they are just literally bad at driving. Yeah, I have questions. How did they even manage to do that? You know what? It could be possible that it's something else entirely. Like they were driving and a spider fell on them or something, and they just jerked their car wheel and fell off. And you're like, wow, they look really stupid. But if you were in the car, it's like, I don't know, man. A spider dropped on my face. I just freaked out and I lost control. Yeah, don't worry, the spoiler is new. Oh. Hold on, I gotta watch that again. You are a person of increased mass. Let's say that. Holding on to the bottom of this. That means, did their hands scrape on the ground here? Because you're holding on to it from the bottom, and then it hits the ground. Also, oh, did your face meet crayon? The beanie's off. I think they're dead. Spoiler alert. Oh, that's rough. I don't know what they expected, but it should have been that. Oh no. Oh no. At least it's going straight down the street. You at least avoided hitting all of these cars. I don't know about anyone over in this area, but idiot is not in the car, sir. Right, true. Wrong sub. Divided roads are hard. I don't think so, but try to persuade me here. Alright, there's a median. You have to turn right to get out of here. Is this person going to turn in here instead of there? Are you dumb? They're very dumb. Oh my god. You guys share breath with these people. How do you exist knowing that at any point somebody driving like a 1-ton vehicle is out there making these decisions on the fly? How could you ever drive a car knowing that? It's still 2 lanes, trimmed and reposted. Oh, I like a good edited video. Uh-huh. So you're just gonna drive on the unmelted snow because you know it's 2 lanes? Oh no. Oh no, I see the problem here. Person wanted to make a right-hand turn. As requested, cut down and reposted, change the title. Yeah, in those conditions, it's 1 lane. You have no reason to go on the right. That person turning right probably should have checked before doing so, but at the same time, like, how do you expect somebody to just be flying up a snowbank just to pass you on the right? Stupid. Idiot decides to walk across a freeway on-ramp at night. They have a death wish. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go with drugs and or mental illness, because there's really no excuse for that. I would almost guarantee you there's a pedestrian, like, underway or overway just up the road from it. Excuse me. No reason for that. Plus, oh no. Well, the first part to solving it is admitting it, so at least you've started. Idiot records himself crashing after sending it one-handed on a residential street. Please don't hurt anybody else. Oh, why are you... Oh, it's so much gas. 30 miles per hour. Look at how much you're turning the wheel here. That should be your indicator that you're doing things wrong. Stop. Just stop. Yep. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're sliding. You're going too fast. You're sliding. You went right into a pole. You're dumb. Absolutely deserve that crash, and I'm glad nobody else got hurt or their property. Leave your car in the snow until spring. You don't deserve to keep it. Road jostling between two public service vehicles. Yeah, no kidding. Nice jump execution there. Flipped, went out the windshield, just continued. I'm out of this car. Fuck this. I'm done. I feel like there's more to this that happened before this interaction. I could be wrong, but look at that. It looks like they're fighting for the lane, and this guy just fucks them up. I wouldn't be surprised if they had, traded paint earlier on this day. T-boning an ambulance with sound. I don't think I want to hear it. Fuck, you're dumb. Green light. It's turning yellow. Okay. I will say this. Let's do a couple points on here. One, you're driving down the road on your phone, obviously going fast for being a distracted driver. Don't do that. But I will say, in their defense, they had a green light. It goes yellow at a point in time where I don't think they should necessarily slow down really fast. And I don't even know if, had he been paying attention, could you have reacted to the ambulance coming into the intersection that quickly. I feel like the fault of this, had I seen this from like a traffic light or something like that, I would 100% say this was the emergency vehicle's fault, because it looks like they went into the intersection before seeing that it was clear. However, knowing this person's on their phone, I want to dock them points anyway. Yeah, speeding down the road doesn't help. Yeah, at least there was an ambulance at the scene of the crime. Okay, I'm glad somebody else here. It was like, what, 6 posts down saying the same thing? Give you an upvote because we share the same mentality here. These kind of subreddits make me wonder how some people don't forget to breathe. I know! That's part of the magic of this, is knowing that not only do these people drive probably every day of their life, somebody at some point administered a test to them and they passed it and were allowed to occupy vehicles and drive them. Now, that's not true for all of these, because some of these are stolen vehicles, and obviously if you don't have a permit, you can still jump in a car and drive it anyway. You know, any one of those things can happen. But I would say a good number of these are probably people that just aren't aware of their surroundings, and yet they're driving murder machines at high speeds all around you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oops, I clicked on 2. Let's start with this one. Another Clearwater senior citizen. Alright, driving down the road here. Jesus Christ. So your plan Did they even stop? They just pulled straight. Okay, let's see if we can see this out here. Okay, they were at a complete stop here. This is the time they decide to go. When this car is just now passing in front of them. Knowing they've got, like, what is this? From here to here, maybe 200 feet? Maybe 200 feet, I'd say. These, you think you're going to cross 3 lanes of traffic? If you're going to do that, start when this is like a couple feet in front of you so that you're here when they're right next to you so you can make it over. Holy cow. Did they hit? Did they actually hit him? Oh, they say the music makes this one. I'm not going to listen to the music on it. I don't want to get DMCA struck. That's why we're listening to some DMCA free lo-fi samurai music. That boat? What? Is the boat only hooked up here by a couple straps? It's tied to the handlebar, even at that? Really, is this the thing that's stabilizing this? You know, yeah, they're probably not actually taking this out on the water, but I think as far as transporting this, if this is what you're doing to secure your load is not secure. You're inviting a lot of pain on yourself and those around you. Woke up this morning to a truck in our yard. Well, you know, looks like you already have an SUV there, so, you know, maybe you can get another vehicle. And there it is. Delivery. I think that holds the motor paddle up. Okay. If it's just holding the motor up, that's a little better, but I still think you should secure it to something other than a handle on the side of the boat. Especially one that looks that decrepit, because it's probably going to pop off at the worst time. Yet another moron driving the wrong way down a divided highway. And oh, just to mention there, definitely was going too fast for those conditions. Yet another moron driving the wrong way down a divided highway. How do you do this? At what point do you just decide, yeah, we'll send it. We'll just keep going down the road and hope everyone gets out of my way and doesn't kill me or kill themselves trying to avoid an accident. How selfish and stupid do you have to be to do this? At what point do you just whip it around? Like, the moment you were getting on the highway, you had to have known something was a problem. Yeah, obviously the person recording this is dumb for following along and, you know, disrupting traffic in their own lane, but still, at some point, you have to just imagine they recognize there's something wrong and they do something about it, instead of just continuing. Also, how are you doing, Carator? How was your day today? Payload and trailer weight are mutually exclusive. Yeah, that's a pretty heavy load there, but I don't know exactly if that's necessarily a problem. This could be fine. This probably has big fishtail energy though. Having this much weight sitting on the backside of the truck, but I could be wrong there. In a bigger truck. Doing alright, day was short but busy. Murdered Rajang and Monster Hunter today. Nice! You have a nice armor set? I haven't actually fought him yet. Not enough balance, brakes, clearance, height, or brain cells? Probably. You know, that tire is looking pretty flat there. So if that's not, you know, the tire's problem, then yeah, I could see that weight being a huge issue. But I don't know what to say about the rigging set up here. I don't know. I don't know if that's adequate or not, personally. But it does seem dumb at the outset. Swerving into the verge at 60 miles per hour to avoid an idiot getting killed by a lorry. Oh my god. Oh. I thought it was that first guy, and I'm like, oh, he cleared it. That's fine. Jesus. Look at that. Why? Why would you do this to yourself and others? What is so important about getting one more car ahead in the traffic line? Wow. That gives me a headache just thinking about that. That people would do something like that. Okay, we've reached the end of the front page. I think I'm gonna, since I'm only 25 minutes into this and we didn't really respond to anything, I'm just gonna go to public freakout and see if there's anything juicy over here. With this though, we might have to turn off music. Rule 4 change? Bans racism, sexism, okay. So, new rule added on there. Merrill Lynch managing director Jim Ilandio has been arrested following the incident of him throwing drinks and racially abusing staff. Is this a link to an article? You know, it would have been great if you actually had the video. That's what I'm here for, is the content. That's one way to repel creeper from the street. Okay. As long as there isn't music in the background, I think we can pause this for the moment.
Oh my god.
Excuse-moi. Excuse-moi.
Ouais.
Non, t'as pas Snap je t'ai vu l'arrêt de bus.
Non, j'ai pas Snap.
Mais où ça
J'ai pas Snap.
Pourquoi tu me dis je demande un Snap et...
J'ai
It's
pas
hard to
Snap,
tell.
je t'ai dit, j'ai pas de Snap.
Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah, I think that was effective at what she was doing, but since it's in another language, I don't know exactly what he or she was saying. But I can only imagine the creepiness that was going on there. Having someone, like, follow you in a public area for an extended period of time. Pretty creepy, I would imagine. Rich COVID freakout versus reality. Load. Why are we looking at, like, TV show stuff?
I'm done.
With this question?
No, I'm done with COVID.
A lot of people are like, I'm done.
Okay.
I can't keep doing this because it's going to destroy my own health.
Oh,
I'm done. It's
Yeah.
like
I don't think this really fits what I'm looking for out of the sub. I don't want to see some edited, like, mass media footage of something. I want to see somebody freak out in public. Unless one of those people was about to, like, rip off their shirt and start freaking out. I don't think that's probably what we're looking for here. A woman who's had enough of COVID idiots and racists protesting in Washington, D.C. reaches her breaking point. Okay, so this could be what we're looking for here. Okay, so this is legitimately a freak out.
Stop invading our territory! Go the
Our
fuck
territory?
home! Take your loser president and shove him up your ass!
This seems like a well-adjusted individual that doesn't have any emotional stress or problems going on in their life. What do you think? I understand being upset with the way people handle protesting and maybe the behaviors of those that are supporting a president that most likely did not win the presidency legitimately or lose it legitimately. I don't know. Basically, if you're in favor of Trump, you probably have compatriots of less than savory positions. Let's try to put it as nicely as we can without being too assuming. But I've seen a lot of Trump supporters and a lot of them that are especially cultish about him being the president despite losing the election. seem to also have a Venn diagram overlapping with some pretty questionable beliefs about ethnostates and the attitudes towards people that do not have the same appearances as them. So I totally get her frustration if that is the thing that she's dealing with, but this is probably not the healthy way to go about it. And I think we can all agree about that. Try to address that as, uh-oh. Firefox, did you break? Did my whole computer break? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 What's going on? Oh, you are still streaming? Okay. Picture's frozen. Something happened here. Everything on my screen was completely frozen and I couldn't see anything. Alright, it seems like we're back. I think we're fine. It says I'm still recording. It doesn't say I dropped any frames, so that's super weird. But yeah, like my recording setup, the timer was frozen. My rig was frozen. That was a little strange. Okay, that freak out broke the stream. Let's just move on from it. Hopefully my whole like spiel there wasn't cut off and I'll get clipped in some really weird way. Alright, Team Let Special Needs Kids score buzzer beater.
They let him score a buzzer beater.
Oh, that's nuts. That's still a great shot, regardless of that guy dropping down. But, you know, look at that shot.
They let him
I could
score
make
a
this shot.
buzzer beater.
Oh, he was over the line, though. It's not a three-pointer. But he sunk it, though. That's better than what I could do. But I love seeing people get hype on that. Look at that. Look at that. Imagine if you had an entire crowd of people jump up and scream because you sunk a bucket. Yes. You would probably ride that high for years to come. Record snowfall. Paralyzed Kurdistan region of Iraq. But crazy Kurds insist to have fun. This is now a hybrid of both of these subreddits. We're now going to idiots in cars on public freakout. Oh. Oh. I thought it would at least be the Iraqi version of the song. I don't know why they're using the Friends song. Looks like everyone's having a great time, though. I'm not sure if this is a public freakout, but this is wholesome. I feel like that's unsafe. We're back to idiots in cars again. Uh-oh. Oh, no, don't try to stop it. Oh no, there's no oh, that had to hurt. What? Oh shit. Oh, your pipes are not looking good, bro. Is that the water tanks? Are they heating up the water tanks? Okay. Yeah, gotta unfreeze those pipes for sure. No. Oh, watch out. Yeah. Oh, this isn't fun anymore. I don't like this. This part isn't fun. I like people inner tubing on snow. I don't like watching old people slip and fall on ice. That's not funny to me. Oh. Ya Allah. Okay, that was still mostly fun though. It started out great at least. They looked like they were having fun with the tubing and stuff. Man gets upset over smoothie that he assaults teenage employees and tries to break into back, all while being racist. Well, this guy sounds like he's taken all the boxes.
Please don't yell at us.
Don't videotape me.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You have no.
The buffering is too slow. We went through all of Idiots in Cars without having a buffering problem, but now I'm starting to lag and slow down here. Could be a sign that maybe I need to cut it out. Maybe we should just cut this one short.
I want to speak to the fucking person who made this drink. Is that you?
No, it
we
wasn't
don't know
me.
who made it, so.
Well, this is probably not the best way to go about things.
There's 4 of us here, so we obviously don't know.
Fucking stupid, fucking ignorant high school kids.
Okay,
I
bye.
want to speak to the fucking
Bye.
manager.
Okay, you can call corporate whenever you want. Goodbye.
Yeah, okay. These are now 2 sets of people riling each other up.
Fuck out of here.
You most likely definitely know who made the smoothie. You just don't want to vouch for it. And that's probably adding more to the problem here. I would 100% expect that this person in question here is not making the situation good. If you legitimately have a problem with something you ordered, there's a reasonable way to go about it, and he doesn't seem to be doing it. However, it also seems like these people are egging him on, and they're just trying to escalate each other to the point where somebody does something stupid.
The police. I'm calling the police.
I want your telephone.
You can call corporate whenever you want. Bye.
You're a fucking idiot.
Okay.
Oh, nobody's a winner there. We're all losers here. A Lowe's employee defends a racist and tells an Asian woman to leave the store and delete her video. Well, I'm sure we're definitely going to come into this at the proper time here. But let's see. Let's try to give him a fair shake. Let's see what happens. Or not. It looks like we just can't load videos right now. Something's going on and it's completely eaten up all my resources.
Both are mine. I gave her one. She said, go back to your country. She said, this is how it works. She needs to take one from me. Because that's her country, not my country.
No, I said go back to where that is the way it works.
Everyone around you heard you.
Did
go back to
did
your
I not
country.
offer to
That's
help
what
you with
said.
loading it prior?
I said, thank you, right? I said, no need. I'm waiting for my dad to help me.
Okay, so I'm immediately not convinced that something is left out of the story here. Because it kind of sounds like this person was trying to help her and there was some miscommunication or something like that. I'm just going to step out of this one because I get the feeling we came into this in the middle of it and there's probably some provocation on the other side here that we're not getting. So let's just move on. Woman lose it at a recent 3-child policy. What?
Have we Northeasterners become a hot topic again these days? Experts want us to have 3 children, saying that we have negative population growth in Northeast China. I just want to know, can you experts find another generation to harass? When we were young, we were told that it was good to have only 1 child. Yes, now all of us are having only 1 child. Each family has only 1 child. When we grow up, you tell us to have 3 children. I don't even know how to raise 1, and you want us to have 3.
I'm not seeing the freak out part of this. I feel like this person is, I mean, from what I can see here, they're giving just a very calm explanation of their confusion over a policy. So, yeah, hopefully they don't get picked up by the CCP and disappear. It's not Waffle House, it's a Waffle Home. Okay. Let's see a fight break out in a Waffle House. Because I guarantee you, that's the only thing that ever happens at Waffle House. Uh-oh. Nope. Not to a soundtrack. Sorry. Cannot do it to a soundtrack, though. Thank God for the cousin. In the 2016 Olympics... Oh, yeah. I saw this. Nobody celebrated her placing, so her cousin showed up. Look at that. Does not make you happy. You don't have to know anything about this, but just seeing that's gotta make you happy. You know what? With all the problems that we have with the stream right now, let's just end it there. Let's end it on a happy freak out. Wholesome freak out. Oh look, there's Made Me Smile. We made it back to Made Me Smile anyway. Alright, let's just stop there. The idiots in cars and the public freakouts. We can at least stop here happy. So if you like that kind of content, then give the video a thumbs up. If you want to see more like it, subscribe to the channel. If you want to post anything down below in the comments about, you know, the different cars that I talked about and the drivers of them, or any of these freakouts, go ahead. I'd love to hear them. But until next time, take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. All right, and with that recording down, let's do our due diligence here and get we need to get a Hades run in so we can upload that for tomorrow. And then I think after that, I'm gonna have to go get some dinner or something. So let's get to the chatting room for a moment and bring up Hades. And see about getting it just a little bit further today. I think we can do it. I would really like to get past Elysium and get to that 4th act again with some of these difficulty things on. So we'll have to see if we can do it. Load. Alright, it's loading up. Maybe. There we go. Not sure why I suddenly lost the ability to upload videos or watch videos quickly. Because we went through all of Idiots in Cars without that problem. 15 escape attempts. And I think 12 of those were the first one, and I think we've done about 3 after the victory.
Ugh, blasted Ghost Minotaur.
Ghost Minotaur. Alright, what do we got going on? Hypnosis in here?
Be strong.
Achilles is here, though.
Well, look at you, lad, with that codex brimming with our history. I knew I could rely on you to fill it out.
Oh, shit.
When I was alive, why, no one would have ever believed what goes on down here.
I just jumped straight into it. Hey, welcome back to some Hades. We're looking to get through some of this more difficult stuff now that we've beaten the game once. I started up this episode and kind of forgot to hit record, but it's okay. We only walked past the first hallway and came here to Achilles before I noticed. Hypnos is in here, so we just started talking to him, and this is what he had to say. Alright, now let's get into it.
Mortals must have had their stories, though.
He's just talking about the codex.
To them once they die and once they end up in this place.
Well, they had their stories, definitely so. They fear your father, understandably.
Yeah.
They also fear your dog.
Oh.
But most of them know precious little else. Even their fears, I think, are born of ignorance, as most fears tend to be.
How poignant. Alright, what do you gotta say, David?
Up in arms again because of you.
Guess what, Father? The lounge is all tidied up. Your house contractor there is quite efficient once you muster up the necessary funds. You should try it sometime.
Ah.
Are you expecting words of thanks because you paid the contractor to fix a bit of devastation that you caused? I fear it shall take rather more than that.
It's a good night. Alright, have a good night. Take it easy.
What if I replaced every furnishing in this blasted place? Would you treat me any better then?
I suppose, boy, that there's only one way to find out. Though I suggest you save yourself the trouble.
Well.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
Maybe we can win over Daddy by fixing up the areas. Oh. Renovate!
Hey, that's new.
You know what? An enhancement to some part or artifact of the ever-shifting dungeon. Fountains provide more health. I think just having a fountain in Elysium is going to help us get further along in it.
I don't know what is.
You are distracting me.
Okay, shut up then. I can't pay for anything else in the lounge, so I think we'll hold off. Hey, Orpheus, you're back?
I understand you've journeyed well beyond the pits of Tartarus, my friend. Another most heroic feat of yours. And truth be told, I find it quite inspiring.
Am I now your muse?
Inspiring enough to make you want to sing again?
Oh, that's a rather bold insinuation, Zagreus. I don't know that I've the will for that. I need some time to think. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Of course.
Have I given her, or Orpheus? I don't know what their pronouns are. Oh, it's the codex over here. Excuse me. I'm pressing the button. There we go. No, I have not. Have one of these.
Hey, mate. Here. I got this from my favorite court musician.
Oh my, but you can't simply be this kind to me without retaliation on my part, my friend. And so in turn,
okay,
I have a gift
but what
for
is
you.
it? Because you're not a god. It is
Too kind, mate.
a distant memory. Okay.
Alas, you have seen much of Hypnos lately, child. I hope you find his disposition somewhat tolerable. Please tell me plain if this is not the case.
What?
Oh, he's not so bad, Nyx. Be proud of your sleepy, cheerful son. Who else among us is able to muster that kind of enthusiasm?
Yeah, what's wrong with Hypnos? He seems alright to me. Oh, what are you guys talking about?
What do these shades have to say for
Seeing
themselves?
all these gods? Oh. I've already seen that one.
The head chef is going to want this fish.
Hey, Meg.
We got off on the wrong foot from the start. Just what happens when you're born of Titan blood, I guess. It's for the best we haven't crossed paths much since.
But they're your sisters. I mean, they're family.
Uh-huh.
You must have something in common. Some way of, I don't know, seeing eye to eye.
You're more my sister than they are to me, Dusa. I don't always agree with Lord Hades, but I'm thankful that they're not permitted in this house.
Hey, look, I understand. I really do.
I'm sure Dusa has a lot of strange sisters, probably. Can I talk to her? I guess not. She's just whispering.
What's for breakfast?
The ancient casks of wine hidden within the recesses of the House of Lord Hades. Few have tasted the intoxicating vintage they contain.
Nice.
And fewer still are permitted anywhere near their vicinity.
I'd like some wine.
Still waiting for the festive occasion when we'll open one of these.
Oh.
This is my latest haul.
Oh, okay, the fish.
Done deal.
Oh, I get a bunch of ambrosia for turning in fish. Okay. So I could just start handing that out willy-nilly now and getting different things for it. Again, I haven't given dear old dad an ambrosia. And I haven't given Ares one. Oh, I haven't given Achilles one either. Hold on. Hold on. First of all, dear old dad, enjoy this gift.
Hey, Father, I thought maybe, here.
Did you get this? You think you can butter me up with such trifles? Give me that, and then get out of here.
Aw.
Welcome, Father.
Oh well. I wasn't actually expecting to get anything out of that, but whatever.
Hey, Achilles. Look, this really isn't much, but here.
This really is for me? You beat me to it then, as I had meant to give you this when next we spoke. Please, take it.
Wait, you had it? Well, I just talked to you a minute ago.
Thanks so much, sir.
Getting a trinket from Hades is tedious. Alright, so we got a bracer, and we got some memories. That's cool. Alright, let's move on then. I have so much meta progression. I have 7 keys, which isn't even enough to unlock the next thing in here. So I think we'll just hold on to it then. Do I want to
I'll
sleep?
when I'm dead.
Nope.
As many chances as it takes.
Yep. Alright, which weapon are we going to use today? If we load. There we go. It looks like the spear is the one that is on equipable.
Should take my spear.
Hey boy.
Alright. Throw and the return, that's right.
Say, Skelly, Don't suppose you'd care to tell me how the infamous Twin Fists of Malphon came to be right here in this very courtyard, would you?
Yeah, someone was complaining about that.
Nope, not any of my business, pal, which is to say I didn't see a thing. And even if I did, it isn't what I'm paid to do. Someone in your fancy house there paid to keep watch over stuff like that? Ask them.
You've almost got Exegriff. I don't even know what that is.
I will.
Alright. Let's inspect.
What's this one do?
We've got deal 10% damage to distant foes. Okay, so a ranged thing. And take negative damage. Take reduced damage from the front, but take extra damage from the back. Ah, interesting. Okay, with the spear. Oh, okay, the last weapon. Gotcha. Let's see. What do I want with the spear? I feel like... Knockback would probably be pretty useful with the spear. So let's go with Poseidon. Because the spear is, you know, good at poking and long range. But I obviously don't want to have to do a whole lot of up-close fighting with the spear. So I think Poseidon is the choice here. Alright, Jury Summons is just the increased number of encounters, which I'm fine with.
Ready.
Because at least then I get more resources potentially for kills. So it's a level of difficulty that kind of helps out in a way.
What do we have here?
We have Poseidon.
Why, nephew, you procured the rod of fishing, I detect. Fine handiwork, if I
Oh,
say so
yep, there's a
myself.
fishing spot just above us,
Fine
too.
is nigh invisible and causes denizens of my domain to flock to it like mortals to temples of mine.
Nice.
Good fortune with that thing.
Why, thank you. Alright, oh, we got an epic. Your special deals more damage and knocks foes away. Well, let's take it. It's epic.
It's high tide.
Works for me. Alright, let's do a little fishing then. Excuse me.
Let's fish.
Uh-huh.
You're mine.
Alright, that time I did it right. A knucklehead. Okay. Ah. I'm gonna have to get used to the throwing and retrieving. I feel like I'm gonna have to play like a bitch for this. But maybe that'll work out fine. Maybe we'll be able to get through more of the game, and maybe I shouldn't call it playing as a bitch, but playing safe. We'll call it playing safe. We'll call keep away. Keeping them honest. Ooh, money. I like money. There we go. Look at this. Playing safe. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, 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 stab. Oh, oh, okay. Stab, stab. Money! Oh, I don't have to actually pick it up. Alright, another ambrosia. Well, now that I know that turning the fish in gives me ambrosia, I'm not sure which to take here because I have plenty of meta progression points that I can't even spend right now. Let's go with the ambrosia. There's still a couple people that on the run I could give an ambrosia to, and I could potentially run out. Because I want to give Hermes one. And I think I've already done Sisyphus. Only certain fish? Ah. Okay. Oh, well, I guess we go with hammer. I do like me a hammer. Oh, we got a chaos gate here too. Stop it. Stop, stop, stop that. Stop, 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 stop that. They just keep coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. And they stop coming? Okay, they do stop coming. Some give gems, some give darkness, some ambrosia, and some keys. Okay. Your attack strikes 3 times in a pattern. Your special deals 400 damage to armor. Your spin attack charges up and recovers much faster. I do like that idea. That sounds like fun. But this is a fated choice, and it goes with our already upgraded special, so I feel like stacking it up. And we'll go to Chaos. Or I could get the key. I'm not guaranteed to get a key out of the Chaos Gate. And I just need 1 more. Well, let's go with Chaos. Ow! That's like half my health. I also need to see if there's a fishing spot down here. Because Luis did mention that. Yep, he did.
He can be rather boastful and belligerent, exhibiting the most unattractive manners of your father and old Zeus alike.
Yep, you could do that. Alright, for the next 3 encounters, I have less movement speed. Afterward, you deal extra damage from behind. For the next 3 encounters, your total is reduced by 41. Afterwards, gain an extra cast. For the next 3 encounters, slaying foes drop bombs. Afterward, gain 35 health. That's not very good. Let's take the minus move speed extra damage, just because, oh wow, it's so slow. Artemis could be helpful, just because I'm doing a lot of this. So if I can keep enemies at a distance, I think the move speed doesn't matter as much. Artemis could be pretty useful. Let's see if there's a duo that I know of with them. Olympian Gods, Poseidon, Boon List. Alright, duo. They do. So I need a Deadly Strike. I do have the Tempest Flourished. Deadly Strike, Deadly Flourish, True Shot, or Artemis Age, and then I get Mirage. Your cast fires a second projectile, which deals reduced base damage. That could be interesting. Especially if I get a cast with hers. And we know what we're working for then. So I need one of those, and I need a cast, basically. I am content with doing this. So how are you guys doing? You having fun? You enjoying me just standing back here and playing poke the skulls? Poke the skull, poke the skull, poke the skull. Poke the skull. Poke the skull. Poke the skull. Oh no, he's coming right for me.
Don't come back.
Nope, not today. Not today, Satan. Or Hades, whichever. What is my cast? Not that great. Okay, Artemis. You can dash across the gap there. I can. As it turns out, I can.
Uncle Poseidon blessed you, didn't he? To think that big fat oaf is your own father's brother. I'm told to be respectful near him, but it's hard.
Okay. Okay, Deadly Strike, True Shot, and Artemis's Aid. True Shot was one of the ones that was on the list, so we can take that. And now I have. Oh, let's double check that in case I was wrong. Yes, it was. Okay, so now we have a chance of getting that duo. Do duos only show up after a certain point, or can I actually get one super early on? And I don't have enough money for that, so we're just going to go in here. Oh boy. Survival? You see me? Did you see what I did there?
Whoops.
Extra armor damage, go! Okay. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Throw it out, throw it back, throw it out, throw it back. Poke, poke, throw it out, throw it back. Whoop. Let's throw one of those out there. Throw it out.
Just a bit longer.
Throw it back, throw it out. Come back, go out, come back. Look, I practiced in Gunfire Reborn with the Icy Spear for this moment. So we're ready. We're good.
Colorful.
Alright, a Poseidon or a Zeus? I guess we want to go for more Poseidon because then I have a chance of getting that duo pretty early. We can get some of our health back that we gave up on Chaos. But I think we're doing okay. We might get it as a consequence of some other stuff and just getting health back in between levels. Oh, wretches. Okay, look, I know I can use the stab. But I've built up my special, so I kind of want to use the special. Oh. I should probably also get the extra damage on knocking things into walls. That seems like a good thing to stack up on here. Alright, Poseidon.
The chaos has expired.
My chaos curse expired. Poseidon's Call is pretty good. I do like that. Your boons with knockaway effects deal bonus damage to bosses. I think we'll take that just because it's going to help on bosses, and I have lots of problems with bosses. And it looks like regardless, we're still going to get Zeus.
I'll break you again. No.
Oh. Oh, I'm grinding my teeth right now. That's probably not healthy. Just keep slamming it into the wall. That seemed to work really well, actually. The wall damage seemed to do a lot.
Was a lonesome man, you know.
I pitied him. Okay.
But I could never quite extract him from his thorny shell. Now he stews resentfully down there. You needn't bear the brunt of his frustrations.
I feel... Oh, a heroic one? It replaces the Tempest Flourish. Oh, damn it. I have to pass this up because it's not what I'm going for. Gah. That sucks. Feels like I'm missing out, but it's not even a fated choice, so it's nothing I haven't gotten before. I'm just going to take the electricity on Dash. And hopefully that wasn't a mistake. Because a heroic level seems pretty nice. Heroics will only ever appear to replace an existing, usually epic boon. Ah, okay, so that's actually how the mechanic works. Enjoy getting knocked back into things. Well, okay, with that, I don't feel so bad about missing it, but I'm specifically trying to get that duo at this point because I know I haven't had it. You could also get it with Demeter's Crop Boon. Okay. Well, there's our last key, so we can unlock the last weapon. Yay! Oh, look, we get Sisyphus or some resources. I'm going to go with Sisyphus because he's going to give me resources anyway.
You're back. Welcome.
Hey, sir.
Now you be careful out there, Highness. The kindly Megara is out for blood.
Oh no.
She kept on groaning about the last exchange between the two of you. You must have showed her good.
Yeah, I kind of did.
I might have gotten lucky.
Oh, he just has money. He doesn't have the resources then. Alright, well, we'll take the money then.
I got you covered.
Thank you. And we're going to a shop, so it was perfect. Fantastico. Another Poseidon? We could get the Poseidon and the Palm here.
Just what I need.
Alright, we got Epic on the attack. Also Rupture. Boldy is Bishonen. Okay, Rupture. For 3 seconds, victim takes damage while moving. Oh! That seems pretty useful. However, this is Epic. And that's like a half damage. Rupture? Seems like you really want the Rupture. And it's a fated choice, so we should probably take that one.
Delicious.
We're using our special a lot, so let's just upgrade that. And then let's go talk to Meg.
I'll guess Electo.
Game? There we go.
Oh well.
You've really done it, Zagreus. My sisters have returned. All 3 of us now share the same assignment.
Oh, what's that?
Is it me that I'm somewhat honored to have garnered the attention of the Erinyes?
Oh, I would say it's very wrong of you indeed.
It's super wrong. Rupture will be 75 damage a second.
Make this quick.
Oh, be impervious then. Ooh, hold on. Just stab the darkness. Okay, this seems to be going all right. Stab the darkness, stab the darkness. Wow, did I perfect her? 15 damage every 2 seconds?
Got you.
Wow. I think I perfected her.
This can unlock a hidden aspect of my weapons.
Wow. This is either a strong build or I just really got her number down now. And yeah, that Rupture was helping out a lot.
Just a moment, Father.
Go on and try.
That's the point of the game, is we're trying. Alright, we got things started with Poseidon, so now we can move to something else. Yep, every 0.2 seconds. Okay. Well, I think for safety we should probably take Skelly. But I don't know. Who do I want to complement this team? Oh, you know what? I don't have Ares because I haven't given him the thing yet. I was going to say let's do Ares because I need to give him the thing, but I need to give him the thing to get his thing, so it's kind of, it's whatever. I could take Chaos, so the next time I have to go down to him, take Skelly for Elysium. Yeah, but we're not at Elysium. We'll have another choice at Elysium to switch to Skelly if we want. And if I don't get there, I'll at least have set up things here. You know what? Let's do this. This seems to be pretty worthwhile for this area. I feel somewhat confident after that fight. Can you blame me? We like handed Meg her butt on a stick. Stick butt is what she has. And that better be the title of the video. Oh? Oh, did I miss fishing spots? I forgot to look for fishing spots. Fuck. I completely forgot. Oh well. Oh, we'll just assume I didn't miss any until somebody corrects me in the comments down below. There's no enemies here. We're fine.
More Inferno bombers?
Put them in the wall.
Good.
In the wall. In the wall. Stay away. Just keep putting things up against the wall. That seems to work out pretty well. And shoot homing shots. I've got them. Why not use them? Homing shots seem pretty good, actually. Lol, you got stick-butted. Told him. Okay, Hermes, not who I'm looking for necessarily. So let's talk to, what's her name?
Off we go.
Here I go again on my own.
Good to be back here.
I've definitely given her some ambrosia already, I believe. Yes.
Eurydice, how can you cook so much with all the searing heat around these parts? Has it been magma flooded like this all the time?
The searing heat? I am dead, Your Royal
Yeah.
Majesty. Searing's just a cooking technique to me. Don't need to sleep either. I can just keep cooking up a storm.
Eurydice, yeah. Okay, so level up 2 boons. Up to 4 random boons get +1. Oh, I can dash through the wall? Okay. A rare and fragrant beverage. The next 3 boons you have upgraded rarity. You know, we haven't taken that one yet. Let's do that one. The upgraded rarity could be super useful.
Bye.
Careful, hon.
I've taken the immediate boost to things, but planning for the future seems like a good idea if you intend to have a future. What is it, a plan to fail is a failure to plan, or a failure to plan is a plan to fail? But planning to not live is a plan to not live. There's probably a better way of putting that. Hold on. Let's think about it here. Shoot stuff. Shoot things. Oh, I see you. Oh, I see you. Oh, fireballs. Oh, wait. How did I kill the thing above me? Oh, it had rupture on it. It had rupture on it and it was moving above. Ah. I don't care about the meta progression. I'm going to lose more health that I'm going to gain out of doing that. Again, are we seeing any fishing spots here? Because I'm not seeing fishing spots. The head died from rupture. Okay. Yeah, that is awesome. Oh, Ares! There we go. We can give Ares our stuff. Get dunked on, yeah. From off screen. Okay, we just need to survive this.
You two ready for me then?
Alright. Alright. You can just get ruptured then. Alright, I don't know why I went into it. Nice.
Farewell, gigantic Gorgon head.
Alright, give the gift.
Lord Ares, please accept this offering for giving me such strength as necessary to succeed.
You are a flatterer, my death-inflicting kid.
Death inflicted.
Generous as well, so here, a small token for you of my affection.
That's cool. We can start out with Ares stuff now.
Thanks, Lord Ares.
Blood-filled vial. Guy definitely has his aesthetic.
Death dealer, I so look forward to the pain you shall inflict this time around.
Alright, Blade Dash. That one's pretty cool. Oh, it replaces the Thunder Dash, though. The Call? It is a fated choice. Turns you into an impervious blade rift. After you take damage, inflict doom. I think we gotta go with this one. Don't worry, it's not mine. Yeah, I get with Ares, he's probably not the one handing out his blood. He's probably the one, you know, getting blood from other people. For sure. That would be in his character. Alright, you guys. Look, I gotta break your armor. And just throw these things out there. Put them in the wall, put them in the wall. Put them on the wall. Put them in the wall. Put them up. Put them up. There's your armor gone, and you're dead.
Something for the mirror.
Keeps you from taking damage, and you just follow the enemy around to deal damage. Yeah, seems pretty good. Being impervious, I'm already sold on it. Pervious and doing damage, sign me up. Just as good defensively as offensively. Yeah, good combination. Did I miss a fishing spot? Nope, doesn't look like it. Let's go. I'm gonna take the key. Before I rise again, I'll take the keys, please. Oh, push him up against the wall. Alright, that worked out. Oh. Stop it. Stop it. Stun lock him. Alright, let's see. Woo! Medusas. Medusa! No, break your armor and you die. That's the rule. Alright, get Rupture on him. Oh god, oh god. Okay, I feel like that was a fair use of that. Let's shoot some of this out. Alright, get out of the way. Wretches. And you just die in the lava. Nice. She's the only... Don't tarnish the best girl's name. Look. They're Medusas. I don't know how I can say that without it sounding like Medusas. Now they're Gorgon. Haha! Got 'em. You know what? I kind of feel like going to the shop over getting a Hermes boom. I have 309, so I think I'm more likely to have a choice at something I want. Plus, it could be a hammer. And if it's hammer time, I don't want to miss hammer time. It is a Poseidon and a max health up, which I think is super useful. So we'll go with Poseidon.
Now, little Hades, you have met my brother Zeus. He's sometimes known as King of all the gods.
Yes, he is.
Although in many ways he's not as powerful as I, or anywhere as dashing.
Oh.
Now, brother, you know better than to say such things about me, I should think. I know that tact does not come easily to you, though I'd be careful what you say to our good nephew there. Anyway, as I was saying, little ladies, Brother Zeus is king of all the gods. Powerful, and hey, let's face it.
That's hilarious. Okay. When you knock foes away, they're struck by lightning. Yeah. How could I take anything else? We'll take the extra health. I haven't been losing a lot of health, but at the same time, what better time to invest in health than when you have health, right? Health is for the healthy. Alright, I don't think I can do knockback to the fucking Hydra, but we can try. We certainly can try.
Big one, huh?
Oh, what does the pink one do? Oh, it just does knockdown and nothing else? Alright. Alright, you're down. Alright, we broke that. Alright, and the last one. Yeah, shoot your little thing. See if I care. Alright, broke you down. Come break me down. Rupture me. I'm not finished with you. Alright, if things get dicey, we do have the invincibility here. Like that. Oh, I stayed in it too long. Oh, I found it questionable. Alright, I like the one in the middle being the head slammy guy. That seems to make this a hell of a lot easier. If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, I didn't see the thought was on me. You ruptured. Okay, this seems super easy compared to what it normally is. Alright, let's finish him off like this. I did not finish him off like that. That does not do a lot of damage. Even if it doesn't knock back because it's an attack, it would cause knockback and it will still strike. Okay.
No more heads.
Alright, well, we got a diamond.
That's brilliant.
We got a diamond. And we'll most likely get all of that little bit of health back that we lost. 23? Yep. 1 point off from full. Okay. The extra damage at range is probably fine, but we are going to take the Skelly. And it'll be good against Theseus? I hope so. I'm kind of setting myself up to really bitch out that fight. I just got to get good at teleporting through obstacles so the Minotaur hits the obstacle instead of me. I gotta really focus on that. Because my instincts are... Oh.
In paradise.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't know if I actually want to take a Chaos thing at this point. His shield only blocks damage from the front. You can still recall it to hit him in the back. Yeah. That seems like a good option. Man, I think we take this because I have been doing pretty good on the health front. But this seems questionable. Money.
In the name of Hades.
Alright. For the next 3 encounters, your total is reduced. Afterwards, extra rewards. For the next 4 encounters, flame bows drop a bomb at you. Afterwards, boons have a better chance to be rare. For the next 3 encounters, you take extra damage from traps. Afterwards, your special deals extra damage. I think we have to do that. I just have to make sure to be really careful around traps. And this is an area to get really fucked up. Check for hammer. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, we just hide in the corner. Hide in the corner, strats. There we go. Oh. Put him in the corner. What? Oh, I stepped in front of the fucking trap. I did the exact thing I said I shouldn't do. Oh god. That instantly killed me too.
For safekeeping.
Wow. Well, I've already died on this room once, so I think I cannot risk that. And we have to take the hammer. We pretty much have to take the hammer. Jesus Christ, the one trap doing 4 times damage instantly killed me.
Death approaches.
Hello?
Thought you could just get away from me, did you?
Thanatos? Yeah, I do get it defines every chamber.
Thanatos, I figured it was only a matter of time before Father sent you after me to do his dirty work.
Uh-huh.
Zagreus, is that really why you think I'm here? Let's see how many of these exalted champions you can send back to their dooms. Unless you'd rather I would send you back to yours.
Here come your father's forces. Let them come.
Okay. I'm gonna rupture them, right? Okay, he's killing far more than I can.
We'll leave no trace of this.
Okay, I don't know why I won that. Enemies don't count, but souls do. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why I won. He definitely had more kills than me. To rapidly, but you cannot spin attack. Your attack has more range and deals more damage to distant foes. I don't really do the spin attack, so... This might be right. This might be the...
Daedalus power.
That could help out a lot.
You left, without so much as telling me goodbye. I suppose you knew I'd catch up with you sooner or later. Is that it?
You
No
did it?
escaping death and all.
If you win, he gives you a centaur heart. Oh, okay.
I left when it was necessary, Than. I thought of you and hoped you'd understand. I have to do this.
I would have liked to give him an ambrosia.
That's more motivation than I've ever heard from you. Well, if you won't say it, I'll say it. Goodbye, Zagreus.
Well, hopefully I see him again soon so I can give him an ambrosia. He does seem alright. Hey, look, a shop. Prevent flame wheel from appearing in encounters. Is that what you're talking about? That actually seems like almost worth it. The only problem is that I need the health right now. And I can't afford both of them. And I guess we'll go with Artemis because I just used all my money. Yeah, he'll show up in the house now? Okay, good.
Oh, hi.
Oh, fuck.
You have met the champion, the king. Let us see if you are fit to face him once again.
Well, hopefully he'll take a lot of rupture
I
damage.
mean face both of you together, which doesn't seem particularly fair.
Life isn't particularly fair, short one. Nor
No, don't call me short one.
expected you to know as much. But here, have your fair fight.
Oh god, he did it twice. There we go. Yeah, so full 3. There we go.
Really? Not finished.
Oh, I messed up. Okay, except it all worked out in the end. Oh, I went into it. fuck. Should have used the...
No, you don't.
Okay, okay. That wasn't too bad.
I respect your strength, short one. The champion of Elysium awaits.
That was still pretty rough without the shield, but at least I did get him to bonk his head a couple times there, so I think at least got that part down.
Got you, Asterius.
You
found me, Artemis.
I did already give all the gods their ambrosia. Mirage Shot! There we go, we got another duo. We gotta take it. Cool. Alright, we got a palm. We just got to not die. Alright, if we stay on the other side of the wall, maybe we're fine. We'll just abuse walls here. Traps. We gotta look out for traps here. Alright, that was potentially bad, but not as bad as it could have been. Okay, the rupture going off more often is probably really useful. So let's do that.
Juicy.
More rupture damage. Health. It gives us health from the bottom, so I think I have to take that.
Who dies first?
Oh, we have a fishing spot here. Okay, this is a relatively trapless area over here. Alright, we broke your armor. You want to come over here? Alright, got you. Alright, we gotta watch out for that little spiky thing. Alright, watch out for traps. Just take it painfully slow here. Oh, you're dancing, you're schmooving. Alright, another batch? Yep. Alright, I think I left one to get resurrected, so I gotta look out for that. Alright, get him on the backstab like 100 times. Okay, slow and steady, and we won a race. And let's get our fishing in.
Come, fishies.
Come, little fishies. Alright, it's gonna bob, and then kerplunk. There we go. A sea mare. Interesting. Alright, we're back to over half health, which is nice. Shop, we have 145. I still need health. I'm just gonna take that. And we'll take the palm. I know we need a lot of money for the final area, but I gotta be careful. Watch out for arrows. And traps. And traps. Watch out for traps. Even if they're not doing like a ridiculous amount of damage anymore, it's still something we don't want to lose some health to. No, nope. Ah. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this. That's what I have to say about you. I don't want to be on this. I don't want to be on this bridge. Alright. Don't care about your sword shenanigans. Or your shield shenanigans for that matter. Just put them in the wall. Put them in the wall. Don't care. Put them in the wall. Watch out. Stay away from traps. Up against the wall. Up against the wall, all three of you. Alright, I'm glad you guys are not like jumping all over me. I really appreciate that. Oh, bullshit. Can I still dash while I'm invulnerable? Probably. Oh, you weren't like doing your job of supporting your allies there, bud. You kind of failed your job of making things invulnerable. Special deals more damage. Rupture deals more damage. Let's do that. Another palm or more money? Oh, I think we'll just keep going with palms here. Seems to be the choice that's keeping us alive so far. Oh, it scared me. Alright. Alright, you're in the wall. Alright, as long as we're not getting hit by archers off screen, I'm fine. I hate getting hit by archers off screen now.
You're just in time.
Oh, bullshit. Break that armor. There we go. Butterflies. Leave me alone. I feel like that shouldn't have hit, but okay. And clear. Another palm. More damage and knock away. The rupture damage is also pretty helpful, but we're gonna go with that. Thanks for the health. At this point, I don't have enough money for a shop because I haven't taken money options, so we'll go with more health. More health is nice. Oh, look, we got more money after all. Oh, it wouldn't have been the 200. I would have been really let down by that. Alright, alright. Once again, we find ourselves here. Let's listen to this asshole call us a fiend.
Hey everyone, I'm back.
We're well equipped to deal with you, short one. Though I know better than to disregard your might.
Speak for yourself, Asterius. I, for one, know only pure contempt for this foul demon and his underhanded fighting style.
Underhanded?
We shall easily dismantle now.
Underhanded? Says the guy teaming up with someone else. I could do that too.
We shall prevail for you in the stands.
Okay, you can hear him like sort of grunt when he's about to throw, I guess. Oh, ow.
Cower all you wish. My blessed spear shall find you anyway.
There we go. Bonk. Successful bonking. Oh, he did a triple. That's illegal. Alright, alright. Alright, get ruptured. Oh, he like teleported. Wait.
Monster, you have no bearing and no grace or courage.
I'm just gonna keep putting rupture on them and running away. Oh, that was close.
Lady Aphrodite, guide my hand.
Oh god.
I guess they're testing me.
Oh, fuck. Well, there goes one Death Defy.
Not so fast.
Stubborn fool.
No! Woo!
I am not finished yet. You are all talk. You know that, don't you, Finn?
Please, I don't want to die. Fuck, I'm gonna die! Thanks, Skelly. Thanks, Skelly. Oh god, Skelly, you're a champion. You're a hero.
That ought to make Theseus shut it for a bit.
We did it! Oh, okay, so that wasn't the cleanest fight. I'll admit that. I could have done that better, but whenever it has all the circles appear, I realize that you're supposed to stand still, so I need to like position myself behind a pillar so he can't hit me when I'm stuck out in the open. I get it. I was picking it up in the middle of the fight, but my brain didn't make it click fast enough for me to not lose 2 lives from it. Alright, Skelly, you did your job. I thank you so much for that. Let's see. Oh shoot, I should have looked up things before I did this. Is there... I'm gonna go with Hermes, because I bet there's a combination with him and Artemis. Oh, you know what? No. No. We already have him, so he's gonna show up some more. Should I go back to the damage at range? No, I can't do it because I've already switched off of it. Okay then. I could just go for the higher health. Increased duration doesn't matter because I don't have that many encounters ahead of me, I feel like. Extra money, just to get the money. Hermes has no duos. Oh, I meant Ares, sorry. I was saying Ares here. Does Ares not have duos? Like the Blade Storm and stuff? The striking foes from behind? Oh, you're right, because the spear is hitting them all the time from behind. Also striking foes from behind, yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. That seems pretty good. Is there anything I want to shop for here? I doubt it. Passive, you start encounters with your God gauge 15% full. That could be pretty neat. but I think we'll pass. And if you're going to be throwing spear, the damage from behind is good, yeah.
I can do this. I can do this.
Alright. To the maze. Well, you know, for how much I didn't like the spear the first time, this is working out so well. It's still a playstyle I don't exactly like. I don't particularly like just tossing the spear back and forth, but I can't really argue with the results. We pretty handedly got here. The Theseus fight could have been a little bit better. Aphrodite's and Ares has to duo. Okay, so that is a lot of Artemis and a little bit of Zeus. Let's see. Hold on. We are going to look at Zeus. And come down to your duos. We already have the Poseidon one going on. And we do have the bonus for this one. So we could get the Artemis Zeus. So either one of these is fine. I'll go with Zeus on it.
I can use this.
Damn it. Also Ares and a bunch of others. Poseidon. Yeah. Your attack emits chain lightning whenever you damage a foe. After you take damage or struck by lightning, your lightning bolt effects have a chance to strike twice. Oh, message retracted. Oh, what does that mean? Zeus. Let's do the strike twice because I'm getting a lot of knockback effects, so I think that's gonna work well. Hey, puppy!
Duty, huh?
The double strike, yeah. Okay, well, I guess we gotta get his food without saying anything.
The vast temple of Styx and its innumerable dangers now are all that separates the Underworld Prince from the land outside, which he so desperately longs to see.
Yep.
I've almost made it.
Yeah, we're so close. Okay, so I think I want to go with Hermes on this one because I want to see if I can get a duo with him.
Hello.
Nope, stay back. Stay back. Just stay back. I don't want any of your poison bullshit.
Some of those urns have coin in them, don't they?
Poison bullshit. Just keep dashing and the lightning will take care of it. Okay, that plan seemed to work pretty well. Keep dashing and things will take care of themselves. Oh. Interrupt. Interrupt by bonking that wall. Okay, next chamber.
Oh, it's just a tiny vermin.
Oh god.
Gods.
What's it doing? What's it doing? Just put it in the wall. Put it in the wall. Okay, this is going fine. This part's fine. I'm fine with this. Your pathfinding is pretty... Oh, it teleported. Okay, here we go. Where'd it go? There it is. Woo! Thanks, Ares.
So vicious yet so tiny.
You carried that one.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Just a tiny vermin with a nasty pointy teeth. Your attacks inflict doom. Your attack special and cast deal more damage. Your blade rift effects deal damage in a wider area. Well, my attacks inflicting doom would be nice if I ever used a basic attack instead of throwing it, so I think I gotta go with this one. I can do this, but I really feel like the throw is the way to go. Money! Okay, well, this wasn't the right path. And it doesn't look like there's anything to gather from here.
Back I go.
So let's go back and get another boon from Charon.
Need to keep looking down those passageways. Lots on offer here. I'll take it.
You know, one thing I'll say for Charon there, he doesn't talk too much. And since neither do you, I'm letting you have this.
Okay. Your attack is stronger with a chance to critical. After you deal a critical, a foe is marked. And marked is victim has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Your foes take damage when your thing is stuck in them is dislodged. Dislodge damage 100. No, we'll take that one because that happens a lot.
Not far from here, the dead begin their journey.
It was also a fated choice, so I feel like I needed to take it.
Below. And so the river boatman Charon often passes through.
Generous selection of his wares.
Okay. Exit wounds. So let's see, we can go for a palm. It really was pushing Hermes on me this whole time. I really didn't want to go Hermes. Health, palm, I think we'll go with the palm. Put him in the wall. Oh, I got poisoned. Get rid of the poison. Just keep it up. Keep it up. Just stay over there. Thank you. Alright, that time I dealt with getting poisoned a lot better than the first time, but that was a shitty room. This one does a lot to bosses? Oh, I bet. Up, I'm behind the wall here. Put him in the wall. Interrupt. Alright, that was some damage I didn't want to take, but whatever.
No thanks.
But it's fine. We're fine. Oh, that was a fast room. Yeah. It's 2 urns with money in it in one room. Please, just stay back. Just stay over there. Nobody has to get hurt. Alright, I think that was a fair use of our invulnerability. Avoid the traps. Imps, or satyrs, whatever they're called. Alright, invulnerable again. Behind the wall, behind the wall. Again here. Interrupt. Up, we're right next to it. Oh, fuck. Alright, hide behind this wall, wait for them to come around. Alright. Is he not dead? Stay in that wall. Okay. Ooh, that was a lot of damage.
Delicious.
Double strike dealing more damage, the bolt dealing more damage. I think we should go with rupture.
Powered up. That's a lot of coin.
Yeah, that was some money in there. But no food again. So it looks like we're backing out.
Down the satyr hole.
Down a satyr hole. That sounds like a...
Where would I be?
Let's go with more health then. More health?
I guess.
Ooh, how did I not get hit there? That was questionable. That was also questionable. A little scary. Okay, just when it's the little guys, all I have to do is just keep teleporting and we're fine. That's what it seems like anyway. Because they can't touch me as long as the lightning bolts are on them. Just keep teleporting. We're fine. Also drink some juice. Drink a juice. Oh, there we go.
Oh, what is this stuff?
Alright, oh, what's this?
Deep within the desecrated layer of the god-defiling satyrs lie the noisome contents of their profane rituals, so foul as to be indescribable.
I'm sure you could describe it if you gave it a shot.
Cerberus just loves this stuff. Heading back.
Okay, okay.
I can leave or explore more tunnels.
What is this anvil? Swap a hammer for 2 new hammers. Interesting. That sounds cool. Hey, Charon. Ever the strong conversation. Hey, buddy.
Cerberus again accepts the sack.
He's a good boy. He gets bribed with food.
I can go.
Alright. Am I ready for this fight? I am most certainly not ready for this fight, but let's go. How am I going to do this without a shield? I think hide like a bitch behind this column on the right side. That is going to be the strategy. When he turns invisible, though, I'm fucked, because last time I just used the shield to hide. Every blasted... This is the second time.
You now know that even if you are able to surpass me, you shall ultimately perish soon enough. And yet you still persist. Utterly senseless.
Well, doesn't that call into question you stopping me? If you know I'm going to come back anyway, why not just let me go so I can die and come back?
I found her, Father, and I'm going to find Mother again. And again and again until I have some answers finally. She'd like some answers too, beginning with, why did you never tell her that I lived? You let her go and left her to her grief.
Silence, boy. Save all your ignorant and baseless accusations. You seem incapable of heeding my request that you not blather on about a matter you shall never understand.
Well, you know...
Then I shall save my breath for this fight.
You could have at least given me context and some kind of comprehension of it then. You think I'll never understand? Have you tried talking to me about it? Here, get ruptured. Uh-oh, what did he get me on? What did he get? Here, get ruptured then. Oh, whenever I break it, I gotta dodge all that stuff because I don't have a shield now. Oh, except... Get rupture. Ow. Oh, that was a big hit. Oh, he's invulnerable?
Do you even realize what you're doing, boy?
That's right.
Stubborn oaf.
Miserable husk of a man.
What do you know of misery?
Oh, I walked into it. Oh, that was bad. Oh no. That's not how I wanted to use my Defy. No, I dodged away! I should have dodged in! Oh. Man, the shield is good. Oh well, that was a pretty good run, I'd say.
Damn you, father.
That's only the second time I've used the spear. Oh look, he is here, but we'll have to save that for the next episode. Well, if you like this content, then please give me a thumbs up on the video. I really like it. If you want to see more content like this in the future, subscribe. I know about 2/3 of my viewers aren't subscribed to the channel. So if you just subscribe, the videos show right up into your feed. You don't even have to come all the way to my page and then click on the videos. You just hit subscribe and they should show up there. Granted, you know, YouTube does its job. And if you want to give me any hints, tips, tricks, anything like that, leave that in the comments down below. And until next time, take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye. All right, so let's quit. Yep. Go back to our chatting room. Got to Hades at least. That one does a lot to bosses. Yeah, I could see it was doing some pretty good damage to him. I just didn't have a good way to deal with the little skulls and also trying to damage him. It looked like if I focused on the skulls, he was able to generate them faster than I could kill them. So there's probably just something wrong there with how I had the build set up. I probably should have had something on my attack. Maybe doing the Doom stacks, I could have put the Doom on the skulls and then walked away from them and let them die to that. But that said, I think we played that pretty well and we got a bunch of prophecies unlocked. But how can we remember the stream? Okay, Hades, you're gonna have to cut that out. Your music is too loud. Thank you. Okay, close though? Okay, but like, can you close though? There you go. We'll put a little bit of lo-fi music on to get ourselves out of here. You know, like that Japanese lo-fi. That was fine. There we go. And so how do we want to remember this? We did a lot of stuff on Reddit. I don't remember if any particular comment or thing we did was that like bombastic or something. Man, people really do not agree with my "Am I the asshole?" posts. That's fine though. They can see my reasoning. Wow, okay. I don't really want to look back through these because a lot of people seem to disagree with me on the if they're assholes. Anyway. Just trying to think. Oh, you know what? It's also because of the link to the stream, probably. It's probably not the opinion so much as it is the stream linking. I could do something referring to the men writing women, because that was unique to this stream. That makes that easier to remember. but I don't think I could do that in a way that is community strike line or guideline strike friendly. So maybe we shouldn't do that. Let's see. Could just do a snoo again and do something with that. Oh, what about the change my view snoo? What does that look like? Oh, that's the one we did up there. So what's the Ask Reddit one look like? Oh, that's pretty good. Open image in new tab. Oh, it's nice and small too. Let's go with snooze asking. That seems all right. Oh, look at that. And it even has an alpha layer to it. Perfect. We'll put you down here. And then let's add an image. Add image. New image. Ask snooze. Add source. Browse. There we go. And we can put that right there. Nice. So we could remember the stream where we did some Ask Reddit, Change My View, Men Writing Women, Idiots in Cars, and Public Freakout. And then we did a little bit of Hades at the end, but that's just mostly going to be for tomorrow. That way I have something to post before we actually get into Hades. And I would say as far as Hades runs go, that one was pretty nice. I enjoyed that one. Well, I think with that, that's everything I want to do to wrap this one up. So let's send this one off. If you like this stream, give it a like. If you want to see more streams like it, give me a subscribe. And until next time, take care of yourself. Take care of those around you. Goodbye, you guys.